This world is a place where the blood of the meek is spilt, and the ones who drink it are the strong. In a dark forest, a single stag-like creature is feeding, and two men are on the hunt, an older one instructing the younger one to shoot like he was taught previously. His hand quivers as he pulls back the arrow, but suddenly, a loud thud permeates through the forest, causing the stag to flee. The man begins to cry out, as Yohan has just broken his very precious bow. Yohan scratches his head and notes that this thing snapped way too easily. Was it not because it was too old? The old man cries as he bought that brand new exactly 1 week ago. He knew it from the moment he said he wanted to learn hunting for no reason. He is a noble, so why does he insist on becoming such a lowly profession? He could have learned swordsmanship instead. Yohan tells him that swordsmanship doesn't make money until one gets hired. But whatever, they should move somewhere else. Deep in his thoughts, Yohan thinks that he needs money to survive in such a rotten and depressive world. His full name is Johann Aitz, birth name Kim Yohan. After dying in a tragic accident, he reincarnated in this world. Being reborn as a noble wasn't such a bad thing. However, right now, he's dead last when it comes to the family hierarchy. He will probably not inherit the name nor the wealth. If he's lucky, he won't get stripped naked and thrown out during his siblings' power struggles. Suddenly, the old man tells him to stop, as he just saw a pack of wolves, which he makes flee with one placed arrow. Unfortunately, the world he reincarnated into is a very realistic medieval era. He sees the corpse the wolves were nibbling on, thinking that this is a cruel death, to not be allowed death's rest. He wonders if it's someone from their village, and the old man cannot say, although one thing is certain, the weak are nothing but prey to the strong. Yohan suspected this. To avoid becoming prey in this age, he desperately needs money. When he first arrived in this world, he hoped he would awaken with some type of amazing cheat ability. But eventually, he understood that it doesn't exist here. So he changed his goal, and that goal is money. If he has money, he can leave this territory and do whatever. He could become a merchant, or even a free farmer. Money is all that he wants. It's everything, no matter what. He will scrape off every coin. The old man finds something interesting. The medicinal herb they talked about earlier, the little devil grass, is a rare herb, excellent for stopping bleeding and boosting alertness. Before he can finish his explanation, Yohan yanks it out of the tree, noting that it must be expensive, and puts it in his bag. The old man notices a pouch next to him and asks if he dropped it, but Yohan says it is not his. Someone else must have dropped it. The old man thinks that's not possible. Nobody comes this deep in the forest except them. That's when he realizes, and a scream breaks out, someone pleading for anyone to help. They both rush to the scream and find a little girl climbing up in a tree, and below, a whole pack of hungry wolves. The old man recognizes that kid as Robert's daughter, Dell. Why is she so deep in the forest? The hungry wolves turn to them, and the old man thinks that there are way too many. They cannot handle this alone, so they should fall back and call someone else. Instead, Yohan just sprints forward, the old man telling him that it's far too dangerous. Those are not ordinary wolves. They are accustomed to the taste of human flesh. Yohan tells him it's fine. He will draw their attention while he rescues Dell. The old man can't believe this. Is he offering himself as bait just to save a mere commoner? It does seem that way. But he's actually doing this because he hit a jackpot. There are at least 10 wolves here. If he sells their pelts, he will make a fortune. He rushes in, screaming out heroically, but his swordsmanship is anything but heroic. The wolves charge in, one of them catching his blade, and clenching so hard that it shatters. The other one goes for his nape and manages to bite him roughly, the old man screaming out for him. At the same time, within the Aitz territory, the Baltroden village, the Aitz family's territorial inspection procession is passing through. The villagers are poor and dirty, malnourished, showing the inability of those who were supposed to rule them. The concubine, Madame Aitz, covers her nose. The first son, Philip Aitz, looks at the people, clearly saddened by their state. Finally, the lord of this territory, Johann Aitz, is drunk as always, and notes that it stinks. This countryside really is cursed. Philip approaches his father and notes that Yohan is nowhere to be seen. He can't believe he dares to be absent during the inspection. Shall he send soldiers to find him? Gesson tells him to forget it. Why waste time searching for a dimwit? If he dies somewhere like his wretched mother, what concern is he? Suddenly, he spots a pile of straw stacked at the village entrance and asks why it's there. The villagers apologize. Behind it are traces of Yohan's training. They covered them, as they looked unsightly. Since he is curious, Gesson takes a peek, but his eyes widen at what he sees. An entire field of trees punched into bits and pieces. The wolf that bit down on Yohan is confused. He didn't actually bite his nape, but his hand and his fangs cannot get through. Yohan expected this. Fighting with a sword really is not his style. He sends the wolf flying and notes that he will fight in his own way. This is survival of the fittest. To avoid becoming prey in this harsh era, he needs money. And to earn that money, What he needs most is strength. Strength overwhelming enough to transcend the limits of a human. The old man is shocked by what he is seeing. Yohan is sending the wolves flying and even ripping them apart with only his hands. He has never seen such strength, not even in the mightiest knights. When he first got here, he had no choice but to accept it. Life in this world was not easy. His brothers that were of a higher rank than him beat him constantly, showing off their status as they insulted him. Naturally, he began to understand just how merciless this world truly was. Even if he gets beaten to death like this, in the end, nobody will really care about it. The only person he could rely on was himself, and that's when he thought, what does he need to survive in a medieval world? Fortunately, he had one advantage over the people of this era: his past life as a modern student who studied endlessly for jobs and countless exams under his belt. Because of that, his brain held knowledge that medieval people could not even imagine. He decided to use that knowledge. He used exercise science and high-intensity training, crafted a perfectly balanced diet, and also made a training regimen based on modern exercise and practiced close combat martial arts. With this, his endless training accumulated, and after several years, he was strong enough to level a tree. With each training session, his body displayed even more strength. Whether this strength was a blessing or a new trial, nobody knew as time passed. Yohan finishes off the last of the wolves, and the old man picks up Dell, who calls him Uncle Joseph. He turns to Yohan and notes that he was incredibly reckless. That was extremely dangerous. Even so, to think that he would step in front of flesh-hungry beasts without hesitation for the sake of a mere serf. He was moved by this action, and he expresses thanks on behalf of all the villagers. Seeing Yohan celebrate his plunder like a pirate, though, he retracts his statement. Yohan eventually turns to Dell and asks if she's all right, and she thanks him for saving him. But before she can say more, her heart freezes, as she's the only one who sees what is behind them. They both turn around to find a gigantic, fiendish wolf standing over them. Joseph believes that a monster exists and tells Yohan that they have to go. A beast of that nature requires an army to defeat. Yohan thought this world was just a normal, run-of-the-mill medieval world, but there were monsters here. He guesses this is their leader. He apologizes for killing all his underlings. Wolf pelts sell at a high price, so he hopes he understands. The beast growls at him, and Yohan can sense it. This thing is seeing him as prey. However, that doesn't matter to him. He dodges out of his bite and picks up a hard rock, throwing it directly at the eye of the beast, giving it a scar right on its right eye. Yohan didn't want to actually scratch its hide. The price will drop. Becoming increasingly annoyed, the beast lets out a blood-freezing howl. They all cover their ears, but even Yohan suddenly loses his strength and falls into unconsciousness. After a bit, he sees something, a burning field, and two warriors fighting, with one of them being decapitated. Suddenly he wakes up from this bad dream, but he doesn't remember what happened. What happened to that beast? Has it truly left? He sees that Joseph and the girl are safe too. He can't say for certain what actually happened, but monsters could appear again, so he'd better leave with this too. He wanted those wolf pelts, but it's best if he leaves. He walks through the forest under the full moon. He gets to the village and sees that it's still bright. Maybe they are searching for Dell. Even if he didn't mean to, he did save her. So maybe he gets some points from his father? Perhaps he will name him his successor after all? Yeah, no way would happen. But at least he should get appointed to the guards. He wouldn't have to worry about food anymore then. Suddenly he sees a torch and a bunch of people in front of him, with Philip in the front. He demands to know where he has been. How dare he disappear on the day of their father's inspection? Yohan completely forgot that it was today, and his father calls him an insolent brat as he descends his horse with difficulty. Yohan tried to apologize, but his father told him to shut up. How dare he ignore him? He will crack open those insolent skulls of his for this disrespect. Yohan damns it all. He barely made it back alive, and now he has to listen to this crap? But perhaps he can make an opportunity out of this. He begins to use his technique, the ultra ass-kissing. He was not absent from the inspection on purpose. He was late because he was saving people from the forest. Dell's father rushes out of the crowd to hug his daughter. He had been searching for her everywhere, and he's really glad that she's all right. Yohan asks them to listen. Dell was surrounded by a dozen human-eating wolves in the forest. He fought to save the child, and he defeated the wolves. He was unable to participate in the inspection, but he believes he's done his duty as a son of this household. If he could forgive him just this one, he would continue to do his best, for the safety of the estate, and perhaps give him a guard position too. Yohan thinks that was perfect. He would have hired himself right there. His father can't help but laugh. If he really defeated a dozen wolves, where are they? Did he expect him to believe what he says without proof? Yohan is kind of annoyed and says he's not lying. He even met a great dark wolf. His father tells him to shut it. How dare he live in front of him? He will rip out his tongue. Yohan asks if he wants a duel or something. he can prove his skills. Even though he doesn't like the bastard, he's still his father. He did not want to fight him for no reason, but he has no choice. His father agrees. If he's skilled as he says, he should raise his sword. They will duel with nothing but a weapon. Yohan is confused, as this bastard never taught him how to wield a blade. Yohan unsheathes his sword, but he forgot that he had broken it. His father sighs and tells Philip to lend his. As he does, Philip tells Yohan that it is not too late to ask for forgiveness. That is the only way he can make it out of here alive. Yohan believes that he did nothing wrong, and most importantly, a man doesn't just run away. He hopes his father will learn from this duel. He thinks this is for the best. If he shows the people how skilled he is, even he will acknowledge him. He charges in, his father shocked at the monstrous aura he's emanating, and he blocks. Due to the difference in quality, the blade shatters against the axe, sending tons of shrapnel towards both of them, and making Gayson kneel. Due to this, he charges in, thinking that this is a straight insult. Does he know why he didn't teach him how to wield a blade? It's because he would still be a useless piece of crap. No matter how hard he tries, he will never surpass him. This estate is his, and his alone. Nobody will take it from him, not even the Emperor. Yohan wonders what is going on. Has this bastard lost his mind from the alcohol? But that's not important now. He can't see well because of the blood. Philip screams out for his brother, as Gayson goes directly for his forehead. Yohan managed to block it with the broken sword, but even that breaks. He has officially lost. Gayson tells him to know his damn place. If he ever sees his ugly mug again, he will bash his head in. With that, he leaves. The villagers going up to Yohan to see if he is okay. Later, inside the chapel, Father Valberg screams out, as that was totally unfair. Yohan tells them to keep quiet as someone might hear them, but he doesn't care. He's from the Vatican, so he doesn't care. A knight should have honor. How could he treat his son in such a way? Yohan says that he's fine. At least he's alive. Valberg continues to scream out, as that bastard was in a full set of armor. Yohan laughs, and then looks down, sighing. That's just how reality is. He never learned how to use a sword, but he didn't know he was so powerless. Valberg tells him that Gayson has been in many battles. He inherited the techniques of the family, and he has experience. He never stood a chance. He heard Brits in the estate next over illed 300 serfs on his own, which Yohan thinks is amazing. Technology really is important, he thought. He could easily defeat his drunkard of a father since he fought a huge black wolf. Valberg asks if that really is true. Did he truly see a black wolf? Yohan, confused, says that he did. Joseph and Dell can confirm that fact. What's wrong though? What's so important about that wolf? Valberg takes out a book and explains that ever since long ago, black wolves have been seen as taboo. The priests have come to call them omens of death. According to century-old stories, black wolves come bearing only death and blood. Yohan doesn't believe in stuff like that, but maybe the black wolf was a premonition of the duel that just happened. Valberg guesses so, but he shouldn't worry. The stories about black wolves are just that, stories. Perhaps God is guiding him, since he is a pure person who puts others above himself. Yohan wonders, is that really who he is? Meanwhile, near the Aitz estate, the Brits' barony, there is fire and brimstone. People are screaming out as they are slaughtered, but their attackers provide no mercy. The soldiers wonder why they try to run away. They are going to die anyway. Anyway, this is rather cruel, killing everyone in the estate and burning their bodies. Most soldiers don't care though. They just do their work and get paid. Somewhere in the estate, a woman kneels to Sir Karamav, reporting that the mercenaries have finished cleaning up, and they have found the seal ring of the Brits family. Karamav grips it, and notes that he had high expectations for Brits. He heard he took down 300 serfs on his own, but he barely lasted 2 attacks, and he wasn't even useful as a toy. He, Karamav, the sword of the Holy Empire, the proxy of his Imperial Majesty, and the recollector of the seals, decrees that he will punish all the corrupt nobles, as is the wish of his Imperial Majesty. All who are with the Emperor will be bathed in gold and honor. They will kill, steal, and burn them all, and their next target is the Aitz estate. As he sleeps, Yohan sees the same scene that he did with the Black Wolf. Someone is fighting a mighty warrior, but try as he might, he has no chance against him. His blade is much weaker, and the mighty warrior cuts through it, proceeding to take the head of the weaker now. As the head rolls on the cold ground, Yohan sees who the weak warrior was. It was him all along. He wakes up in a cold sweat. In his room, it was all a dream after all, but something doesn't sit right with him. Ever since he saw that black wolf, he's been having the same nightmare for days on end. He also remembers what Valberg told him of the black wolf, it being a bad omen, who brings only death. Surely though, that's just some stupid superstition. The priest said it's just a tale from a legend. It's not like he ever did anything bad or anything to the black wolf, right? That's when he remembers that he hurled a rock in his eye, making him sweat even more. But whatever happens, happens. He shouldn't just ruminate like this and go train. As the sun rises in the beautiful valley, Yohan continues his training, but he is interrupted by the second and third ranked sons. It seems he already forgotten what his father told him. If he doesn't want to die, he should hide away. Even after they beat him senseless, he crawls out again, barking like a dog who can't do anything. He's acting tough, like breaking a log is impressive, but that's just a lowly trick, as a lowborn like him couldn't possess any real strength. As he hears this, Yohan smiles and rips apart the tree he was beating, making the two shocked. He looks back and asks if they said anything. They should come closer and repeat it. They run off, promising to tell father everything, and Yohan wonders how they can live with so little thought. They ought to prepare to make a living. Whatever, he shouldn't worry about them and go back to training. Suddenly Philip arrives. Noting that it's true their father has no intention of appointing him to any position. Yohan figured as much. He still didn't kill him, so it could be worse. Philip thought he would be disappointed, but Yohan doesn't really care. He will find another way to make a living. Philip tells it how it is. Their father fears him. He is undeniably strong, very strong, and that strength is a threat to him. He wants obedient children like him, but he is different. He insists on living by his own principles. He believes that one day, his strength will take everything away from him, just as he overthrew his grandfather. Yohan thinks that's nonsense, and Philip tells his serf to bring that here. The serf takes out a set of gear, a plain surcoat and a longsword, along with a spare set of chestplate. Philip knows he set his eyes on them for a long time. He is not like their father. He is not foolish enough to discard a person who is capable. That is why when he becomes lord in the future, he will appoint him as the captain of the guard. Until then, he should not neglect his training and stop causing trouble. Yohan tells him he's never the one who causes trouble first, but Philip just flips him off. Yohan looks at the armor. It's the one from his dream. If he wears this, will he die in the same way? However, for some reason, he feels he can overcome it, though he has no proof. Whatever the case, he will need equipment if he wants to win. Later that day, inside the tavern, people share stories about Yohan, how he killed 50 wolves, how he's righteous and pure, the model of a true knight. They do believe he's more knightly than that fatty Gezin, with a stranger listening intently to all of this. One of them tells him to drink as much as he can muster today, as drinks are on him. He's giving out drinks because Yohan saved his daughter, like the righteous person that he is. The villagers ask who he is. They haven't seen him around. The person laughs. They were insulting their lord in front of a stranger, and it seems that they are not afraid of anything. He finds their story interesting, however, so he wants to know more about this Yohan of theirs. He skips happily through the town. Philip will appoint him guard captain after all. He's on the Golden Road. Suddenly he sees someone who is clearly drunk, and as a future captain, he cannot ignore a citizen. He closes in and notes that he will escort him home, as he will definitely catch a cold if he stays here. Suddenly, he feels something cold closing in, and a sharp blade is held against his neck, taking him by surprise. Yohan wonders who he is. An assassin sent by Gezin? If it were that, though, he would come to the end of it himself. Who is this madman? Philip wouldn't do this, right? He cannot even guess who he is. Yohan asks what he wants. Is it money? He will give him money. The assassin notes that he has more than enough of that. He just wants to ask him a question, and if the answer is not wise, then he will end his life right here. Yohan is shocked at first, but he gets a grip eventually. He made it to round 2 of an interview with a major corporation once, but he has to answer perfectly to survive. The man begins, noting that he has a good body. It's hard to believe he's the son of that pig. Is he truly Gezin's son? Yohan wonders just what kind of question this is, but he doesn't make the rules here, so he answers like he would in an interview. Sometimes, a lion can be born from a pig's bloodline. The assassin stays silent, making Yohan think that this is the end, but suddenly he laughs. That answer is quite to his liking, it seems, and since it's to his liking, that means that he is now his. Yohan's eyes widen, as what does that even mean? This assassin is Kegel. He is the Empire's greatest assassin and the Nesso's guild poison master. He perfected his swordsmanship through countless assassinations, and because his movements were akin to a serpent, he later became known as the Venomous Serpent. However, even though someone like that had problems, he could not find a successor to inherit his swordsmanship. He searched everywhere, but only worthless insects who could never succeed him were all that he found. Some showed potential, but they refused to learn from an assassin, so he ended their lives. More than 30 heirs of knightly families died at his hand, all choosing death in the name of honor. Growing impatient, Kegel sought the Witch of the Empire, who told him that the disciple he seeks resides in Aitz Castle, a small, forgotten rural territory. He is one of the sons of that drunkard lord. Kegel didn't believe her at first. A gold coin could buy half of the land there. The witch told him to take his coin back if he did not like the answer, but he didn't want to incur the wrath of a witch, so he believed her. He wasted way too many years searching and had no time left, but even as he set foot into the estate, doubt clung to him. He wondered if his successor would really be in a place like this. If he didn't like him, he would kill him on the spot. He introduces himself to Johann and tells him to choose, die here or learn his swordsmanship. These are the only two options. Johann simply asks how much he needs to pay to learn such a thing, but just as seriously, Kegel says he doesn't take money. Johann knows this only means one thing. This is all free. This is a once-in-a-lifetime jackpot. He immediately calls him master and notes he's been waiting his entire life for someone like him. Kegel, still serious, tells him this is the swordsmanship of an assassin. Simply learning it will brand him as a disgrace, the same as any family. Johann doesn't care in the slightest. He just wants to be taught. Kegel accepts, thinking that this is a first, and Johann also notes that he mentioned he has coins. So if he learns well, could he get an allowance? Kegel doesn't know how to answer that. This brat really is something else. At the castle, Gayson leaves, since the inspection is done. Both the concubine and Philip say they will take care of the castle, causing them to bicker. The concubine notes that no matter how much he struggles, the castle will be hers, and Philip tells her he will be the next lord. Gayson is sick of them arguing all day, and tells them to do anything at this point. He doesn't care. Philip notes that Johann has not returned. What should they do? Immediately, Gayson screams, telling him not to waste time on him. The death of a weakling is of no concern to him. Philip understands and apologizes, but thinks about Johann and wonders what he is doing. At the same time, near the forest, Kegel wants to see how skilled he is. Johann asks to borrow a sword, as he breaks them often, and Kegel hands him one. This answer makes him think that Johann is reckless. There isn't a single thing he likes about him. Maybe he should kill him now. They get ready to fight, but seeing his stance, Kegel wonders if he really is from a knightly family. He has to kill this one too. Johann asks if he has to use swordsmanship, but Kegel says to use whatever he likes. Fists or rocks. It doesn't matter. With that, Johann raises his fist in the air and smashes his blade, making it shatter. In that moment, Kegel realized that all of his doubts were unfounded. This brat in front of him was a beast. He can't believe the air pressure he exudes just from a mere punch. If that were to hit him, all his bones and muscles would be crushed. He is not fighting a human anymore, but a beastly lion. However, a lion has nothing on the agility of a snake. Johann can't figure out where his blade is going because of his technique, and gets hit squarely in the face with the hilt of the blade. Kegel expected at least for him to pass out, but this is ridiculous. Had he been born 1,000 years earlier, he would have been revered as a legendary hero. Johann thanks his master, but he is not done yet, as he has a critical weakness. If he keeps going like this, eventually, he will die. Johann sits up and asks what he means, so Kegel tells him. It's obvious he cannot control the strength he possesses, and that will eventually kill him. Johann doesn't believe it. It's not like he's attacking himself. In response, Kegel pulls out another blade and tells him to charge in again if he is so confident. If he manages to break his sword, then he will give him gold. Hearing this, Johann immediately rushes in, clashing blades with Kegel, but his blade immediately shatters into small pieces. This is just like when he was fighting his father. Kegel hopes he understands now. He just lost to his own strength. He will have to learn to control that power. Otherwise, sooner rather than later, he will die. Johann asks if he purposely shot this fragment in his chest, and Kegel confirms as such. It's easy once he's proficient with the sword. Johann understands it now. He needs to learn to control, and he will do so to avoid death, since he is the future guard captain of Aitz after all. Kegel notes that if he learns how to restrain his power, even something like this is possible. Using his sheathed blade, he manages to cut right through Johann's armor. This is something even he can do once he learns to control his strength. When he can do that, he cannot even imagine just how powerful he will become. But that's enough rambling. They should get to training. He warns him down. It will be difficult, and he might lose his life. Is he still ready? Johann immediately agrees, not wanting to let go of this jackpot. Night turns to morning, and Johann has finished training. Although his face is filled with bruises, he thinks he's learning to hold back, but it is hard, at least for now. He learned not to break his sword, but when will he get to learn swordsmanship? Suddenly he sees a bunch of elves at the gate and asks who they are and why they are standing there. One of them tells him that this area is restricted for other people, and he should shoo before they get mad. Johann demands to know who he is to give him orders, so the elf introduces them as the affiliated mercenaries of the Imperial Majesty, the Wolves of Aquitaine. Johann wants a job like theirs too, and asks how the pay is. Some ask if he wants to be one, and others tell him that they get much more than a guard captain, up to 2 gold coins per job. They open up to him and begin chatting it up. Yohan has never seen a gold coin in his life. It really is better than being a guard captain after all. Maybe he should change his career path. Suddenly, Karamov approaches from behind, and immediately, Yohan goes to unsheath his blade, but he is swarmed with blades at the same time. Karamov's assistant asks how he dares to unsheath his sword in front of their captain. He will be beheaded now. Karamov says it's fine and asks to know who he is. Yohan sheepishly introduces himself, and Karamov takes off his helmet, revealing that he is a rather handsome man. Yohan is confused by himself. He put his hand on his blade without even thinking. He never felt like this, even when he saw the Black Wolf, or when he was almost killed by his father. The murderous intent of this man is suffocating. It's as if he's mere prey. Karamov tells him to move, as he is in their way. Yohan does so immediately, and the mercenaries slap his back, noting that he's too scared. He should be more careful next time, although there won't be a next time. The knight in training, Jane, asks Karamov if it's okay to leave him there. He doesn't want to cause havoc on such a good day. Not yet, at least. Yohan has finally started to question what is happening. Why is a knight of the Emperor in a rural place like this? Philip is shocked at the news of Sir Karamov's arrival. Why would such an esteemed figure come to a place like this? He immediately greets him as he enters, introducing himself. But the concubine is already next to him, trying to make sure that he knows her son is actually the heir, and not the one in front of them. She also tries to seduce him, but he doesn't even pay her any mind. He takes his helmet off as he sits in Gazen's throne, and demands to know where he is. Philip tries to tell him that no matter how great his reputation, addressing him like that is improper. The concubine thinks otherwise. He is the Empire's greatest knight, and there is nothing wrong he could do, especially by calling Gazen like that. Philip can't believe how cunning this woman is. She's trying to seize an opportunity to push her spawn as the next lord. Suddenly, Karamov demands they remain silent and get lost. The servants will bring him the finest alcohol they have, and until Gazen arrives, he will wait inside this castle. Yohan continues his training, but his mind lingers on Karamov, and Kegel screams at him to focus, as he's just thrown a bunch of knives. He has time to deflect them, but one almost goes into his neck. If the daggers he threw at him were laced with poison, he would have died. Why is he not concentrating? Yohan explains that recently, knights claiming to be the Emperor's personal knights came to the village, and something feels off. This is the Aitz family territory. No matter who they are, even Imperial knights shouldn't be able to shut the gates and control entry like that. Kegel asks why he even cares in the first place. Karamov is the Emperor's direct knight. He is the strongest warrior on the continent, the core power of the Holy Empire, and even the armor he wears is something legendary. Yohan asks if he is stronger than he is, and Kegel notes that if he ever had to face him, he would just turn around and run without hesitation. Yohan tries to say that the results of a fight can be known only after fighting, but Kegel tells him to shut up and know his place in this world. Right now, he cannot even control his own strength. He's just a dim-witted brat that doesn't know how to wield a sword. Yohan grips his blade tighter, noting that he will do it, making Kegel sigh and then tell him to charge. With that, the training continues, Kegel screaming at him to do it again every time he fails. Yohan wonders why it's not working. It's not even a real sword, just a scabbard. But why can he not cut it? Maybe it's the flow of strength. He shouldn't just swing blindly. He should transfer the flow of strength and concentrate it at the sword's tip. As he continued to swing, Yohan began to understand what it means to control his strength. Kegel realized this too. His sword was becoming sharper and faster. Yohan finally got it. If he tempers everything he learned so far with the proper amount of strength, then he can cut, just like his master does. Sure enough, he cuts through the scabbard and the blade, making him extremely happy. He celebrates and notes that it wasn't that hard, making Kegel think that it must have been luck, so he tells him to come again. This time, he will not hold back either. Unfortunately, it wasn't just a fluke, and he fell on his back against Yohan's attack. He has never seen something like this. Just what is this brat? He clearly taught him nothing but how to control his strength, yet he can freely use the secret sword technique, Serpent Tongue. He perfectly absorbed it after just briefly encountering it. He's even using it more perfectly than he. The experience of this old assassin told him this. Unless a miracle happens, Yohan is already someone he cannot defeat. The strongest assassination guild of the Empire was put to shame by this absurd brat. He explains to Yohan that his teachings end here. He will be leaving at sunrise. Yohan notes that he only just got the hang of using a sword. He's just ending it like this. Kegel tells him he already has everything he needs. As much as he hates to admit, he's become stronger than even him. He's satisfied as long as his swordsmanship does not vanish and continues. Now he should go and live his life how he sees fit. He's worked hard until now, so congratulations are in order. As they sit at a campfire, Yohan asks if he's really leaving, which Kegel confirms. He was never one to stay too long in a place. Yohan asks if it's because he's an assassin, but it's more of a personal trait than anything. Yohan also asks if he knows anything about ominous signs, and Kegel asks if he means the black wolf, which he does. He only recently encountered one, and afterwards, he dreamt that his head was cut off, so when he first came for his head, he thought he was the omen. Kegel notes that if he had killed him, then that would have been an ominous sign. Ill fates do not arrive in fixed shape, so before he leaves, he will give him some advice. First, he should find a weapon suited for his strength. He will need at least Donna's steel to withstand his power. That is a metal imbued with magic, existing only as a legendary relic. Its method of creation has been long lost, and it can only be mined from ancient ruins. Because of that, weapons made from Donis are extremely rare. Only a few exist in the entire world. Yohan notes it must be expensive, and Kegel confirms as such. If he were to save his entire life, he couldn't afford it. Yohan asks why he recommended it, but Kegel just wanted to tell him to find a good weapon. Yohan asks if he's hiding his true intentions because he's an assassin, and Kegel denies it. Why bring up the profession in everything? Even its color is unusual for Dana's steel. If he ever sees someone wearing that, even from far away, he should just run. If he doesn't know his limits, he will not live long. Yohan will keep that in mind. But is he leaving now? Before doing so, Kegel leaves Yohan with one last piece of advice, which he should etch in his very soul. He should not fight opponents he cannot beat. If it's dangerous, he will run. If he must fight, he will use any means to kill the enemy without fail. If he follows this, he is unlikely to die, and he shouldn't, as now, his legacy rests upon his shoulders. Yohan does think on those words and memorizes them perfectly. He will follow them for as long as he lives. At the same moment, in the Aitz castle, the concubine asks how the wine tastes. Karamov notes it tastes like piss, and throws it into a nearby wall. The concubine notes it was quite an expensive drink. It's a shame. The only alcohol better than this is in Gazen's bedroom, so how about they both go there? As she tries to seduce him, Karamov tells her to get lost, causing her to say that they don't have much time, as Gazen will arrive tonight. Karamov is very glad to hear that. He was sick of this. Now, he gets to enjoy himself. He begins to strangle the soul out of her. All the while, Philip is behind the door, watching as this unfolds. After Yohan leaves the forest, he sees the entire village on fire, the bellows of a massacre ringing in his ears. Gazen sees the smoke coming from the estate too. One of his men advises him to retreat at once, but he refuses and runs right up to his keep. The mercenaries berate him, calling him a pig for taking so long. He's lucky Karamov was patient. After opening the doors, he sees the massacre that took place. The villagers he was supposed to rule now dead. Karama arrives and notes that he's rather late. He missed the main party. Gazen demands to know what he is doing right now as he picks up his axe. What does he think he is doing here? Karamov tells him that he is found guilty of the attempted assassination of the emperor and high treason. By his decree, House Aitz will be eradicated. Gazen tells it how it is. This is a fucking purge. He's pugning false charges on him to have a reason to kill him. He will not let him do as he pleases. Karamov slowly unsheathes his blade and tells his men to blow the horn, to retrieve the seal of the Aitz family, and purge everyone in this territory. They will erase this land from the map, all in the name of the emperor. At the now burned-down church, one of the mercenaries calls Valberg a stupid bastard. Is it truly that hard to tell him where the bastard's son is hiding? Well, since he's a priest, he will send him to the god he adores so much. Before he can swing, Yohan comes from behind and annihilates him in a second. As he unties Valberg, he asks what happened, and Valberg doesn't know either. The Imperial troops are killing villagers on sight. It's possible that even Gazen has already been killed. That is not all, however. They are burning the entire village to wipe out any semblance of people. Yohan thinks he has to hurry back to the castle, but suddenly he hears a crying voice, and he knows whose it is. It's Dell. He's glad to see her safe, but that's when he sees what she was crying about. Yohan's eyes begin to widen as he takes in what happened. All the villagers he knew, the ones who were kind and smiling, even though their lives never amounted to much. Hatred begins to form in his heart, and he tells Dell to go to Valberg, as he will protect her. As he leaves, Valberg tells him that he must not go toward the castle. He has to flee. He might be the last of his family. Yohan pays him no mind, and soon finds the head of his father on a spike, under that a plaque. Duke Johann Aitz has been executed for treason against the emperor. Anyone who retrieves his corpse without permission will be punished. The mercenaries eventually find him. They thought he ran off, but maybe he came back to die. In response, Yohan cuts the flag his father was beheaded on and crushes it under his boot. Seeing this, the mercenaries get mad and charge at him, but they cannot hope to match his hatred. He cuts them all, one by one, showing no remorse for his actions. He wonders why he is doing this. Why is he going back? Valberg was right. He should have run away. If he goes back, he will die for no reason. Suddenly, he finds Philip, who is glad to see him alive. He tells him to go and run away. Why did he come here in the first place? To watch them die. He wanted to give him this headpiece, for when he was to the guard captain. As he retrieves the headpiece, Yohan remembers Kegel's words, to run away if the opponent is too dangerous. This time, it's an emperor's knight. Even the master told him to run. But he also told him that if he has to fight, he also has to kill. It seems that time is now. He will not let their crimes go unpunished. He opens the doors to the castle, and before the mercenaries can even discern how he got here, he punches them all away, demanding that Karamov come out this instant. He is no longer afraid. Rage has overtaken all of his other emotions. Karamov is surprised he survived for so long. He's that bastard son, isn't he? Yohan is not in the mood to chat. He should just think of him as one pissed-off individual. Karamov notes he should have run. He would have been able to live, but he probably doesn't care about that anymore. Well, if he wishes to die, then he will indulge him. With that, Yohan charges in. They exchange blow after blow, but eventually Karamov cuts through Yohan's sword, who immediately retreats and picks up a new one. Karamov thinks this is fun. They continue this cycle a few times. Yohan's blades getting cut again and again, but Karamov can't seem to land a hit on him. He is quite an interesting person. He's far more than Brits ever would be. As Yohan throws a dead mercenary at him and he cuts it, Karamov thinks this is enjoyable. He wants even more of this. Yohan indulges him and tempers his strength enough to actually cut through his armor, causing Karamov to recoil back. Did this bastard just cut through his Dana's steel armor? His arms begin to shake as Yohan picks up another blade. This is impossible. Humans are incapable of harming this steel. Yohan charges in again. This time he is on the offensive. Karamov has never seen such strength, but it is just that, strength. He only swings widely without finesse, so he thrusts in, making Yohan lose another blade. As he suspected, he cannot even block a simple thrust properly. He's swinging purely by instinct, without technique. Did Gessen never teach him swordsmanship? Still, he is dangerous, and must be finished off now. If he uses that wide slash again, he will deflect it before cutting off his head. Instead of doing that though, Yohan unleashes the serpent technique, moving with such swiftness that Karamov cannot hope to react, and he gets cut up. In this vulnerable position, Yohan is also able to punch straight through his invincible armor, causing Karamov to gush out blood. He falls on one knee, barely able to hold on. He recognizes this as Kegel's technique. This bastard was hiding his true skill all along. He let his guard down, damn it. He continues coughing blood, the wound proving to be almost fatal. Yohan, knowing he won, drops his helmet and asks why he did this. Karamov explains that this was for his imperial majesty. The Holy Empire is now more unstable than ever before. His Majesty has unsheathed the imperial sword to correct it, the sword known as Mavkara. As he coughs again, he begins to laugh, as he is moved. For decades he has crossed countless knights, but never has he encountered someone as strong as he. He should come with him to the Empire. His Majesty is in need of talent now. The endless gold he will be washed in will grant him glory. He will receive land, and His Majesty will appoint him as an imperial knight. He should become the imperial sword, the greatest honor there is. Yohan remains silent. He dreamed of endless gold, but it's strange. Now, for some reason, he feels nothing, so he refuses. He should go fuck himself with all that gold. Not only did he kill his family, but also innocent villagers, people who have done nothing wrong. Karamov can't believe it. He's rejecting his offer over some damn villagers? Who the hell cares about their deaths? What was his mother also a lowborn? They are all insects, weak vermin that could not defend themselves. It's the strong that drink the blood of the weak. That is the rule of this world. Yohan apologizes to his master, as it seems he cannot control his strength after all. He whacks Karamov across the head, before beginning to pummel him again and again. This is for the Emperor? The villagers' lives are worthless. What makes him so great? What gives him the right to judge who lives and dies? After minutes of pummeling, Yohan's fists reddened with blood. He walks away. Karamov calls him a fool. He should have taken his offer, but now it's too late. The one who broke the Emperor's sword will know only suffering from this point on. Yohan looks at him, and with that, Karamov stops breathing. This world accepts death so naturally. To survive, all he ever thought about was money. However, they slaughtered everyone in their territory, his family and neighbors, all butchered. Even if the whole world becomes his enemy, he did what had to be done. He will never regret what he did, no matter what anyone says. This is his will. This is how he will live. The knight in training, Jane, arrives at the scene and asks one more time, "Is what they said really the truth?" The mercenary who survived says that, without an ounce of falsehood, it is the truth. She must believe him. Suddenly he barged in, beat up all the soldiers, and then took Karamov's head with just his fists. That was the last they saw of Karamov. Jane doesn't understand. If that is the truth, then shouldn't Karamov's corpse be here? How does he expect her to believe such nonsense in the first place? The mercenary doesn't understand either. However, he did see it. One of the healthier mercenaries tells her that the pursuit party is ready, so she relents and says she will be there shortly. After going out, she goes to the gathered troops and gives out one order: to hunt their attacker down and kill him. To kill Johann Aitz. He is a filthy traitor to his own bloodline, and the one suspected of murdering their Sir Karamov. They will hunt him down and bring him back to her no matter what. Johann continues fighting through mercenaries as he carries Karamov's body. Even with this limitation, he is still efficient with the blade. Jane continues. It is believed that he can tear through Danis's steel with ease. They should never face him on his own, and think of it as hunting a dragon. They will seal off every road around the territory and drive him relentlessly until he is exhausted. They must bring his head to the Majesty, no matter what. Before passing, Philip told Johann that about 500 paces northwest of the hunting grounds, he would find a stable, and there a warhorse he could flee on. Johann eventually arrives at the stable Philip mentioned, and he's exhausted. He really thought that this was the end. He thought hiding Karamov's corpse would stir up confusion, but the pursuit party caught up much faster than he expected. Still, since his armor served as a makeshift shield, he should probably keep carrying it until he's completely shaken them off. He opens the stable, and sure enough, he finds Gessen's warhorse, the last gift of his brother. With this guy, he should be able to rest a bit on horseback at least. He should also give him a name, and he knows of the perfect one, and that is Philip. The mercenaries swiftly get to him, however, and since they saw something glowing, that thing probably being Dana's steel, they will search every inch of the area, as they are sure to find him. Suddenly, some of them begin to hear hooves, and sure enough, Johann dashes through them on horseback. The mercenaries try to shoot him, but the armor keeps him protected, and so, Johann rode his horse throughout the night, quickly losing the pursuing party and arriving deep within the Black Forest. He figures this should be deep enough, even though he was a twisted man. Not burying a person just doesn't sit right with him. In any case, his armor really does look quite expensive, and this blade too. It's light yet solid. This sword is made of Dana's steel too. He unsheathes it to reveal an ancient imperial script. It is the one who recovers crests, the crest recoverer. It's probably referring to the family crests, making it sound much more ominous. He will take the blade with him for now and bury the armor. It's a waste, but carrying it around won't help him in the slightest. He will definitely come back for it later. He finishes burying that, and he's clearly winded. He knows that once word of Karamov's death spreads, the entire empire will be after his head. The countless knights who followed him will try to avenge him. His words cut deep, but his life was already just suffering long before this. What should he do now, though? House Aitz is finished, and he didn't manage to bring a single coin with him. His arms are still trembling, so he should rest for a bit now. Suddenly he detects a presence behind him, and he turns around as the Black Wolf has arrived. Out of all times for it to show up, did it have to be now, when he's spent? In such a condition, he knows he stands no chance. He can barely hold his blade as is. He needs to get to the horse somehow. Suddenly, the mercenaries scream out that they found his horse, meaning that he has to be nearby. Johann can't believe it. How are these bastards here? They even detected him. What can he do now? There's a monster in front of him, and an army in the back. He has no room for escape. Does this mean that this is the end? The Black Wolf surprisingly jumps past him and shreds his pursuers to pieces, making Johann confused as he watches. Perhaps it did not see him? Well, that's not important right now. This created a path for him. This is his chance. Even if he can barely move, he will have to push through. He rushes towards his horse, and in one swift motion, mounts it and dashes away. He remembers his life up until now as he rides, the memories he made, the training that he did, and this land, his brother that he will never see again. Farewell, Aitz village. After the Black Wolf is done with the mercenaries, it watches him dash away, the purpose of its actions unknown. After traveling for a bit, Johann finds another checkpoint. The way out of this place is completely blocked. He's officially screwed. Even since he has escaped, he hasn't eaten, slept, or done anything properly. He didn't think he would be hounded by mercenaries for 3 days straight. He's lost count of how many times he almost died fending off those bastards. He's at his limit. He doesn't even have the strength to keep going. Is there really no way out? Is his fate to just be caught by these bastards and executed? Suddenly, he hears something behind. A trade wagon with armed escorts. A peddler caravan, perhaps. That's when he makes a plan to disguise himself as a peddler too. If he looks like a part of their group, he will avoid suspicion and get through that checkpoint with relative ease. The peddler is called Eldon's, and he is of the Katana Trading Company. Suddenly one of the guards, Kane, notes that they seem to have some heavily armed cavalry up ahead, and they don't seem the friendly type. That's why he suggests they prepare for battle. Another mercenary, Gamson, asks why the big fuss over a guy on a horse. If it comes down to it, they are 9 against 1. Goran tells him to look closely. He's fully clad in armor and riding a warhorse, unlike them. On top of that, he's wearing a plate helmet and breastplate. Kai has also spotted what the sword he's carrying is. That purplish sheen is definitely Dana's steel, no doubt about it. If he swings that thing down, their armor will be gone through like butter. They could get wiped out if they strike, but Gamson thinks that's a bit much. There are 9 people here. They should be fine. Goran tells him to get away, as he can't think properly with his stupidity interfering, and the others keep him steady. Eldons tells his men to get ready so they can attack the instant they see any suspicious movement from that guy. He will go ahead and check the situation out first. When he gives the signal, they will all attack at once. As he approaches the strange man, Kane tells his men that once the battle starts, they will knock him off his horse. After that, they will thrust their swords through his armor gaps. Eldon introduces himself to Yohan, and notes that he would rather avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Would he also give him his name? Yohan didn't expect to see catfolk here. From what he can see, they are all pretty suspicious because of how he looks. He needs to make them lower their guard, first and foremost. He pulls up his helmet and introduces himself. He looks like this because he was attacked by bandits while traveling. They do not need to be wary of him. Also, could he tell the people behind him not to attack him? Eldon apologizes for being so rude. As a peddler, he always has to be prepared for any scenario, so he hopes he understands. Yohan says that he does. That is why he could let him travel with his group, perhaps? As he can see, he lost all his travel funds. If he could provide him with a little food and a place to rest, he would guard his caravan. Eldon guesses he's strong enough, and doesn't seem the overly suspicious type. They should do that then. They are on their way to Marseille, by the way. Since it is a fairly long journey, he should get acquainted with the other mercenaries he hired. Yohan thanks him and wonders where the place he mentioned even is. Goran asks Eldons what's going on, and Eldons tells him that this man is just a wanderer who will travel with them for a while. But they should keep an eye out, just in case, and if anything happens, they should not hesitate to strike. Yohan thinks that he got travel partners. Now, he just needs to get past that checkpoint. As they arrive, the mercenaries immediately stop them. If they wish to pass through, they will cooperate properly for a brief inspection. Yohan looks on, hoping that he can slip by without drawing attention. Eldon recognizes them, the wolves of Akiton. He's done business with them a few times. He introduces himself and wishes to speak with the one in charge. The mercenary who stopped him is shocked. Is this the man in charge of Katana Trading Company? The business that has its main office in Marseille? The commercial hub? The city of Marseille is a place even the emperor cannot touch without caution. He introduces himself candidly, and notes they are just following orders to search for a runaway trader. If he could please cooperate. Yohan expected this, but he's still surprised that they put up checkpoints just for him. Suddenly one of them approaches and tells him to take off the helmet right now. Yohan makes up an excuse, noting that he has a bit of a condition on his face. The mercenaries laugh, wondering if his mother dropped him or something, but they would still like to see that mushed up face. Or perhaps, is he hiding something? Yohan looks at the mercenary. If it comes to this, then he might as well just fight. Suddenly, Eldon screams that this is far enough. Are they seriously suspecting the Katana Trading Company of such things? The mercenary tries to tell him that they are carrying out an imperial order, but he doesn't care. Didn't he tell them to go bring their commander officer already? If they interfere any further, he will have no choice but to file a direct complaint at their captain, at the Marseille branch personally. With this, they decide to let them go. The mercs noting that Yohan got lucky. As they leave though, they stare at him specifically, perhaps already knowing who he is. As night falls, they decide to camp, Eldon taking care of business as the others make a fire. They also tell Yohan that he can go ahead and sleep, since he has nothing in particular to do. Yohan immediately lies down, his bones themselves tired from the journey. As he sleeps though, the wolves appear in a nearby bush. Their plan to surround them from the hill and strike all at once. In the real world, this staff sergeant, during battalion-level tactical training, successfully carried out defense in depth, defending against a large company-sized enemy force with only a handful of troops. He displayed outstanding tactical sense and became an example to his peers. Therefore, he was rewarded a commendation and 4 nights and 5 days of reward leave. He graciously accepted this reward. Maybe the army did suit him. Good thing he studied so much strategy. However, there's an outdated top-down culture, murderous duty shifts, and work conditions, like scorching hot or freezing cold. He could endure all of that, however, if it were not for the paycheck smaller than a flea. They will chain him down too, as one can enter the army easily, not so much when it comes to leaving. Yohan wakes up. It was all a dream, it seems, of what he was doing in the army. He looks up at the night sky and suddenly catches one of the arrows that is flying on their camp. This is an attack. Those bastards are probably after him again. He thought he made it safely, but he has to warn the mercenaries first. He screams out that there's an enemy ambush, making all of them wake up at once. 5 minutes before the enemy alert, Gamson wondered why they were the only ones being worked to the bone. It's only fair to assign that cavalry to sentry duty too. Kai tells him to shut up. Is he telling him to trust some random guy they don't even know with guard duty? Has he not considered that once they fall asleep, that bastard could slit their throats? If he can't tell what actually matters and keep on being reckless, he won't be doing this kind of job for long, that's for sure. Gamson told him that he became a mercenary because he did not want to rot away in some backwater village, because he wanted to live like a real man. However, if he had known they were a bunch of idiots who can't do anything and freeze up against one armored guy, he wouldn't have joined in the first place. Kai asked if he really wanted to die at that moment, but before he could pull out his blade, they heard Yohan's screams. Immediately, Kai puts Gamson down as he defends them with the shield, but the rain of arrows suddenly stops. Before he can tell Gamson to call the others, he runs out, crying like a little girl. The others find him, and they are glad to see him alive. They wonder where Gamson is, but Kai says it doesn't matter. Is Eldan safe? They confirm he is hiding under the wagon, but whatever, they should get ready to fight. Yohan, upon seeing them, tells them to form a circular defensive line around the wagon. They don't know which direction the enemy will attack from, so they have to stick together. Kai asks who he is to give them orders. They will handle their own end, so he should worry about keeping himself alive. Yohan can't believe them, and as they hand each other a shield, he demands one too, as he has fought a similar battle before. Eldan screams to not do that. They don't have enough shields for themselves, and he will have to survive on their own. Yohan damns their pride, and suddenly, he sees who is charging in. Not the wolves of Akiton, but just some bandit guard. The mercenaries charge in, Yohan wondering who's supposed to guard the wagon if they do that. The mercenaries, however, seem to be just as rabble-rousing as the bandits, who outnumber them 3-1, and eventually, they break through Goran's shield, threatening to end his life. Yohan sees this and charges in, his dark blade cutting through the bandits like it's nothing. Yohan can't believe this blade, and the fact that it's glowing too. The bandit leader knows what this is. It's absorbing blood, meaning that it's a demonic sword. A peddler escort with a demonic sword? There is no way they can beat up something like that. Yohan, seeing an opportunity, introduces himself as Johann Aitz of House Aitz. Who are they to attack him? Even the mercenaries are surprised he's a noble, and Yohan thinks it should be fine. He changed Aitz to Yates, so nobody figures it out. The bandits are shocked. They haven't heard of his house, but it's certainly not any run-of-the-mill one, since he has a demonic sword. Yohan asks one simple question. Will they surrender now, or will they meet their end by this accursed blade? Seeing that they have no real chance, the bandits all surrender. Yohan hid his blade and told Goran to bind them all. He may cut down anyone who dares to resist. After doing that, Goran asks Eldan what they should do about this noble. He thought he was just a wanderer with a good heart. There's no way he would hold a grudge because they treated him poorly, right? Eldan tells him they let him join when he asked, which must count for some goodwill. He will also smooth things over, so they should stay quiet. Eldan approaches, noting that he must have had a rather rough night. He helped protect the caravan. He's not sure how to repay him. If he knew he was a noble, he would have lent him a damn shield. Yohan asks what he's talking about, and is glad to see him safe. Eldan is shocked. Is he really not going to ask for compensation? Is this one of those good nobles he hears of in stories? Yohan smiles and tells him to lend him a shield next time he asks. Eldan agrees. So next time he will give him a shield before anyone else receives one. Yohan was also thinking of interrogating them. Could the mercenaries help? Eldan agrees, but now that his status has been revealed, it would put their mind at ease if he spoke more formally. The mercenaries push the leader of the bandits to Yohan's feet and ask who he is and why he attacked them. The man explains that they are the private soldiers of House Brits, a house that has been wiped out. A few months ago, the House Brits was suddenly besieged on the charge that they supposedly plotted against the Emperor. Those bastards killed everyone. Men, women, children. They didn't care. The ones who attacked were the Wolf of Akiton. They resisted as much as they could, but once the noble executioner joined them, they had no choice but to run away. The mercenaries wonder who that is, but guess it's the Emperor's hunting dog, Karamov. The leader apologizes. He has committed a crime worthy of death. They never expected a noble would be traveling with a trading caravan. The Imperial army chased them, called them rebels, and the Northerners turned their backs on them, stating that they were being cowardly. Although he cannot justify this banditry, they had to do something. Yohan asks them to answer truthfully. Did they attack for no other reason? The bandits deny it. The only reason they targeted this trading company caravan was because it's expensive. Eldan screams out that they are all bastards. Don't they know that delivery for trading companies is built on trust? Do they have any idea how much damage they suffer because of men like them? As the others calm down, Yohan thinks of this treason against the Emperor. When he fought Karamov, he said it was all for the Emperor too. Now he's starting to get it. There was never any treason against the Emperor. He just needed some pretext to purge the nobles, an excuse to unleash his hound on them. That for the Emperor stuff was all crap. That bastard deserves the most horrible death. These guys are just in a situation similar to his. They are victims of power, of circumstance. With that said, they indeed became bandits, so he's not really sure what to do with them. Kai asks him too. If he gives the order, they can beat the life out of them to spill more. Yohan denies that they have all the information they need. Suddenly, Gamson arrives and says that they should beat them to death, but Kai deflects his mace. They all surrendered to Yohan. They do not have any right to punish them, especially not him, who abandoned his comrades and ran away. He agrees, and the bandit leader begs to spare his men. They will never do anything bad again. They just want this mercy, only once. Kai notes that if he says the word, they will be executed on the spot. As the sun rises, Yohan tells the mercenaries to disarm and let them go. As they look at him, Gamson asks if he's letting these lowlives live just like that, but Yohan tells him to listen carefully. He understands their circumstances. They probably have not done any work other than wielding weapons, but even so, robbing caravans is not acceptable. He too only learned skills to survive. Eldon is even more surprised, a noble learning skills. Yohan tells them to look at these men next to him. Do they think these people refrain from banditry because they do not know how to steal? Kai notes that he's only here because Goran pays well. Yohan is letting them live, so they should learn skills and find another way to make a living. As they leave, the men all bow, vowing to never forget this kindness. Yohan notes they should get going. He doesn't want to get dragged into something like this again anytime soon. On the horizon, the Black Wolf looks on, seemingly following Yohan and his exploits with great interest. Before heading to Marseille, Yohan's group decided to stop by a small place known as Rutskbeck village to rest a while, as they were all winded, especially Yohan. The village chief is informed that the caravan arrived, and Eldon greets him warmly, while the village chief invites him warmly, asking if something happened on the way here. Eldon tells him all about the bandit gang that attacked them. Ever since the Emperor went crazy, the bandits have become more and more prevalent. The chief tells him to watch it. If an Imperial faction insider heard him, he would be in trouble. Eldon laughs it off, and notes that they were able to transport the goods safely. It's all thanks to the noble who traveled with them. The chief had an encounter with a noble too some few weeks ago, but it turned out to be a nobody pretending to be one, so he beat him and chased him out. Eldon laughs, as he's still acting recklessly despite his old age. Well, he doesn't need to worry. This noble is brave and uptight. Even after he protected them, he didn't ask for any reward. The chief can't believe something like that. But this old fox is not the type to lie. With bandits everywhere these days, simply having a night stay here would benefit the entire village. This is a true statement in this era, as a proper knight is strong enough to slaughter an entire warband, making them a great help for public safety. This is perfect timing since he's here. How about he stays a few weeks and gets some true rest? He said himself that bandits are getting out of hand. Eldon notes he can't impose on him like that, but the village chief doesn't believe they can't impose on each other. Eldon knows this wrinkly bastard is trying to snatch his companion away, and the chief knows this fur carpet is trying to get in his way. Meanwhile, the valiant knight they are fighting over is slumped below a tree, very hungry, looking like a beggar. Suddenly Goran arrives and gives him a bag with the money they seized. They sold off all the bandit property. It's not a fortune, but it's a decent amount still. Yohan asks if he really didn't take any for him, and Goran notes that he was the one who captured them. So naturally, no. Yohan looks at him and gives it back, telling him to split it with his men. Goran believes this is far too much. They surrendered to him. It only makes sense that the bandit money should be here. Yohan already took his share, and really, it's completely fine. He thinks it's not fine in the slightest. It hurts to give up the money he got with his hard work, but compared to running at the wolves of Akiton alone, spending some money to stick to them is a lot better. He also notes that he didn't fight himself. They fought together, which means they are now comrades in arms. With that, he leaves, and Goran is completely touched, as this is a true knight, a knight who cares for the ones below him. With that, he goes to his mercenaries and notes that Yohan has shown generosity to them and distributed the proceeds from selling the spoils of war. They should form a line and come forward to receive their share. The mercenaries can't believe it at first, but then cheer for Yohan. calling out his name throughout the night. Later that night, as Johann sleeps with his blade, someone crept the door open, putting out the candle in his room. It seems to be an assassin who is ready to strike. The night before this attack, when Goran handed the coin to everyone, Johann heard everyone scream his name. This was good. They are satisfied with that small amount of money. He kept all the expensive silver coins and still earned their goodwill, so he came out in the end. Suddenly a villager popped up in his face, calling him by his name. He is the noble who came with Eldon, right? He was there to take him to his room, as the Katana Trading Company had already paid for all the expenses. Johann thought this was Eldon paying him back, in his own way, but this is perfect. With that, he let the old villager lead the way. Meanwhile, Gamson was screaming, demanding to know why he was the only one who got nothing. Goran did not want to hear it. He hid while everyone else fought, so he would not get a cent. Gamson couldn't believe they left him out for such a petty reason, and that's when he saw Johann and his blade. That surely must cost a lot of money, right? When he got to his room, the first thing Johann did was get into a bath, which he thoroughly enjoyed. Although he never expected a soft bed and a warm bath, such simple things, to make him so happy. He did not know it would be this hard to live as a wanderer without a roof. Back then, he didn't realize what a luxury it was to even be able to sleep on that old bed of his. Even though he was born a noble, he thought life was hard. Then that mad bastard of an emperor raised his family down, and it seems he was not the only victim of his madness. Still, he did survive, so he's better off than most. Now, he wondered if accepting Karamov's offer was the wise thing to do. At this rate, the Imperial Army will definitely catch him and have him executed. He needs to think of another way out of here. He remembered that the wolves couldn't do a thing to Eldon. A proud mercenary band wouldn't be scared of one mere merchant. They must be wary of his trading company. He also remembered learning about the trading companies at the village market when he was young. The trading companies in the same network share information and funds across borders. And if they are a powerful company, they can move nobles, politicians, or even an army. If he wishes to survive while being hunted by the Empire, he needs to get close to a trading company no matter what. Well, he should think about this complicated stuff later. For now, he will fill his stomach and sleep. After doing that, that's when the thief came into his room. He reached for his blade and grabbed it. But Johann wakes up. They really never get tired of this, huh? He should answer him, though. Is he one of Karamov's lackeys? The thief screams out, demanding to be let go. But Johann soon has him through the door and drags him back in for some important questions. He realized far too late that the man he had decided to steal from was not human. 5 minutes before this, as the innkeeper was having a big old snooze, Goran and a young man from the village, Pra, were climbing up the stairs. Goran asked if it's okay to leave this to that guy, and Pra confirms as such. He knows how strong and quick he is. He brought a dagger and a mask too. There's no way that Vulin will get caught. Pel should also be stealing the horse right about now, if he won't take any time to admire it. However, is that noble sword really worth it? Gamson told him, if he's ever seen a sword slice a person clean in half, he saw that thing do just that. A sword with that kind of power cannot be cheap, and that knight is nothing without it. That's when they turned the corner, and saw Velen being dragged into the room while screaming. Pra asks Gamson what is going on, and Gamson immediately bolts and tells him to do the same if he wants to live. They are screwed. He can tell just by his gut feeling that something is incredibly wrong. The innkeeper wakes up too due to the commotion, recognizing Pra, and demanding to know what the hell they are doing. Pel is waiting for them outside, who is glad to see them, but Gamson tells him to shut up and get ready. Pel asks where Vulin is, and Gamson tells him he's either dead or about to be, but he told them to run already. As Gamson gets on the horse, Pel asks what about Vulin, but Gamson tells him that the noble bastard might chase them here, so he should hurry and go. Pel refuses to leave without Vulin, and that's when Johann bursts through the inn, staring them down from above like a vengeful demon. Somewhere in the southern outskirts of the Holy Empire, a few guards put up a signpost with a warning notice. These people have stolen a noble's property. By his edict, they and their families are hereby punished and hanged. This is the edict of the Emperor of the Holy Empire, Carderian Bizelferk. One of the guards wonders what they stole to end up getting hanged. Did they run off with a family crest or something? The other guard tells him that one person stole a chicken and 3 eggs from Baron Dvorzak's territory. The other guard couldn't believe it. They all ended up like this, suffering such a cruel fate, just because of some chicken. While Eldon is enjoying his meal, one of the servers notes there's a problem. Gamson from the mercenary band got caught trying to steal Johann's belongings. Eldon immediately chokes and acts surprised, but then sits back down. He was hoping to talk to Johann about traveling with them up to Marseille too. He calmed himself and told the server to tell the others to capture Gamson post-haste. The rest of them will act as if they have nothing to do with it. The server is surprised by how calm he is. The katana trading company is not prestigious for nothing after all. Eldon knows that nerves won't do him any good in this situation. He experienced a lot to get to where he currently is, and he will get through this. He will not die over something like this. He should think of a way to deal with that noble, though, just in case. As the village meeting comes to an end, a young man rushes in, explaining that the troublemakers of the village got caught trying to steal the noble's belongings. The village chief smashed the table, and the young man asked what they should do. The village chief told him there is one thing to do: gather tribute to offer to that noble. They will throw in one of the slaves they've been holding at the village, too. Additionally, they should prepare to execute the troublemakers in front of the noble. They all rejected the idea, as those kids were their own. He shouldn't decide their fate like that. The village chief immediately smashed his chair down, demanding to know if they were so fucking stupid as to not understand the situation. Have they forgotten the edict of the emperor? They have to make the first move before the noble does. That is the only way to survive. Those who covet a noble's property may have their tongues cut out, along with all their immediate family members, or be sentenced to hanging without trial. Some places had entire families wiped out because of his edict, simply because they demanded 1 chicken and 3 eggs in place of unpaid wages. All nobles are like this. Now what do they think that the nobles their brats messed with is going to do? They have offended a noble, so he will punish them. He might even cut off the hands of everyone in the village while babbling about honor. One of them says this is Count Jarpen's territory. No matter how great his house is, they could ask for help. The village chief told him to wake up to reality. Nobles only care about their little honor games, and not for villagers like them. The others couldn't say a thing against this, and the village chief told them he didn't want to do this either. But what choice do they have? The village will live if those kids die. He's truly sorry to sacrifice their kin, but this is for the village. Yohan has already gathered the perpetrators in the middle of the village, and he seems rather stoic, but this is because he thinks this has gotten way too big. He thought they were assassins, but they were just some stupid kids trying to steal something they didn't even know about. They must have done it because of how his blade looked, meaning he should keep it hidden from now on. It's partly his fault for even carrying it out in the open like this, so he will scare them a little and let them go afterward. The village chief comes up to him and asks if he is all right. Yohan immediately says that he is not. It seems that in their village they welcome sleeping guests by putting a blade to their throats and robbing them. Is that it? The village chief immediately smashes his head on the ground as an apology. This is his fault for failing to keep those idiots in check. Yohan thinks that's enough of a scare and tells them to be careful next time. They all may leave now. Suddenly, though, the village head pulls out a dagger and announces he will personally make up for it by cutting off their heads in his honor. Yohan thinks this lunatic is making the situation even worse and tells him to stop, but the village head refuses. Those who have sullied a great knight's honor deserve only death. Vulin begs to be spared, but the village head still swings, some of the villagers not being able to look at this grotesque act. Suddenly, Yohan smashes his blade into the ground and asks if he has something in his ears. He will stop this instant. The village head freezes in fear, along with everyone else, even the air itself becoming silent. He asks if they have lost their minds. Are they going to kill people over such a trivial reason? If they wanted them to pay for their crimes, they should pay with money. The villagers are still silent, Yohan thinking that this was perhaps a little bit too obvious. He rephrases, "How can honor be more precious than the life of a human? They will untie them at once and scram." The villagers fell on their knees to think he would make such a decision. The fathers and mothers of those kids rush to their children, and the village head cannot believe such a noble exists. Eldon was telling the truth. He apologizes to him for thinking he would skin him into a pelt someday. The perpetrators thank him too, as they will never forget his kindness. They fail to realize how honorable he is, and fell victim to the ruse of this moron. Gamson spits on the ground, and upon seeing Kane approach, tells him to hurry up and untie him already. He damns this unlucky mercenary band. He should just get out of here while he can. Unfortunately, that day will never come, as Kane pulls him by the hair and tells him to relax his body, as that will make it easier to cut. Before Gamson can ask what he's doing, Khan slits his throat open, right in front of Yohan. As Gamson slumps to the ground, Yohan stares Khan down and demands to know what the hell he is doing. Khan explains that under the Holy Emperor's edict, he has executed the one who coveted a noble's wealth. Yohan notes he didn't take his words seriously then. He's sure he said he wouldn't have to see their blood, did he not? Khan tells him that even mercenaries like them have honors and rules they must uphold, as dirty as their profession is. Gamson's cowardly actions trampled on both his and their honor. He was protecting their way of life. He points the hilt of his blade toward him. If he still believes he defied his authority, then he should punish him, as he will accept it with grace. Yohan is a bit shocked by this action, but Khan is right. Mercenaries do have honor too. He is just trying to protect that with his life. He seems to put his hand on the blade, making everyone freeze for a moment, but Yohan then releases it. Honestly, he failed to consider his position in all of this. He apologizes. The others can't believe it, and even Khan, a noble, is apologizing to him. Yohan tells him to put that dagger away though. Khan understands and thanks him for his consideration. After retreating, Goran asks why the hell he decided to do something so reckless as standing up to a noble, and Khan tells him that if he thinks of doing something like this again, he should kick his ass. Eldon can barely hold his excitement in. He is so noble. He is different. He's an upright and brave noble, yet he is not authoritarian like the others. How can someone like him exist in this world? If he introduces him to the Katana Trading Company, his reputation will skyrocket, so he will make him an ally no matter what. After leaving the village, Yohan looks at his reward. He looks at it because it seems expensive, but it's broken. Besides that, he also received a slave, whom he has to take care of now. The village head gratefully handed over what the villagers could scrounge up, and Yohan immediately picked the watch, as it looked the most expensive. The village head also told him about the slave. He may not look like it, but he's good with geography, and he will come in handy. That was Yohan's first time seeing a slave so poorly kept. Leaving him like this will put his life at risk. Yohan thanked them, and told the village head to have him washed and get him something to eat before they leave. The village head told Godin to rejoice, as he is now in the service of an honorable knight. Even though he took him in, Yohan still feels uncomfortable using a slave. After they make camp, one of the mercenaries notes that they never thought they would eat meat and soup while traveling. This is all thanks to Yohan sharing the spoils. Godin comes around Yohan too, bringing him his meal. Yohan thanks him, and notes that from now on, he should address him by his name, and not by master. Godin sheepishly does so, making Yohan wonder why he's so shy. Anyway, how did he end up becoming a slave when he's skilled in geography? Godin tells him it's not a pleasant story, but Yohan notes he has his fair share of unpleasant stories to tell. Godin is surprised by that, and things happen to him even though he is a noble, but Yohan wants to hear his story first. Godin explains that he was originally a peddler who transported and resold in the eastern region. He delivered weapons made by blacksmiths to nearby areas. Then, at the order of a noble, he ended up smuggling gold. Yohan notes that smuggling gold is the death penalty at least. He was lucky to live, but why did he accept? Godin notes that he needed a lot of money to send to his family, as his younger siblings were sick and starving. That is why he kept delivering gold. The noble instructed him to hide, but one day he reported him. Yohan understands after he served his purpose, he was thrown away to make sure that he doesn't spill. Did he request a trial at least? Godin didn't. Because of the emperor's edict, he didn't even get a chance to speak. Yohan damns that emperor and asks if he at least sent money to his siblings. Godin denies it and notes that in exchange for not being killed, he had to do certain favors in front of the guards. He apologizes for crying. It seems that he has dust in his eyes, and Yohan tells him that he needn't worry about that in front of him. Yohan is mad, really mad, to the point where his teeth are chattering. If one has no power, they will get exploited like a criminal, as if it's everyday life. On top of that, nobody can stand up to the noble's atrocities either. Not the House Brit's private soldiers, who survived by robbing, and not the people of Rutzbeck, who were driven so far that they resorted to sacrificing their own. Not even Godin, who became a slave. He thinks he's incredibly pitiful, but he also does not have the right or time to worry about others. He is being chased by the Emperor's army now, and his life could end at any point. He calls Godin, and notes that they are now comrades, so he shouldn't die. They will survive and live together. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries notes that a monster has appeared nearby, and so he gets up to check it out. Godin was touched by his words, as he never heard those words before. Khan and Goran are already at where the monster is. It's too dark to see clearly, but there is definitely a monster there. Yohan stands up and tells them to put their weapons away, as they are in no danger. Yohan notes that he will go take a look, making Khan wonder if he will be alright. No matter how brave a knight he is, fighting monsters requires special skills. Even if they lure it into a really prepared trap and fight, they might still not win against such a thing. Goran notes that, unfortunately, their mission is to protect Eldon first and foremost. They cannot take on any risk like this. Yohan has felt this aura before, a familiar pressure that makes a person's heart freeze, and those red eyes that permeate through the darkness. It's the Black Wolf of ill omen. It is most definitely him. Last time he saw him, he attacked the wolves of Akaton, and not him. Even though it could charge at him and kill him without making as much of a sound, he knows it won't attack. Yohan tells the beast to come out, and it does so. Did he really follow him? Well, he should thank him for the last time. He survived because of that. Goran wonders if Yohan knows how to handle beasts, and Khan is not really sure. He has never seen something like this in his entire life of adventuring. The wolf smells Yohan a bit before chomping down on his head, but not with any force, just playfully. Yohan tells them not to be so startled. Before he can tell them who he is, Eldon says it's the Guide of Dawn, isn't it? Yohan asks what that means, and Eldon explains that in the Eastern Empire, there is an old song that goes something along these lines. In the age of great war, on a moonlit night, a warrior gave the wolf a name, the Guide of Dawn. The wolf who received a name bowed its head to the warrior, the Guide of Dawn. Its blue eyes shone in the darkness. When everyone saw the wolf running in front of the battlefield, they all shouted, "The Guide of Dawn." At the end of the war that tore the continent apart, the warrior brought about peace and met his end as a hero. The black wolf wept sorrowfully for 3 days and 3 nights at his side, and it set off on a journey to wherever order and heroes were needed. He is the Guide of Dawn. Yohan thinks he's mistaking it for something else, as this is the black wolf of ill omen. Eldon explains that the Guide of Dawn originates in Eastern Empire folklore. As it passed down through the south, some details were distorted. The Guide of Dawn punishes evil and submits to a hero. That is a line from an old Eastern Empire text. Yohan wonders if it really is that kind of being, and Eldon asks if he can pet it just once. Yohan tells him to do it, but immediately the wolf growls at him. Perhaps it would be better if he did not do that. Eldon thinks it's only gentle with Yohan. But wait, he's sure Eastern Empire folklore had a passage that went, if one gives a name of this divine beast, it will become his vassal. But is this backwater southerner the legendary hero? But that can't be it. Still, he asks Yohan if he has given him a name yet. Yohan says he hasn't. He never really got the chance. Eldon tells him to do it now. If the legend is true, then something incredible will happen. Yohan wonders, though, what name should he give him? Eldon suggests Katana, but Yohan doesn't know about that one. But hold on, the last time he saw it was when he buried Karamov, right? In that case, he will be named Karamov. Eldon is shocked by that name, and suddenly the beast begins to change from its dangerous-looking red hue to a divine and honorable blue. Yohan is left speechless, as now, he has turned into the Guide of Dawn, Karamov. He goes toward his new master, and Yohan notes he will count on him. It seems that Eldon was right. This thing really is astonishing. However, Eldon is now on his knees. Everything is exactly as it's described in the folklore. It's his first time seeing a scene from myth like this. He's respected him from the first moment he saw him. He protected them from the bandits, showed mercy to his enemies, and forgave them with honor. He pays his respect to the one chosen by the Eastern Divine Beast, the hero of troubled times. Everyone gasps at this revelation. Is Yohan really the hero of troubled times? He sighs and apologizes, but he is not the kind of hero he thinks he is. He's just a wanderer from an insignificant house, worried about how to make a living. On top of that, he's being hunted after beating Karamov to death. He apologizes for disappointing him. Eldon says it's no problem, but in any case, may he have permission to introduce him to the Marcel Trading Company so he can at least repay him. Yohan notes he said something about Marcel when they first met too, but what kind of place is it, as he has never heard of it in his life? Eldon explains that Marcel is famous as a free trade city. In this region, all cities must first pass through it. More than anything though, it's one of the few cities the Emperor dares not reach. Yohan can't ignore his kindness then, and will go with him. He is doing it because naturally the Emperor can't reach it. Plus, trade seems to be active around there. If everything goes well, maybe he can start over as a merchant. Eldon escorts him back to camp while singing that folklore, making Yohan hope no weird rumors spread around the trading company about him being a hero or whatever. But that title, the hero of troubled times, it does have a nice ring to it. But whether it's in his past life or not, he's still nothing but a wanderer, struggling to keep his life intact. He remembers Karamov's words again, but it's not like life before he died was real easy either. This time it's just different. This time he will move forward, step by step, with his own 2 legs. He will go to the city of wealthy merchants, Marcel. Yohan is impressed by the city, with Godin noting that he never thought he would come back here. Since they are in the merchant city, Yohan guesses they should do some shopping. He sees a cute dog, asking what he's doing over here, and one of the sellers pets it, finding it cute. Yohan is glad that the guy looks like just a cute dog to everyone else, hopefully. The day before entering Marcel, Yohan told Karamov that a puppy might be fine, but there would be chaos in the city if he brought in a monster like him. Could he wait? Suddenly Karamov glowed with power and got a lot smaller. Yohan guessed this was one of his divine abilities, and Godin immediately hugged him. Yohan guesses there won't be any issues if he's on that side, but he miscalculated. As he's still drawing attention, they need to get out of here, as they are still being pursued. Godin grabs his attention and explains that if he buys a large bag that can hold luggage, oil, and vinegar, he can handle the equipment. Yohan forgot he was a merchant too, but he only had 4 silver coins. Can they really buy that much with so little? Godin picks up 1 silver and promises to get everything he mentioned with just 1 silver. Yohan laughs and tells him not overdo it, not really believing that he will achieve his objective. However, 50 minutes later, Godin comes back with everything. Firstly, they bought his tactical bag and Godin's large backpack. This will make storage easier. Godin then used his incredible gift to sell the shattered helm for a high price. He even got a mace thrown in. Now that he does not have to keep showing that cursed blade, he's safer. On top of that, after buying vinegar and oil, they even had change left. Somehow they ended up with more money than before. If he can sell a broken helm for that much, how much would Kurama's equipment be worth? If he goes back for it later, he will definitely sell it. Yohan tells Godin that he looks quite happy doing familiar work. He guesses that he liked his old job. Godin admits he missed this life. He became a slave, not knowing if he would survive the next day, and living in constant fear and despair. But now that he has met him, he feels like he's returned to his life from back when he was a merchant. So that's why he's so thankful. Even if he had not been a slave, he would have liked to adventure with him. Yohan is glad. He will be counting on him from now on too. Well, they should get to exploring Marcel too. Yohan, who has only known hardship, is finally experiencing a happiness that far surpasses the life of a wanderer after arriving in Marcel. He's eating some ribs, which do not even compare to the old jerky he ate, which had the texture of a leather shoe. This meat melts in his mouth, and back then he couldn't even take a bath, and his whole body itched. But here, he can bathe whenever he wants. When he was traveling, he never had a proper space to sleep, but here, he can sleep under warm, soft blankets. Life in Marcel is very good, and he has decided that he is going to settle here. And so, Yohan dreamed of settling down, but fate did not allow such a thing to happen. The next day, in the city square, as Yohan is enjoying his peaceful life with Godin, he overhears some merchants talking about bandits, who, this time, took one of the merchants' daughters. On top of that, the goods they were bringing were stolen too. The merchants were worried about the news of tomorrow, how they would live properly with bandits roaming about. Godin noticed the atmosphere wasn't good, and he guessed it was because of this. Suddenly, one familiar mercenary screams at a meat seller, wanting 1 meat skewer, as he had not paid yet. It's been 4 days since he last ate anything. This man was a straggler from the mercenary group Wolves of Akiton. He lost his main group in pursuit of Yohan, and as he wandered, he ended up drifting here. Suddenly, they both notice each other, and the mercenary immediately begins pulling out his blade. Yohan wonders if they really tracked him all the way to Marcel. This is really bad. Nothing good will come of fighting right now. Still, the mercenary charges in, but someone else cuts his head off instantly. The man thought he was a bandit, but it's just a robber. With the current security being so terrible, all kinds of freaks are crawling out. Brazil asks Yohan if he is hurt anywhere, and Godin says that they are not. The man tells them to watch themselves out here and rushes out. A few minutes pass, and the same man screams out at the citizens of Marcel. They should not worry. He is the captain of the Oak Tree Mercenaries, Brazil. He assures them that the 500-strong Oak Tree Mercenaries will wipe out the bandits and make this city safe again. Godin is impressed that he's seeing them in person, and Yohan asks if they are that famous. He confirms that the Oak Tree Mercenaries are one of the top mercenary groups in the Empire. They are probably here for the bandits. They must have been hired to wipe them all out. Yohan thinks that if that man had not helped him, he might have been exposed. If that happened, there is no way he could have stayed here any longer. With the Empire hunting him, as Karamov said, he should get a grip, as he is still fighting. The only way he can survive is by building a good relationship with the Katana Trading Company, as not even the Emperor dares to touch him. Fortunately, Eldon already thinks of him highly, so he got a chance to interact with them. But what if his identity is revealed before that? Would they still protect him if they learned that the Empire is after him? Not really. If he's exposed before he gets a good relationship with them, he will no doubt die. His goal is clear. He needs to go to the Katana Trading Company and get protection from the Empire. So until he gains the company's trust, his identity must not be revealed. Suddenly, someone asks if he is Yohan, and she introduces herself as an exclusive maid of the Katana Trading Company, Ibelka. She heard of his exploits, and they were impressed, so they would like to form a close bond with him in his house. If he is not busy, could he come with her to the Katana Trading Company? They go there, and Godin stays outside with Karamov. Yohan is glad he finally made it. This place could change his life, so he hopes the talks go well. A person comes from behind, noting that she heard of his exploits from Elden. She would like to formally introduce herself. She is Yohan, the branch manager of the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch. Yohan introduces himself too, and Yohan notes they should talk over a cup of this. This tea is a trade good brought from the Mediterranean. Yohan thinks this is straight coffee, but thanks her nevertheless. He notes it has a wonderful aroma. Is it perhaps made by roasting fruit seeds and brewing them? She confirms as such, and notes that it's rare for someone to recognize it. Now, they should get down to business, as they can guess why he has come here. Yohan wonders if they knew about him being hunted down, but Ian then says that he has ambition in his heart. She heard from Eldon how he protected the innocent and showed mercy even to enemies. Seeing that a man like him has come to this city, where bandits run rampant, she was able to discern that his ambition is to save the city. Yohan doesn't have a single clue about what she's talking about, but he plays along, noting that she has seen through his intent. She notes that ambition is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it's a worthy virtue, and their company loves to sponsor the ambitions of those who are worthy. If he wishes, they can even introduce him to the governor of Marseille. Yohan is shocked. The governor is basically a mayor. Maybe he can get them on his side too. If everything goes well, even if the emperor shows, he won't be able to do anything. Yohan thanks them for the offer, but could she tell him exactly what sponsorship entails? Ian explains that it means every service their company provides, such as restaurants, inns, and even entertainment. He may enjoy anything he wishes under the name of Katana. However, there is one condition. He must promise to fight under the company banner whenever required. Yohan understands. In other words, she wants him to deal with the current bandits. She denies it. The Oak mercenaries have already departed for that. They would like him to do something else. Recently, the number of shop districts holding a grudge against them has increased. They say the Katana Trading Company is monopolizing the market, and the louder their complaints, the harder it is for them to handle. They would like him to remove the members of those disgruntled shop districts, preferably their children too. That is their condition. Later, Yohan leaves the building, and Godin asks how it went. Yohan seems somber, but suddenly tells him that they will go and suck some honey. 1 hour earlier, Yohan refused. In a city as large as Marseille, it is only natural for complaints to arise if they monopolize distribution, and yet, instead of resolving it through discussion, they want him to kill them. Their families too? He cannot kill innocent people. He refuses to do it, so they should pretend that this deal had never happened. Ian looked sternly at him, but then smiled, noting that he passed. They were gauging whether he was suitable for their sponsorship, so he should forgive their impudence. Yohan asks if what she said about the monopoly complaints is true, and she explained that the Katana Trading Company has never monopolized distribution, nor have they incurred any resentment. On the contrary, they distribute quality goods at accurate prices. They are rather well liked among merchants too. In any case, they wish to keep the terms first proposed, which does not mean they expect him to head into the battlefield immediately. The Oak Tree mercenaries have already gone to subdue the bandits. He's free to rest and enjoy the benefits in the meantime. So, would he join hands with them? Yohan smiled and gladly accepted. Godin now wonders what his previous words meant, and Yohan explains he wanted to say something like, "Let's go eat something expensive," as they are using money from the Katana Company. Godin guesses the talks went well, and Yohan confirmed they sponsored him. Godin congratulates him, and Yohan thinks that everything is finally going well. The bandits around have been causing trouble, but once the Oak Tree mercenaries wipe them out, this place will be peaceful, and he will live a happy life of pure relaxation. Suddenly he hears a scream, and it's from the city center, where 2 bodies have wound up. Yohan wonders why the hell he's seeing bodies here, and Goran is glad to see him here. Yohan asks what's going on, and he explains that the bandits around this place have grown more violent. After murdering the families of the city merchants, they threw their bodies here to threaten the city. The merchants have had enough too. This means nothing is being resolved, and they should hold the city accountable. One of them tries to argue with reason, noting that the emperor is inciting these bandits, but the other merchants don't believe him. There's no way an emperor would do such a thing. Outrage begins to spread, more people announcing their disdain, and Yohan is mad that his peaceful life is over before it even began. Those bandits are running it all. What are the mercenaries even doing? Inside the Katana branch, Ian is informed about what is happening, but she already knows, though she does not know what the Oak Tree mercenaries are doing. The maid noticed that they tried contacting them, but they could not reach them. The liaison's corpse was found near the forest outside Marseille yesterday, in horrible condition. Ian thinks that the mercenaries have a military strength compared to a city. They are one of the top mercenary groups too, and they cannot be defeated by a simple bandit gang. They must immediately bring Swetelga, the mage of the Ifale River, as they must find out whether they really were taken down. The prophet puts his hand in the river, and notes that Katana has it all wrong. Searching for the mercenaries will not change their fate. He also sees Yohan, the man who killed the emperor's personal hunting dog. He's now hiding inside this city, eh? However, things will not go the way he thinks they will. Eventually, Swetelga arrives at the branch, and the maid invites him inside. He notices that she sounds thankful, and yet she sends someone who drives the carriage like a maniac. The maid apologizes and rushes to bring Yohan, but he says it's fine. If it were that urgent, she would have come on her own. She tries to say otherwise, but he will not repeat himself, so she guides him to a place to sit down. As Swetelga strokes his beard, he notes that according to the voice of Ifale, he would be able to meet him here. Yohan is outside too, dressed more adequately, as today is the day he will meet Marcel's governor. He's going to get on his good side and settle down here, putting an end to his life of wandering. As they walk in though, Karamov begins to growl, with Yohan asking what is wrong. Swetelga notes that the name he gave him does not suit a divine beast. Yohan wonders who he is, and how he knows Karamov is a divine beast. Yohan asks who he is, and Swetelga introduces himself. He is the sage of the Ifale River. Yohan is confused, and Swetelga notes that basically he's a mage. Yohan completely forgot that this world has magic. He came here to meet the governor, but he lucked out and met a mage too. Big cities really are this good. He notes that it's an honor to meet him, as he always wanted to meet a mage. Swetelga blushes, but for someone being hunted down by the emperor himself, he looks pretty good. Yohan asks how he knows, and Swetelga explains that with his magic, he can see the secrets of the Ifale River, the past, and the future. Yohan asks if he's going to report him, but Swetelga asks why he would do such a thing. Who does he think he is? He is the one who knows the secrets of the mighty river, a seeker of mysteries within the laws of nature. He has not the slightest interest in political squabbles. Only the voice of the Ifale River moves him. Moreover, if he had intended to report him, he would have done so in secret. Why would he babble about it in front of him? Yohan thinks he is right, but if that's the case, he notes that he would like to hear more about magic from him. Swetelga has never met such a man. A normal knight would call him cowardly, who does not know honor, but this knight is lit up over magic. Yohan asks how magic is used. Is it something just anyone can do? This is his chance to learn magic and turn into a magic swordsman. If he becomes one, his chances will definitely go up. Swetelga agrees. It's because of fate that they met, and it's not like he can't tell him about it. However, telling him outright would be too boring. So if he wins even a single round in a game with him, he will teach him. Yohan asks what they will play, chess or arm wrestling. Swetelga notes that he would have a clear advantage if they were to play that, and the game of kings is fun, but it cannot compare to the game of gods. Naturally, the game he is talking about is Go. Swetelga tells him to sit down. He knows it looks complicated, but he will go easy on him. Yohan thinks he's lucky. He actually won a 4th Dan Go tournament before, so he is confident in his skills. He does not know how good this old man is, but he can beat him. With this, the true battle begins. A battle of wits, rather than blades. 50 minutes later, Yohan seems tired, but immediately Swetelga asks him to let him take back a few moves. Yohan denies his requests, as he has taken back his move 5 times already. Swetelga smashes the Go table. How is he slaying in the game of gods? Is this truly his first time playing? Even the Sultan of the Eastern Empire could not surpass him. Yohan notes that it's because he taught him so well. Swetelga asks for one more game. If he loses again, he will give him a gift that will help him. Yohan agrees, if he insists. So how many handicap stones should he give him? Swetelga asks for 3, and so they begin playing again. As they play, he asks Yohan why he's so interested in magic if he is of noble birth. Yohan notes that he already knows the emperor wants him dead. Wouldn't it be better to have more tools at his disposal? Swetelga notes that if he wishes to use it for combat, they can stop here, as the knowledge he can offer is nothing of the sort. Yohan asks if magic really can't be used in combat, and Swetelga indulges him, since he did promise him. He heard of those who applied it to combat, but he should listen very carefully. What people commonly call mages mainly discover the mysteries of nature. Some discover them in wind, some in fire, and some even in some of sulfur. A certain fool even bragged that he discovered a mystery in the Black Forest. Those discovered mysteries are called spirits, and mages borrow the power of said spirits. They usually lend their powers without asking for anything in return, but there are times when their whims cause death. Even if he comes in contact with a mystery, he should be careful not to go against their will. Yohan understands. He probably won't risk his life only for a little magic. He doubts magic items even exist at this point. Yohan rushes towards their room upon hearing that Swetelga is here, the maid apologizing, as he said not to tell anyone. As she enters the room, she sees him teasing someone with the game of gods again, but it appears to be the opposite, as he is losing to none other than Yohan. Just what kind of person is he? She makes her presence known, and notes that he should have told her that he came to Marcel, has been playing with Yohan all this time. Swetelga notes he was just playing a few games with this knight, but since she arrived, they have to finish it here, and certainly not to cover the fact that he was losing pretty badly. He hands Yohan 2 vials. It's the reward he promised. They are water flasks containing the final secrets of the Ifale River. called the Water of Wrath and the Water of Blessing, respectively. At the Oak Tree Mercenary Outpost, everyone is scared out of their wits by a malevolent being who exudes an aura of death. The mercenaries can only scream as they are attacked. Johann picks up the flasks, and Svetlana explains that ever since ancient times, the Ifale River has a long-kept secret, the mystery of life and death. He spent his entire life trying to uncover it, but the river never revealed it to him until he showed up. As long as his head isn't completely severed, the red flask can heal him without an issue, no matter the injury, and the green flask can melt a person with a single drop. Johann is very glad to see that magic items really exist, and Svetlana turns his attention to Ion. She called for a prophecy, right? She confirms that bandits have appeared around Marcel, and there have been many casualties. The trading companies sent the Oak Tree mercenaries, but they have not been able to contact them. Svetlana explains that they failed 3 days ago. The voice of the river has prophecy. The southeast of Marcel, the will of Oak Tree shall be trampled on by a rock of steel. Their fate will be cut down behind a veil, failing to stop the thing that will destroy this city. She never expected for the Oak mercenaries to lose to bandits. This sounds like they will need a city council meeting, so it's time for Johann to act under their banner. He understands, and will do just that. The meeting soon takes place, and the pompous merchants rush in, with one noting that they should begin soon, even though he was the one who was late. He is Baron Einberg. Johann can't believe that ridiculous mustache of his. There sure are a lot of weirdos in this era. The governor greets them, as they know. He is Vialko. Johann smiles. He needs to get on his good side if he wants to settle down in a city where the emperor can't reach. He has to make a good impression. The governor notes that seeing all the influential families here today, he should like to thank them for making the time to attend, despite being busy with their schedules. Before they begin, he would like to introduce a noble to them all. This is a member of House Yates, who is sponsored by the Katana Trading Company, Sir Johann. He greets them, and they all slowly clap, making Johann feel pretty weird. Baron Einberg notes that, more importantly, he heard the mercenary group hired by the trading company failed in their task. What happened? If they had asked the Holy Empire's emperor for help, this issue would have been resolved. The anti-emperor faction screams out, noting that those bandits showed up because of him. He should take responsibility by lowering the taxes he takes. The pro-emperor faction tells them to shut it. How dare they insult his majesty with their blasphemous words? They get into a shouting match, and Johann doesn't understand a word they are saying. But a lot of people here openly follow the emperor. He will be in danger if he's exposed. Suddenly, Vialko tells them to shut it, and they all sit down like a bunch of puppies. Ian clears her throat and explains that they understand their concerns, and prepared a backup plan to form a second subjugation force and strike the bandits at their source. They are all surprised, but Baron Einberg notes that he expected nothing less. The emperor values Marcel's peace above all else. All he needs is to say the word, and he will send his troops. Johann thinks that absolutely cannot happen, and hopes Vialko turns them down. He agrees that Einberg contributed a lot to the city. In fact, he is grateful, but he must decline. His Majesty must be busy with the recent rebellions, so he wishes to lighten his burden. Marcel will organize a new mercenary force that includes Johann. Einberg notes that if this is his decision, then he will leave it at that. Johann breathes a sigh of relief, but that mustache guy is probably pro-emperor, and he and the emperor seem close. Eldon said the emperor couldn't touch Marcel, but that's not what it seems like. Well, they should continue the meeting. The members of the council have prepared a tea gathering. As they all leave, Vialko asks Johann if he can spare some time, and he agrees. If he really is pro-emperor, then he should run away immediately. He really has the worst luck. As they leave, Einberg looks at them. As the two get to Vialko's office, he asks what house he belonged to again. Johann explained that he is from Yates, clearly lying, and Vialko is glad to hear it. They are rather special, known for their date palm-infused liquor, which is famous among those in the know. Johann never expected this to be a real family, and Vialko pulls out some liquor from his house. He must imagine he misses home. Johann thanks him, drinking it, and noting that it brings back memories. Clearly lying again. Vialko is glad, but has his house been doing well? He heard the Emperor's cold blade swept across the north, a tragedy to be sure. Unfortunately, many houses were purged, and the survivors scattered across the land, and are now bandits. Among the purged houses, one person is said to be wanted for treason. They say he's from House Aitz after all. Johann notes that this is the first time he has heard of such a name, and Vialko understands. He's gone too far with the small talk. That reminded him, however. Did he know that what he just drank was actually some cheap whiskey, and not the date palm-infused liquor? How about they stop with the wordplay, Johann Aitz? He will not hand him over to the Emperor, or perhaps he will? Johann asks what he means. and Vialco explains his decisions are based on if Marcel benefits or not. Whether this city needs the pro-emperor faction or the anti-emperor faction, nobody can say for sure. He will use the balance between them to protect the city. Right now, the most urgent task is the bandit gang, so he should wipe them out, earn merit, and prove that this city needs him. If he can't, then he will send him straight to the emperor. Yohan slumps over after this. He finally thought he was going to have an easy life, but it was just another shackle around his neck. Should he just run away? Remembering all he went through, though, he thinks that nothing in this world is for free. If that's how it is, he will get in that bastard's good graces. Godin notes that the subjugation force is coming. The men Vialco gathered for him, the Red Iron mercenaries, the St. Iena monastery, and even St. Galanto. Godin thinks this is amazing. He cannot believe such big shots are gathered in one place. They are all well known around here. While the St. Galanto monastery is a male-centered order of holy knights, famous for alchemy, the St. Iena monastery is a female-centered one, said to be powerful enough to hunt trolls. The Red Iron mercenaries are siege masters. As dwarves, they value honor and are loyal, but they are also open-minded. The Knights of Count Bartok are coming too. They are elves from Erang's renowned for their skill. Yohan notes that elves are rude as hell, which makes Godin laugh. Yohan thinks this is enough, so he should take a look at the people he will fight alongside. The first to show is the Red Iron captain, Kumal, with Eon thanking him for answering the call. This is the knight of the trading company who will be fighting with them. Yohan greets him courteously, but Kumal tells him to speak casually. Yohan notes he cannot do such a thing as captain of the force. Does he not need to uphold his pride in front of the men? Kumal notes that he is thoughtful, but even if he speaks casually, nobody will doubt his authority. Yohan will take him up on that then. With that, he asks how the Holy Knight will be moving, with both leaders noting that they will move with his men. This is St. Iena Monastery's vanguard commander, Villia, and the St. Galanto Monastery vanguard commander, Agante. Kumal offers his thanks for their consideration. Yohan thinks that this dwarf is pretty decent. He doesn't get why the subjugation captain has to ask for consent over command authority, but he likes him. The knights arrive too, asking why they gathered so many troops. They alone will suffice. This is the leader knight of Bartok, Gustav. Laurent and Leon agree. Gustav notes that he heard Yohan is from a house, and Yohan confirms as such, saying that he is from House Yates. Gustav says he hasn't heard of it, and since they are unimportant, he will not give them orders. And Gustav also digs into Kumal, noting that they will not be taking orders from him. He also orders Yohan to prepare a grand send-off feast in the name of Gustav. Yohan now understands why the dwarf asked about command authority, but still, with their lineup, they should be able to wipe out the bandits, even if those elf bastards are just obnoxious. This battle might go well. Suddenly, the maid comes to Eon and whispers something, causing her to go to Yohan and say that someone wishes to meet him. He asks if it's Vialco, but judging by her reaction, it clearly isn't. The night before the second bandit subjugation force departs, in the open field near the Marcel, the knights drink and eat like there's no tomorrow, and cheer for the death of their enemies. In the etiquette of this world's nobility, refusing a drink can be taken as an insult, because it implies they do not trust the other party. Yohan arrives at the person who wanted to meet him, seeing the alcohol, making him wonder if nobles just like to drink all day. Well, at least it's not that cheap whiskey Vialco used to test him. Just thinking about that gave him a headache. The noble notes that he's the noble marching out tomorrow to wipe out the bandits. Is it the reason money? Yohan asks who he is to ask such rude questions without revealing his face, and so the cloak falls. It's Baron Einberg, a loyal subject of the Emperor. He may not know, but Marcel claims neutrality, yet in principle, it behaves like an anti-Emperor faction. Does he understand why he sought him out? Yohan still doesn't. He is not good with complicated things. Einberg thought he would say so, but he should listen well, as he will give him a life lesson. Merchants only require two things: profit and strength. If the Katana Trading Company is backing him, that means he is their strength, someone who knows of battle. Yohan asks why he thinks that, and Einberg thought about his name. He looked into it, and could not find his house. Though House Aitz, which does sound familiar, exists, it was wiped out because of treason, not only their lord, but everyone in the keep. Anyway, what help is a nameless house to a trading company? Whether he is Aitz or Yates, it matters not. They took him in here because they saw strength. Yohan asks what he wants, as he doesn't have all night. Einberg tells him not to go to the subjugation tomorrow. He should use his strength for his majesty, and he promises him rewards greater than anything. Yohan understands that a chance to become part of the Empire's core, receive formal knighthood, and obtain a fertile land. If he follows the Emperor, only glory and peace will lie before him. The Baron confirms as such, but Yohan asks if it's not the way of the world for the weak to spill the blood, and for the strong to drink it. It's only natural that the weak get slaughtered by the bandits. It's fate. The Baron says that it's exactly it. He has a right head on his shoulders. Yohan suddenly refuses. A few months ago, a man claiming he bore the Emperor's command came to his domain and slaughtered everyone he knew. He made a similar offer to him then, and of course he refused it. But there's one major difference. He died by his own hand. He crushed the head of the Emperor direct night, for those serfs who were treated like worms, without ever thinking about it. He is right. He is the only survivor of House Aitz, which was wiped out. He takes the cup and drinks the wine poured for him, and the Baron asks why he would do something so foolish. Yohan grips the cup and smashes it into the table. He will wipe out the bandits by himself. Not for the Emperor. Not for this fucking city either. Since he gave him a life lesson, he will give him a piece of advice too. It's in his best interest not to tell anyone what he heard tonight. As if he does not heed this warning, it won't be just the table he crushes next time they meet. He rushes out, mad and annoyed that he dared to offer him something like this. Suddenly, his heart is burning, and he cannot breathe. Soon, blood comes out of his mouth, as it was nothing else but poison that he drank. He falls to the ground, slowly dying as the poison begins to take hold. Baron Ainberg twirls his mustache, as no matter what, tonight, victory is his, and nobody else's. At the same time, in the open space near the Marcel gathering point, Gobin is surrounded by a bunch of ladies of the night, who find him rather cute, and don't believe he is from the mercenary group because he is too skinny. If he's stuck with nothing but sweaty old men, that's no fun for him, right? They press closer against him, as they ask if he doesn't want to come and play with them. Gobin eventually finds an opening. Pass the ball if you're not gonna play, bro. The ladies still find him cute and wish to dress him up. Gobin goes inside the manor, calling out for Yohan, as this place is way too scary for someone as innocent as he is. It seemed that Swelga was having a hard time too, so he should come back quickly. As he walks through, he sees Yohan on the ground, and it makes his heart sink. He crouches down to his level and asks what happened for him to be bleeding this much, and the blood seems to be dry too. He picks up Yohan and screams out, hoping that someone, anyone comes to rescue him. He also tells Yohan to get a hold of himself, as he cannot die like this. Eventually, Yohan wakes up, and the first thing he does is throw up his guts, the poison clearly leaving his body by this point. He calls out Gobin, who is standing by, and remembers what he did. Nobody came for the rescue, so he used the potion that Swelga gave them. Yohan thanks him back then. If he didn't find him and did what he did, he wouldn't be alive right now. Gobin says it was nothing. He panicked without realizing he had the water of blessing. He turns to Swelga, who was also in the room, and thanks him. If there hadn't been that water of blessing, he would be dead right now. Swelga notes he did nothing in particular, but anyhow, he really did something rather foolish, didn't he? He knew that the Baron of Einbeck was part of the pro-Emperor faction, and he still went looking for trouble with him? If he's going to do reckless stuff, he should at least die quickly. That way, they can conserve the remaining water of blessing. Yohan notes that about half of it is left, so he will use it wisely from now on. Swelga asks, did he catch the Baron in the end? If he wants to prove the charges, he will need the Baron after all. Yohan explains that by the time he got there, he'd run away. He wasn't there. He screamed out as he rushed back, this time accompanied by 2 mercenaries. He demanded to know how he dared to poison his drink. He will not go easy on him anymore. Goran noted that the guy he was looking for seemed to have run away already, as there was nobody there. However, Yohan found something even more important on the ground, documents he couldn't take with him when he fled. Everything about this entire incident is in this envelope. Swelga asks what's in it. Is it like the things the rumors say? Proof that the Emperor has hired bandits? Yohan denies that. Something far more serious is written here. That same night, the Baron takes off, thinking that by now, Yohan is probably dead. That is very good. Everything is proceeding exactly as the Emperor has ordered. He makes his way to another encampment, where the people immediately allow him entry, and they all welcome him warmly. He goes up to a podium and looks on at the men, telling them that they are not bandits. They are mercenaries of the strongest empire, bound by the gold of the Holy Empire, the strongest mercenaries and warriors in all the land. To those who swear loyalty to the great Emperor of the Holy Empire, only dazzling glory shall follow. For a long time, he undermined Marcel from within. Their plans and strategies are in his hands. They have fallen into chaos and will die without even knowing who their enemy was in the first place, like the dogs that they are. The bandits cheer on, and the Baron seems proud of this speech. He also adds that His Majesty personally sent an imperial court mage to them. The bandits are rather surprised, and one of them wonders if it's Kegel of the Crimson Flame. The said mage comes out of the shadows and notes that it's so absurd to compare her to some ordinary mage. She is an imperial court mage, favored by the emperor himself. Her name is Janina. The bandits are surprised to see a snake beast man in their midst, but they've never heard of a mage named Janina before. She says that it's only natural. She's not a mage who merely wields trivial elements like most others. She handles living weapons. She pops the cork off the vial she was holding, and the smell seems to attract something that makes the very ground shake as it approaches, shocking the bandits. They can't believe their eyes. They are face to face with a troll. Janina explains that now, her adorable troll will stand shoulder to shoulder with them in the incoming battle. The Baron screams out that tomorrow is the day of victory. They will crush Marcel's second subjugation force and offer Marcel to the Emperor. They all begin screaming for the Emperor too, their tiny minds not being able to comprehend the lies they are being told. Yohan calls Gobin out once again and tells him to deliver this letter to Vialko Tranieni and not tell anyone else about this. He thinks it's something he absolutely has to verify before anything. After that, Yohan calls over Goran and Khan, while Swelga just stares, rather puzzled. He wonders why the Ifale River is trying to save that knight. What is it that it wishes to do through him? On the day of departure, in front of the Marcel Gate, the second Marcel bandit subjugation force makes final preparations to set out, with Kumal standing in the front. The priests pray to their lord, and Yohan arrives too. Gobin comes around and wishes good fortune in this battle, and Yohan thanks him, also telling him to take care of Svetlga for him. The old man notes that this is not his first and probably not his last subjugation operation. He should worry more about himself. With that, Yohan leaves toward the group and arrives next to Kumal, who is glad to see him again. Since everyone seems to be ready, Kumal gives out the signal to the hornbearer. But just as he's about to give the order to move in, the foolish knights charge in first in front of anyone. Yohan is not even mad anymore, just kind of disappointed, and now understands why Kumal got consent for command. He tells his hornbearer to blow it again, and with that, the order to advance is given. Inside of the city, Ion and the magistrate hear the horn blare out, with Ion noting that it seems they have finally departed. Velako looks at the letter Yohan gave him and guesses she checked on it already, right? Ion confirms as such and explains that they found it yesterday in Baron Einbeck's room. Velako can't help but laugh. Of all times, it had to be the day before the deployment, and in the Baron's room too. He still cannot believe that this is a genuine letter, especially if there's a web of grudges between houses. Ion notes that the crest is unmistakably Einbeck's, and it's not something that can be easily forged. Vialko agrees that, looking at the crest and the contents of the letter, it does seem like he's the one behind everything. Ion explains that they also tried to press the Baron about this, but he has already slipped out of the city. At this point, is this not more than enough evidence? Vialko disagrees, as he cannot trust that young knight just yet. He's also concerned that her trading company is placing far too much faith in an unknown individual. Ion notes that their trading company doesn't sponsor just anyone. They place their trust only in those they deem are worth it. Vialko understands that perfectly, but she should remember this. If those knights' misguided actions shatter the balance within the city, the Katana Trading Company won't be able to avoid the responsibility for their actions. As she heard this, Ian formed one thought in her head. This man might be from the Pro-Emperor faction. At the Pro-Emperor faction camp, the people inside the tent ask if what the Baron said is true. He confirms as such. He just received word from the messenger. The second subjugation force has set out, and they will fall into their trap without fail. Marcel is basically already in their hands. His Majesty's hands, of course. The head of the Pro-Emperor faction's Special Operations Duke Unit Mayhem laughs. All they have to do now is wait for the news of their victory. Once this is all over and they take over Marcel, the first thing he's going to do is patrolling the brothels. The Baron twists his mustache in response, and Janina finds what this guy said kind of disgusting. But Mayhem sees that the Baron's expression remains pale, and so he asks what's wrong. He notes that it's nothing for them to worry about. However, he asks Janina if she's heard anything about Karamov, something going wrong on his expedition, like him getting a serious injury or something. The two remain still for a second, but then laugh, as Karamov getting a serious injury is a rather ridiculous joke. Karamov is the Empire's strongest, even in swordsmanship, and he's practically wrapped head to toe in legendary equipment. This means that he's the core of the Empire's military power all by himself. For something to happen to that man, it would have to take 1,000,000 men. The Baron's nerves are calmed down a little now. What that lowborn said was actually something to try and deceive him. It's a good thing that he ended his pathetic life. The subjugation unit eventually arrives near the battle, where they see that Gustav's unit swept through cleanly, seemingly taking care of a couple of bandits ready. Gustav's man sees them and notes that they thought something happened to them, but it's just the dwarves being slow, isn't it? Kumal steps forward and notes that he is indeed a dwarf, But Yohan is actually a noble, so how about they show some respect before he crushes those pointy ears of his, that is. As they bicker, Yohan thinks that elves and dwarves really don't get along, as expected. He tells Kumal that this is enough, and he apologizes. Yohan moves his attention to one of the elves and asks if there was fighting here, and where everyone else went after the battle. The elf explains that the valiant Gustav and the elven knights wiped this place clean. They are now leading the main force in pursuit of the remaining bandits. Sure enough, they are marching through the forest against the bandits, who are all running for their lives. The elf also emphasizes that every piece of loot and prisoners here belong to Gustav and the knights. They arrived late, so they do not have to share. Kumal notes that they've already been paid by the trading company, so they can split up the copper and broken blades they find among themselves neatly. Yohan feels that something is off. The bandits wiped out the oak tree mercenaries of 500 men, yet they lost on one side against maybe 20 men. It's like the elves didn't even take a single casualty. He looks on at the forest on the right and thinks it's the perfect terrain for an ambush. He asks the elf if they searched the forest around here, but he wants to know why. Is he planning a hunt or something? Yohan knew it. Those bandits retreated on purpose to lure them deeper inside. This is clearly a trap. Kumal gives out the order to keep moving. If those point-eared knights start nitpicking again, they will hear no end of it after the battle. Yohan tells him to stop only for a moment, and tells him to get the unit in a defensive formation right now. All shooters are to concentrate fire into the forest. Kumal tries to tell him that attacking an empty forest is a bit of an exaggeration, but Yohan explains that if there is an enemy lying in ambush in that forest, the terrain here puts them in serious danger. They need to make sure first before they pass through. Kumal believes they can just crush them, as these are only bandits. Yohan believes he's too short-sighted, as they even annihilated the famed oak tree mercenaries. They can no longer treat them like bandits, so before the main force goes deeper, they must confirm right now. The elf there laughs, and Kumal notes that if they pour firepower in, and it turns out that there was nothing, those pointy ears will humiliate them. They will call them cowards scared by bandits. Yohan tells him that if he can trade his honor for the lives of these men, then he will do so as many times as it takes. The elf continues laughing, and Kumal is pretty annoyed, but he decides to follow Yohan's suggestion. He thinks this is good. He managed to persuade them. Unlike last time, Kumal orders the men to get in defensive positions, and the shooters to prepare to fire. The dwarves put up their long shields, and above them, the arrowmen prepare to fire towards their flanks, and the mortarmen split up to accommodate the sides. With that, they fire into the forest, and they actually hear the clinks of armor as the arrows are stopped. Everyone is surprised, as there really was an ambush. But the most surprising thing is that this is no bandit gang. Before all of this, Yohan asked Goran and Khan if they had heard of the Bullhead mercenaries. Khan has. Even among mercenary groups, they are pretty well known. There's an all-elf mercenary group called the Wolves of Akiton, and they say the Bullheads are even more expensive than those bastards. Yohan wanted to know everything he knew about them, but Khan didn't know much. For mercenaries, they are strangely surrounded in secrecy. The hiring fee is high, and they don't take on just any job. From what's known, their movements are like a herd of enraged bulls. They charge straight into the center of the enemy formation, break through the defensive line, and collapse the enemy from the inside. Yohan thought they were using penetration tactics, not unlike Germany's blitz tactics from the Second World War. Goran asked if he thought they would be facing them tomorrow, and Yohan confirmed as such. The enemy we'll be fighting tomorrow is not just a band of bandits. It will be the Emperor's elite mercenaries. Khan noted that if they ran into them tomorrow, they should retreat no matter what, and avoid a head-on clash no matter what. Yohan asked why, and Khan explained that if they fight head-on, they won't stand a chance. It's only a rumor that he's heard, but it's said that they can command a centaur. Yohan was shocked, but he had heard of it when he was little, about the hero slayer Minotaur. It has a massive body and overwhelming strength. On top of that, it's a monster with intelligence close to a human. They say countless warriors and knights challenged it, and every one of them lost. Goran laughed and told him not to worry. Tomorrow they will risk their lives to help him retreat. Yohan smiled, as he was planning to ask for their help anyway. Goran said that they wanted to see that bull-headed bastard too, and Khan said that they will probably have to run before they even get a look. Yohan appreciated the sentiment, but he was going to ask them too for something else. The bandits who were acting like scouts were killed immediately because of the assault of arrows, but the bull mercenaries are clad in armor, and one of them notes that they should all prepare to charge. The heavy hoof of the Minotaur crashes on the ground next to him, and he lets out a bunch of air from his nostrils as the arrows continue to pelt him. The warriors put on their helmets, and they advance toward the enemy. The mortars are shot again, but they don't seem to do much against the heavily armored group, who stands in front of the subjugation force without fear. Suddenly, the Minotaur screams out, and the bull mercenaries charge in, moving exactly in a penetrative position. Kumal looks at them. He can't believe he's finally seeing the bull-headed mercenaries. Yohan thinks that even if they prepared in advance, it still turned out to be a frontal collision. He has to do something about this. He tells Kumal to brace for impact, as they will be charging straight at and through them. He will do something about that charging formation. Kumal tries to tell him that going alone is far too dangerous to even be considered, but Yohan rushes in, making Kumal tell his red iron mercenary to listen up. These bull-headed mercs are trying to test their might, but they will learn soon enough just how useless their weapons and armor really are. The bull-headed mercenaries see Yohan approaching, but don't even flinch, as it is only one man. If he is desperate to die, then they will grant his wish. However, Yohan, using only a mace, begins to swipe down, taking one of the heavy mercenaries down instantly, before pummeling the others as he goes through, seemingly breaking their formation as they attempt to slow him down. The second leader sees that he's trying to smash their formation, so he shouts at everyone to maintain the breakthrough formation no matter what. Yohan is left alone, and damns it all, as he didn't expect them to realize what he was trying to do that quickly. Kumal tells his men to get ready, just as the bull mercs are at their doorstep. Both merc groups are screaming out, but the second bull merc leader smashes through their shield formation, and his men begin to rush in, killing man after man in a brutal push toward the middle. Seeing this, however, Kumal and his warriors charge in, Kumal himself cutting the elite merc's leg before hitting his jugular, putting the heavy man to the ground, shocking his men. Kumal calls out to his warriors as his weapons begin to glow in a fiery aura. He wants to see their weapons filled with the blood of their enemies. Yohan is glad that he won't have to worry much about that side. It will allow him to focus on the head-on clash he's about to face. As Yohan charges in, another elite mercenary steps in front of the Minotaur and asks what kind of nobody he is to dare to fight Numeros, the captain of the 100. One of the mercs tells him that he's the knight who tried to break their formation from the inside, and the elite merc calls him an idiot. He's soaked to the bone in those hero fantasies he was taught as a child. The merc alls out to Numeros and begs him to be allowed to face that bastard. Numeros allows him one chance, as he is a squad leader of 10. With this, the warriors get hyped up, and all 10 men prepare to face Yohan. They will tear him into pieces. As soon as Yohan comes, though, he leaves them on the ground, completely and utterly defeated. They didn't even make a move. He pulls up to Numeros, smiling as it's pretty rad to see an actual Minotaur in the flesh. It seems that the rumor Khan mentioned was true. He called out to Numeros, asking if he is the captain of these mercs. Numeros tells him to get off that horse while he still can, because when he chops him into tiny bits, his horse might get hurt. He likes how that horse carries itself, so he should get down. His men are already calling dips on his shoes and armor, and Yohan does get down, as he wouldn't want the horse to get hurt either, since he was named after his brother. Also, if he does win, he will make a stew out of his tail. But they shouldn't linger any longer and should come at him, as he looks like an expensive-looking gift set. This flies over Numeros's head, as gift sets don't exist in this time, but Yohan just smiles. Numeros suddenly rushes in, wielding his axe mightily as he sends it toward Yohan, who is forced to do an unnecessary backflip. Numeros doesn't stop there, as he raises the axe high and tries to hit Yohan again and again, who can't believe how much the difference in reach is affecting this battle. He knows that if this battle axe so much as grazes him, he's cooked. He damns his situation as rushes in, thinking that he should have brought the crest recoverer after all. Numeros screams out, telling him to come already, as he will give him a death worthy of a knight. As he attacks again, Yohan slides under his feet and sees an opening, lunging at it immediately. He manages to hit Numeros straight in the groin. The loud snap it makes is heard throughout his men as they and every male watching this shares in his pain. Numeros' pain sensors are in a state of shock too, and he drops his axe as he clutches his pearls. Seeing him so defenseless, the cruel Yohan charges in once again, this time aiming directly at his head. Meanwhile, the dwarf mercenaries are holding their own against the bull mercs, but it's clear that little by little, they are being pushed back. Seeing this, the priests produce some vials in their hands and ask God for forgiveness as they drink the contents. The bull knights look at them as they charge in. Seeing that the holy knights have gone berserk, using the power of this potion, their senses increase threefold, allowing them to cut up the armored mercenaries without issue. One of them manages to catch Agante by surprise, but Vilia rescues him. She tells Agante to get up, as there are still people who need their help. Agante takes her hand, noting that screams are hymns, and fresh blood is holy water. The light will be with them. The bull-headed mercenaries still refuse to fall back in spite of this, as Numeros will crush that knight and come back to save them. Unfortunately, their lord is now on the ground, completely and utterly defenseless as Johann stands above him, wondering if he has any last words, since he's a hero slayer and all. The mercs put down their helmets, accepting that their leader has lost. Numeros apologizes for mouthing off. He begs for his life, seeming more like a beggar than anything. Even if he were to kill him, it will not help his honor at all, as he is not a real minotaur. Johann asks what he is talking about, and Numeros explains that he's only a half-minotaur. He's not as strong as a pureblood, and he's not as smart either. Even if he does kill him, it will only count as a small achievement. Johann doesn't really know what he's talking about, and then calls out the bugler, telling him to inform the ones that went ahead that they have been defeated. Numeros sighs, thinking that they are screwed, but Johann is not done with him, as there is something he needs him to be a witness to, and he will tell only the truth. The mercenaries in front who are still holding on look back as they hear the horn, signaling that their lord has lost. Kumal thinks it's not bad at all. Johann has proven himself to be a capable warrior. He screams out at their bugler, telling him to sound the victory call, as this is the first victory of this battle. Later, at the Katana Trading Company branch, Ian tells Vialco that she just heard news of the subjugation force winning their first battle. Vialco heard as well that the Elf Knights of Bartok did great work, it seems. Ian tells him that actually they lost contact with them. Vialco is shocked. What does that even mean? There is no way Elf Knights would lose to mere bandits. Ian agrees that would be the case if they were an ordinary bandit gang. But as Johann claimed, there was a mercenary group hiding their identity. She gives him a document that just arrived, and so he should read it. The bullhead mercenaries confessed everything. They said it was all at the instigation of the Baron, confirming that the previous letter was indeed his. Vialco is surprised. If she's talking about the bullhead mercenaries, it means their captain is that Minotaur, right? His admitting to the charges means he was captured alive, but who could do something so absurd? Ian tells him that there is someone who does absurd things from time to time, and he can guess who that is. Johann takes a rest. Swedelga, along with Godin, comes into his tent, with Swedelga noting that he has worked pretty hard. Johann tries to get up, noting that he came a long way to get back to the outpost, but Swedelga tells him not to get up. He's pushed himself hard today, so he should get some rest. Godin then explains that he has heard everything. They say he swung his mace once, and a whirlwind of air burst out, taking out 50 men in a single strike. Was that how it really went? Johann sighs, telling him not to exaggerate, but he kinda likes this praise, and he wants even more, to the point where even Vialco can hear it. Suddenly, though, someone else comes, noting that this boy is not exaggerating at all. It's Kumal, who notes that the Red Iron mercenaries do not see it that way. He deserves every bit of praise he receives. The way he charged straight at the enemy, it set all of their hearts ablaze. The valor he showed this day will be a great example for even dwarves like them. Johann notes that he flatters him, but he will accept this flattery gracefully. With everyone talking him up this much, Vialco will surely look at him in a more favorable light too, right? Suddenly someone else comes again, noting that his strength is impressive, but they are truly shocked by his tactics. It's the Holy Knights, both Vilya and Agante, who wish him the kindness of their saints. Vilya notes that if it weren't for him, they would have walked straight into an ambush. There aren't many knights who excel at strategy and tactics around this part. And beyond, she was deeply moved by his character. He actually spared the enemy commander. Johann guesses she's talking about the Minotaur. Once he actually fought the guy, he didn't really seem like much. Besides, there was no need to kill him, right? Vilya, with the same smile on her face as before, explains that a Minotaur possesses overwhelming strength. He could wipe out an entire mercenary group on his own. Even for them, a head-on fight would have been rather hopeless. Even if he showed an intent to surrender, an ordinary knight would have naturally cut off his head for the achievement of killing the hero slayer. This would be true, even if he was only a half-minotaur. However, he did not. Respecting a life, even if it's from an enemy, is a rare virtue. Johann thinks that's a bit much, and explains that he only kept him alive because it was necessary. This kind of praise is making him a little embarrassed. Swedelga clears his throat and asks if he even knows how many people have been slaughtered by minotaurs on the battlefield. When humility goes too far, the ones praising him may end up feeling awkward, so he should accept it. With that, Johann actually takes their thanks, thanking them in turn, and Kumal thinks this is better. Their enemies are mercenaries too, so it's a fight worth having. After they reorganized, they should properly smash Einbeck's bunch. Suddenly, they hear a commotion coming from outside, and they all go to check it out, finding only a messenger from Gustav's posse. Kumal notes that, from the looks of him, it doesn't seem like he is here to deliver news of victory again. The messenger immediately goes to his knees and begs for reinforcements, as they were wiped out by a troll. That night, as they were following the remnants of the bandits through a swamp and taking them out one by one. They thought this was anticlimactic, to the point where it doesn't even get their blood up. Either way, they came here because they owe them a debt, right? They were never expecting an honorable fight in the first place. They all owe the trading company, so they should go and wipe them out as repayment. Count Bartok said the same thing, didn't he? Another elf noted that they should damn those trading company bastards. So what if they borrowed a little? They ran tattling to the Count. They'll keep chasing after them, as they'll have to take the spoils too. After all, they told them to listen. From this point on, they will pursue the fleeing enemy and annihilate them. They will strip them of anything that looks valuable, and anyone who pockets the loot themselves will be subsequently punished. His men charged in, and another of the knights now got off his horse, thinking that they should catch their breath and shake their equipment. He didn't even know there was a place like this near Marcel. Gustav agreed. It's the kind of place that makes one's skin crawl. Feels like something's about to jump out at any point. Sure enough, after a while of waiting, someone was coming. Someone who looked stranger, like one of their soldiers. But there's no way they finished the annihilation that fast, right? Suddenly they see that this soldier is almost entirely broken, and as he begs for help, a hand smashed into him, annihilating him. Gustav drew his blade immediately and asked what this is. That's when they came face to face with the troll. They fell into the trap those bastards set. The bandits vanished, and then a troll descended on them. Johann guessed as much. It was a trap to lure them deeper inside, but he's saying they're controlling a troll. There's no way something like that was in Einbeck's letter, right? The messenger explains that the 3 knights of Bartok are still there, so he begs them to please save his men. Kumal looks at the others and asks what they think. Vilya notes that it's their creed not to turn their backs on those in trouble, but this might be too much, and Agante agrees that for now, they will follow his judgment. Johann asks what kind of creature a troll is, as it'll be easier to decide once they know. Vilya explains that she has defeated a troll before. However, if she hadn't had the help of God, she wouldn't have had even a sliver of a chance. A troll's hide is tougher than any rock, and its muscles are like ropes of steel. It's so hard that most attacks don't even affect it. The monstrous strength comes from its overwhelming size, and is beyond what humans can even endure. What's truly horrifying is that even if one manages to pierce that hide and muscles while leaving a wound, it heals immediately, as if nothing had even happened. That's probably what happened to the others too. They managed to injure it but couldn't deal with it. The messenger tells them that there is no time for this. He just needs help. Johann asks Vilya what she thinks. Will she go to rescue them? She knows that if Kumal permits it, then she will do so. However, even if they run at full speed, those people have probably already entered their eternal rest. Kumal lets a loud sigh, but tells the elf soldier to listen. He apologizes, but he doesn't think he can send a rescue party. Their mission isn't finished yet. Besides, even if they go now, they can't guarantee they'll still be alive. Before anyone can say anything more, Johann agrees to go, confusing Kumal. This isn't something that he can take lightly, even if he took down a minotaur. Johann explains that, with brave warriors like him here, he doesn't think it will be a serious problem if he steps away for a few hours. If they're sending a rescue party, he will go. Kumal is shocked, and notes that he already heard it. Now that even if they're going, it will likely be meaningless, on the contrary, only to put him in danger too. Johann asks, what if they're alive? What then? He cannot stand by and watch as a troll slaughters innocent people. If even one of them is alive, then is it not worth rescuing them? The 2 priests are amazed and very touched, and Johann crouches down to Kumal's level, asking him to send him. Kumal lets a loud sigh, and notes that he surprises him every single time. He will have his rescue party, but seriously, just how noble is his character? Godin is touched too, but Swedelga can see through his motives pretty well. Sure enough, Johann thinks that even if the opponent is a troll, the elf knights aren't weak either. If he hurries, they might be able to pull off a rescue, and they're from Orangs, right? He has heard that elves there are loaded, so as a reward, he is going to squeeze out as much gold as he possibly can. At the bandit camp, the bandit leader explains that a dispatch notice came in from the scouts. They said the elf knights have fallen into the trap. He can't help but laugh at this. If the elf knights of Orangs got wiped out just like that, then the relationship between the city magistrate of Marcel and Orangs will definitely be finished. Janina tells him not to celebrate just yet. They didn't manage to draw in the main party force, and the bullhead mercenaries surrendered too. From what she's heard, a considerable amount of the Emperor's gold coins were spent on them specifically. What happened for them to surrender this easily? She wonders. The Baron thinks that the bullhead mercenaries were disposable from the start anyway. Although the bandit leader notes that it's the first time he's hearing about it, the Baron suddenly pulls out a letter with a very important-looking crest, and explains that the real plan lies elsewhere, so they shouldn't worry. More importantly, how is her troll doing? Is he doing fine? He has heard previously that trolls are weak to fire. If the elf knights figured out some way to counter it, it would be quite a bad situation for them. Janina tells him not to worry. Why does he think she stationed the troll in that swamp? That area has higher humidity than most places, so even torches do not light up well. The bandit leader guesses that there is nothing to worry about then, and she confirms as such. Without even being able to light their torches, they will meet their fate in the abyss of darkness and die by the hands of her creation. The church party makes their way into the swamp. Yohan is surprised that they have a flame that burns really well in a swamp like this. What did she call this fire again? Vilya explains that it's Aina's fire, a holy magic. It's a spell passed down through their monastery for generations, mainly used when exterminating monsters like this. Yohan guesses they hunt trolls with Aina's fire, and she confirms as such. A troll's rapid healing ability can be suppressed with the holy magic of this fire. Thanks to this sacred flame, they were able to kill that troll. Yohan asks if it's different from normal fire, and she confirms as such. The casting speed varies depending on scale. Once it catches, even water won't put it out, and it burns whatever it catches to the very end. It's a flame of purification that incinerates the impure according to the caster's will. Truly, it is a cleansing flame. Yohan is a bit scared, as that seems eerily similar to white phosphorus. She is impressive in many ways though. Holy magic, swordsmanship and stamina that doesn't fall behind the horse's speed is pretty incredible. Vilya laughs, noting that it is the result of receiving God's grace and training every single day. Yohan admits it's reassuring to have her accompany them. He was a bit worried since they are such a small elite group. They don't hunt the troll the hard way now. They should draw its attention just enough, then rescue the elf knights. They've got brains, so there is no way they'll keep fighting a monster that regenerates endlessly, right? They're probably hiding somewhere. That would be the wiser choice, but in reality, Gustav is telling his men not to retreat, no matter what, and kill it, and seize the honor of taking down a troll. Suddenly, Karamov begins to growl and bark, making Yohan know that it seems like he has found something. Sure enough, the horses of the knights are in front of them, and they are simply running away, just as a loud, bone-crunching scream can be heard. Yohan, for some reason, thinks that his prediction is wrong. He can't believe they've been fighting this entire damn time. Vilya thinks it's good news though. It means that they are still alive. She explains that with the flames of this level, they cannot handle a troll. They should prepare a stronger flame. Yohan understands then. He will go and buy her some time, but that's not really what she meant. Yohan rushes in, telling Karamov to herd the horses that ran off, and continues running despite Vilya's attempt to drag him back with her voice. She tells her sisters to focus, as they have to create a stronger Aina's fire to help them. She pierces her sword into the ground and begins to pray, creating a circle and a cross with their blades, which begins to create even more fire that permeates even through the damp air and water of the swamp. Gustav is fighting the troll, as expected, dodging an incoming strike and slashing another with his blade. He is skilled, incredibly so, but the strike he put on the troll just closes back up, making his efforts fruitless, and he is running out of breath too. The troll screams at him, but Gustav tells him to shut up, as his breath smells. He thinks this is really bad. The soldier's morale is entirely broken, and his comrades are completely exhausted too. What does he even do right now? All they can do is maintain this standoff. Suddenly, one of his knights, Laurent, drops his blade, making Gustav ask what he's doing. He apologizes, but he cannot go any further. While that damn troll finishes him off, he should leave him behind, take the man, and go. The troll, seeing an offering so easy to grab, immediately rushes in and tries to grab Laurent, but before he can be killed, something pierces the troll right into its neck. A spear. How did someone manage to drive a spear into that hard body? Before they can wonder who it was, Yohan screams at them, telling them not just to stand there blankly and make haste out of here. That same night, at the Katana Trading Company in Marseille, Vialco gets a letter from a ghost. Yohan confirms as such the 500 men of the Oak Tree Mercenaries. They are requesting that the Marseille gate be opened at midnight tonight. It must be Einbeck's doing. Vialco thinks so as well. The Oak Tree Mercenaries, they were the first subjugation, for they were sent out to wipe the bandits. But what awaited them was the Emperor's elite mercenaries. The mercenary group, caught off guard, was naturally annihilated, and Baron Einbeck used a crest of the dead Bradil to forge a letter. In the end, this letter is a deception meant to bring down Marcel's final line of defense. What if that is the case? Yohan completely agrees, even if they truly are their true real survivors. This is something that can be confirmed tomorrow morning after sunrise. Not tonight. Vialco agrees. It seems they are of the same mind. This time, He's already given the guard captain strict orders. Tonight, no danger of any kind will cross Marcel's walls. In the tent, Yohan left. Godin is praying in the middle of the night over a candle, and Swetelga notices. Is he that worried about Yohan? Godin confirms as such. He knows his master is courageous, but a troll is not an opponent a human can defeat in battle easily. Swetelga agrees as he sits down. To kill a troll, one would need at least the strength of a legion, but there is no need to worry. Does his master not possess two waters containing the secrets of the Iphael River, the water of blessing and the water of wrath, right? If the water of wrath is applied to the weapon and used, it can inflict fatal damage, and Yohan will use that water wisely. After throwing the spear, Yohan tells Gustav to get him and his men out of here, and he thinks this is good. With his strength alone, he can pierce its hide, though it will recover soon, so he'll just buy enough time for everyone to escape. Naturally, his dumbass completely forgot that he has the water of wrath on him. Before they can retreat, another of the knights, Leon, thinks that this is their chance to put an end to it. Yohan thinks Leon is an idiot, and Gustav screams at him to get back, as this is too much to handle. Leon refuses. If a human knight can damage it, so can they. Before he even unleashes one strike, the troll kicks him away so hard that he skids across the water and causes extreme internal damage. Yohan can't believe these bastards. After he went through the trouble of saving them like this, they dare to end their lives like this. The troll simply takes out the spear from his throat and throws it away. Seeing this, Yohan charges in again, as he wants the troll to focus solely on him. It would be best if Gustav and the soldiers could get enough time to run, even if he'd rather pass on a deathmatch against a troll. In that case, he decides to unleash one more hit in the leg and run away. It seems that he has sealed his mobility, at least for a moment. However, Yohan has severely underestimated the troll, as he simply ignores the pain and grabs him fully from behind. Gustav screams for him, but there is nothing they can do anymore. The troll raises him high in the air, and Yohan knows that he got too damn close. He is basically done for. At Marcel, the guards continue holding the doors closed, but suddenly they see a bunch of people outside. Is this the subjugation force? Have they returned that quickly? However, they also see that they carry the oak tree mercenary sigil. Are these ghosts? The bandits clearly annihilated them, weren't they? No, it's just as the city magistrate said. He calls out an emergency, telling all personnel to gather at the gate soon, to the defensive walls, and not to let them inside the gates under any circumstances. Vialco and Ion hear the commotion, and Ion guesses they've come. She will send a letter and confirm with the commander. If they truly are survivors, they will respond. Suddenly, through the door, a voice notes that this will not be necessary, shocking them both. They have quite ghostly expressions on their faces. Have they seen a ghost? It seems they were looking for the commander, weren't they? So he came himself. Ion is shocked. Wasn't he dead? The commander is ashamed to say this, but it must be said. The Holy Empire has a lot more gold than they do. Vialco finally understands. The Oak Tree mercenaries were brought by Einbeck, weren't they? And the Oak Tree commander explains that as of this moment, the city of Marcel will be under the control of the Oak Tree mercenaries of the Holy Empire. Back in the swamp, Yohan can't do anything as the troll smashes him into the ground with a force so hard that it makes the water around them smash into the air. They all stare at Yohan, but it's pretty clear that he is dead. The many men of the Oak Tree mercenaries that are outside the Marcel gates are actually a ruse. In truth, they are just puppets with torches placed near them to seem like they're carrying them or something. It's an extremely clever tactic that, no matter what happens, will allow them entry inside of the gates. Even if they stop them at the main gates, the bribed guards will open the underground water passage for them. Sure enough, one does so, and is immediately taken out, his usefulness having been fulfilled. That is how Bradil got inside of the keep. Bradil congratulates his men for killing that traitor, as someone who sells himself for a handful of silver coins has no place inside of the Empire. He tells the men he gathers to listen well. They shall now take Marcel while the guards are pinned defending the wall. They must capture the commander. The rest of them will follow him, as they are going to find a city magistrate. Bradil tells Vialco to not look at him that way. Even if they take control of the city, they will preserve his authority. Ion is annoyed. He dares to attack Marcel and then have the nerve to say such things. How are they supposed to trust them now? Bradil claps. As expected of her, she certainly has nerves of steel. However, she should not test his patience any further. Trading companies profit best by backing the winning side. Marcel's guard commander has already been captured, so the rest have surely thrown down their weapons and surrendered too. There is nothing more they can do here. They aren't even asking for much. He pulls out a parchment and puts it on Vialco's table. He should just write them an order for the subjugation forces that all troops are to cease combat and surrender to the enemy. Also to swear an oath of loyalty to the Emperor too. If he does that, then he will have no need to stain his hands with his blood, right? Yohan lies dead in the ground, and the troll moves on to the ones who attacked him first, the few puny elves that are left. Gustav has had enough. He tells the other knight to take Leon and the troops and fall back, as he will buy them time. He refuses as he wants to stay, and tells some of his men to help Leon quickly, but suddenly Gustav screams at him, explaining that this is an order, not from a friend but from his superior. He will go now. Before he can say anything more, Gustav charges at the troll, telling it to come, as he wants to die an honorable death in combat. As they fight, the last vestiges of consciousness seep out of Yohan. He remembers his old master's words, that he should not fight an enemy he cannot defeat. If danger comes, he will run. If he must fight, then he must kill them. That is the rule to never die. He apologizes now, as it seems he has reached his limit. His body won't even move anymore. He's too tired to move anyway. He closes his eyes and looks back on it. Life really was a painful endeavor. Now his heart will just stop. He deserves some rest too, some peace and quiet, and he will gain those after death. Before that can happen though, something akin to a woman comes close and kisses him on the cheek. He immediately opens his eyes with a new steeled resolve. He refuses to die. If he cannot escape death, then he will do something else. He makes a fist and punches himself in the chest as hard as he can, denting his armor and restarting his heart. He gets up, as if he cannot escape death. Then he will slay that damn thing itself. Gustav continues his fight against the troll, putting it on his honor, and for Laurent, but suddenly another spear flies through the troll, this time much harder with a lot more force than before, making the troll scream in pain. Gustav is confused, but suddenly Yohan tells him to back away, looking more like a vengeful spirit than a man. He tells everyone to get out of his damn way, as he has a score to settle with this mindless beast. At that very moment, near Marcel, at the Einbeck main base, the Baron is informed that they have news. Marcel has fallen. He immediately celebrates. What did he say? It was all in the palm of his hand. Janina laughed. She thought he was just some punk relying on his family name, but he is actually useful, so this won't be the end, will it? The Baron naturally confirms as such. Fialco and Iaon must be executed, just because they have wealth. Those lowly merchants dared to meddle in politics. He will eliminate all of the merchant rebels in the anti-emperor faction that have been a thorn in his side all this damn time. Thus he will purify this defiled city. With this, the other trading companies on this continent shall know that even with their lowly money, they cannot buy noble blood and honor. They all hold a toast, and after drinking, the bandit leader notes that he will report this joyous news to the emperor. The Baron agrees, but he should be sure to tell him that this was his strategy which took Marcel. As the bandit leader walks through the forest, he thinks the Baron is a cunning bastard. He was really planning to monopolize all the credit, wasn't he? He really thought he'd report to His Majesty exactly what he wanted. Before he can think on how he can ruin his reputation, he sees a bunch of horses. What are they doing in such a deep forest? From the looks of things, these horses must be from some dead knights. This white one is especially nice. They'll behave, right? He mounts the white horse and thinks that whoever owned it is a fine steed indeed. He could reach the imperial palace much quicker with this. He tries to make the horse move, but it doesn't, and it digs in the ground with its hoof. Suddenly, though, he hears a very, very low growl, and in front of him, Kuramov has just noticed that someone is trying to take his master's property. Leon wonders if it's really okay for that human knight to face the beast alone. Should they not join in? Gustav refuses. As much as he does not want to admit it, he's faced that monster dozens of times. But not only did he fail to wound it, he didn't even make it cry. Yet this human knight hit it with a spear once, and made it scream so loud. They haven't been able to inflict wounds of that severity on it at all this time. If they join in, they will only be a hindrance. So now is the time to witness this knight's honorable battle. Yohan charges in, prepares his spears, and throws them mightily into the troll. However, the troll just brushes them off. Gustav wonders if he'll just rely on spear throwing. That will not deal a fatal blow. Just what is this human knight thinking? Before he can wonder anymore, Yohan's fury takes a hold of him, and he charges in. He ducks under one of the troll's punches, and unleashes one of his own right to the troll's side, making the beast actually throw up blood with his bare hands, shocking everyone. He continues this adamant charge, hitting the troll again and again and again, but the troll is annoyed now, so it tries to unleash a mighty strike on Yohan, which he actually matches, smashing his fist into the troll, creating a shockwave of power. The troll's hand actually begins to shred itself from the force, causing it to scream, and allowing Yohan to jump in. He grabs the troll's head and smashes his chin in with his knee with a force so hard that it makes the beast stumble back and fall into the water. just like he did a few minutes prior. Leon is simply shocked and asks Gustav if he is not dreaming. Gustav remains silent for a while, but then tells Johann to do it now. Before that thing recovers again, they must retreat quickly. Johann, however, isn't even hearing him. He climbs over the tired beast and puts both his hands into its mouth, grabbing its jaw tightly. He begins pulling up with a force that could move a mountain. The troll tries to wiggle around to force him to stop, and it actually manages to grab Johann's neck, but this does not stop him. He continues pulling and pulling until the beast can only scream, and a loud, ugly tearing sound can be heard throughout the entire swamp, shocking Gustav and the others. Johann catches his breath loudly, completely and utterly spent. But with the troll's jaw completely removed, it should be finished. As the horses of the elf knights and Johann's run through the forest, Kuramov drags the thief leader away with them. He wonders what is going on. Is this creature planning to eat him along with those horses? Is he going to die such a miserable death? Sensing his incoming doom, he screams out into the night, but nobody truly hears him. After the fight, Gustav looks on at Leon, who is taking his last breaths. He tells him to not make such a face if it does end like this. Is it not an honorable death for an errant knight? He cannot hide his grief. He looks at Leon as he vomits up a bunch of blood. Leon himself tells him that it's all right, and if he could tell his father about how he fought on the battlefield, it appears that he will not be able to tell him himself after all. Gustav crouches down, tears streaming down his face, noting that he fought braver than anyone else here. He will make sure that his father honors his life well. Leon nods, thanks him, and looks at them with a fading light in his eyes. He calls out, Gustav, Johann, and his brothers and friends of Bartok. The time he spent with them was truly a great honor. The Bartok knights cry out fully now, but Johann just kind of looks at them with a pretty uninterested expression. He pulls out the vial of water, thinking that it's a shame to use this on an NPC. However, it is worth the investment for now. He goes to Leon and hands him the vial, telling him to drink this, as it will ease the pain. Leon grabs it with a shaky hand, noting that it appears he's about to see something interesting, to meet a knight with such bravery as his. Johann tells him to just shut it and drink the potion. Leon does so, and as the last drop falls on his lips, his hand falls down as well, and his breath becomes even as his heart stops. Gustav tells him to rest in peace, noting that he was a friend who was like a brother to him. He gets up from his crouch and thanks Johann for easing Leon's pain. If it was not for him, he would have suffered until his very last breath. Johann says nothing though, as sure enough, Leon begins to cough up again, but this time he appears much, much healthier. Leon demands to know what kind of potion he gave him. The pain is completely and utterly gone, and strangely enough, he actually feels refreshed too. His vision is clear, and it's pretty easy to breathe. Johann congratulates him and asks how it feels to be reborn. Leon doesn't understand reborn. Just what kind of potion is that? Johann explains that this was the water of blessing. It's a miraculous water that can save anyone as long as they are not fully dead. It's a mystical potion granted to him by the mage of the Eifel River, Swetelga. The other knight hugs Leon, and in turn, Gustav hugs Johann. Overwhelmed by emotion, he thanks him very, very much. He saved the friend who was like a brother to him. Without a doubt, he is the most honorable knight in all the human race they will ever meet. Johann appreciates it, but it was water he got from Swetelga, so he should thank him instead. Gustav says he is not wrong. However, he is the one who used such a precious item on his friend, so he is the one who deserves all the credit here. He immediately turns to his men and asks if they also know that the honorable knight Johann has saved their brother. As warriors of Bartok who uphold their honor, they will all show their respect and praise Sir Johann. They immediately do so, screaming his praise, and Gustav feels proud. However, Johann thinks that this is just plain embarrassing. He has never felt this embarrassed in his entire life. Gustav then turns to him, still giddy, and tells him that now he is like a sworn brother to him. From this day forth, anyone who insults Johann will face their wrath. He whips out his blade, twirling it around, and declares that anyone who becomes an enemy of Johann will face their swords. The warriors all cheer, and Johann claps, noting that it's truly an honor. Although if you would be honest, he'd prefer to just be paid. Don't they have luxury goods and money? That night, Godin goes to Swetelga's tent, very happy as he dances around. As they say, Johann won against a troll. Swetelga expected as much ever since the mystery of the Eifel River was added to Iena's fire, even on a small-scale subjugation, as it is certainly possible. Godin tells him it wasn't like that. They say he didn't use Iena's fire or magic. He ripped the troll's mouth open with his bare hands and killed it. Swetelga says yeah, not really caring for the rumors, but then he thinks about it and jumps up, confused as all hell. He killed that troll by ripping its mouth open with his bare hands. Valea takes a look at the troll corpse, finding it simply incredible. The muscles and ligaments in its right arm are entirely torn up, its bones are crushed into pieces, and all of its internal organs were ruptured, beyond its jaw being ripped open like this. It appears the troll died before it could regenerate from such a brutal set of attacks. And to keep the corpse intact on top of all of this, just how did he do it? It took dozens, if not more, to defeat a troll with the flames of pure purification. They had to burn it until it was nothing but charcoal. Yohan didn't really think about that. This is how people here killed the trolls. He thought it was the same as the game. Valea knows that they should save that for later. Now congratulations are in order. From this day forth, whenever people introduce Yohan, the title Troll Slayer shall accompany him. They will handle the transport of the troll corpse for him as well. While its skin and blood are still preserved like this, he can sell it for a high price to the Marcel Trading Company. Yohan immediately perks up after hearing this. Is this an achievement? In his past life, no matter how hard he tried, he never experienced something like this. Now that he thinks about it, that bull-headed guy said the same thing before. When a knight defeats a strong enemy, they earn a fitting title. This is the first achievement in this world, a troll slayer. Suddenly, the elf knights call out a monster that is chasing the runaway horses. Valea immediately runs off, noting that it appears his little dog is bringing his horse back, so he will go and explain it to them. She goes with her eyes closed, telling the knights who are preparing for battle to calm down, as what they see is not a monster. It's a little dog that Yohan has taken care of. She opens her eyes and sees that the little dog Yohan had has turned into a mythical beast, and she immediately pulls out her blade, noting that he is not little at all. After the situation is diffused, Yohan crouches down to the bandit leader, who explains that he is just a passerby and was suddenly attacked by the wolf. Yohan doesn't believe him for even a second. This area is a battlefield between disguised bandits and the Marcel Expeditionary Force. Is he trying to say he passed through here knowing such a thing? The bandit leader knows that it's pretty hard to believe he knows, but that's what happened to him, so could he leave now? Gustav comes forward, calling Yohan an honorable brother, and asks if he could have a word with this fellow. Yohan tells him to go ahead. As the bandit leader tries to also explain that he was just passing by, Gustav pierces a dagger through his arm, pinning him to the ground. He should listen close, passerby or whatever he is. He does not care, but since he is in a pretty bad mood right now, he is going to cut off his fingers one by one. Starting now, the bandit knows he is about to get absolutely shredded. The bandit leader explains who he is, Lieutenant Brandon Mayhem, member of the Imperial Special Operations Unit. Gustav notes to Yohan that his intuition is pretty sharp. It is truly impressive, as he was only guessing. Yohan wonders if this guy really just stabbed a random person without even knowing who he was, and asks if he knows anything else besides his name and affiliation. Gustav says that it is naturally so. Congratulations are in order, as they have just struck gold. They have just located Baron Einbeck's command post. Yohan is shocked. If they capture him, they can end this battle. He bows his head down slightly to Gustav, noting that he has a request. Before Baron Einbeck realizes it, they need to launch a surprise attack with the forces right now. Gustav immediately agrees, saying his forces are practically his now. He should allow them the great honor of fighting alongside the Troll Slayer. Yohan explains that they will move out the moment they are ready. They will end this expedition once and for all with a single strike. Gustav tells his men to get ready, as it is time they put an end to this game. A few hours later, at Baron Einbeck's command post, disguised as a bandit base, everything is in chaos. The elf knights charge in, killing any would-be bandits with practiced ease and absolutely no mercy. Gustav tells his men to find Einbeck and offer him no rest. They will all die. Janina, hearing this, wonders how these guys are still alive. Her cute troll defeated. Something like that shouldn't have been possible. Whatever. She runs away, wanting to get out of here first and not die for a meaningless cause. Eventually, the last bandit falls, and the elf knights corner Einbeck's tent. Gustav notes that he is there. His prize is waiting inside. Yohan gets off his horse. Another mission confirmed complete, which he finds pleasing. He stopped just short of the tent's opening and remembers what happened. He opens the tent and sees that they meet again. The Baron Einbeck screaming in shock. Is he seeing a ghost or something? Yohan, however, has no time for games. He tells him that he has come to judge him, and it will be swift. That morning, everyone at the main camp prepares to leave. As their objective is completed, the two holy knights depart first, noting that they will withdraw for now, but it was an honor to fight alongside. Yohan and the elves escort the Baron through the forest, who is now sporting a bald-ass head. He looks at Yohan, wondering how he can still be alive. He was certain that the chalice had been laced with Nessos's tear, an extremely deadly poison. He should have poured the entire contents of the bottle, perhaps. Most importantly, who the hell are these elves? Why are they even following Yohan? Gustav sees him staring and asks if he wants to die or something. The Baron can't believe this. His plan really was perfect. Everything was going perfectly, so why the hell did he fail? A few months ago, at Aitz County, at Jason's castle, Gazin threw a cup in Einbeck's head, who could only ask if Gazin had been well. Gazin, on the other hand, had no time for pleasantries and asked Einbeck if he had brought the war funds he owed. He gave a parchment to a boy, who then gave it in turn to Gazin. Upon opening it, though, he saw that it was entirely empty. He demanded an explanation, and Einbeck bowed his head. His Majesty the Emperor wished to request assistance once again. Gazin immediately told him not to bother him with such nonsense. Did he really think he would let himself be exploited again? He has fought on countless battlefields on his orders, and while he was sidelined in this wretched northern corner of the world, he took the opportunity to seize every reward that was meant to be his. His Majesty the Emperor needs him, and he would really expect him to believe that? He should get out of his face before he cleaves him in two with his axe. Einbeck told him to be wise and place his seal on this document. With the Aitz family seal on this blank sheet, it would be considered a symbol of absolute loyalty to His Majesty, and in return, His Majesty will personally grant him the title of Count. He swears it by the name of the noble Auvergne family. Gazin stared him down and explained that it had been 50 years since the destruction of the Auvergne family, and he still came to him with that ridiculous arrogance of his. He conceded the point, but if he steals the credit for his services once again, he will rip out his tongue and throw it to his dogs. Einbeck understood, and rolled up the parchment neatly. His loyalty will be quite useful in helping His Majesty achieve his goals. Naturally, Einbeck forged the seal perfectly, and put it on a parchment, inciting a rebellion. Kuramov read this thoughtfully. The families in the north who fought for the Emperor are to be made out as rebels and carry out a large-scale purge. What a holy plan this is. Einbeck was taken aback and annoyed. He felt like he was being mocked, or was that his imagination? Kuramov wondered why he thought so. He simply admired such a wicked plan. He truly has brilliant talent. Who would have thought that someone like him would descend from the esteemed Auvergne family? Einbeck told him to watch his words. Does he think he doesn't know what he did in the northern regions? He should not pretend to be holy. During the war in the north, he heard he killed women and even children, and someone like him dares to speak of honor? Before he could say anything more, Kuramov lunged for his throat, raising him in the air a bit, and asked how someone like him dared to speak of honor, while hiding behind his family name. He swore his blade to the Emperor, and he acted only according to his commands. The Emperor's honor is more precious than any life on this continent. That is his honor. He who has survived by resorting to dirty tricks and betrayals cannot compare to him. If he dared to insult His Majesty once more, he would rip out his veins and drink his blood. Now Einbeck thinks that all this is Karamov's fault. That fool knew nothing but talking about being the Emperor's soldier and all. He couldn't even eliminate a single human knight in the remote countryside to begin with. It does not matter though, as in the end, he is the one who will be laughing at the end. As they approach Marseille though, a guard arrives, noting that they have an emergency. The city has been captured completely by the traitorous hands of mercenaries. Everyone is shocked, with Gustav being clearly mad, but Johann does not react in any way. Einbeck himself begins to laugh maniacally again and again, and points at Johann, asking if he really thought everything would go according to his plan. He is from a corrupt and worthless family. He won the battle, but he has lost the war. He should taste defeat. Everyone believes they've been had. The city of Marseille, their base, has fallen. Suetelga himself prays to the goddess of the river, Ifal, but wonders why she did not reveal this twisted fate. Gustav tells Johann that it's too dangerous to enter the city now. They probably have no choice but to abandon it. Johann refuses. It is still too early to give up. After all they have to go ahead and face whatever comes next, or they cannot call themselves knights. Einbeck tells him that pushing forward would only get him killed, because Bradil, who captured the magistrate Vialco, will bring a surrender proclamation. He thinks that the moment they take control of Marseille fully, Johann will be his first target. He will sever his tendons and roam the entire empire, proving that Kuramov was an incompetent fool. After all that, once he is useless, he will put him to the gallows, and then, in his final moment, he will whisper in his ear that he was the one who killed his father. Johann gets off his horse, and the gates to the city slowly open. Instead of Bradil, whom Einbeck was expecting and is now rushing towards, he finds Vialco and the mercenaries from before. He screams out in terror, wondering why he is here, and Gustav is shocked too. Just what happened inside? Vialco congratulates Johann, bowing his head slightly. As Marseille's magistrate, he wishes to encourage his efforts, and sincerely congratulates him on his safe return. Johann thanks him for the warm welcome and notes that he is relieved to see him safe. Vialco notes that this is all thanks to the mercenaries' efforts, with Goran noting that they merely followed Johann's orders. The night before the deployment, Johann did request something from them. He knew that Einbeck understood Marcel's defensive systems well, which meant they could infiltrate the city's interior as easily as they pleased. Their task is to protect the magistrate Vialco from that threat. Goran knows that the old tree mercenaries are all talk with no substance, it seems, and Khan thinks that, well, they caught them off guard, so it was possible. Johann gives them a thumbs up, as they truly did excellent work. He always believed in them. Vialco turns his attention from the pleasantries to Einbeck, calling him out. He shall answer for all of his crimes up until now, so he should accept his fate with some grace, at least. Einbeck clearly does not, and he continues screaming out until the end. The guards of the city drop the banners of the Empire and tell everyone to sound the victory bells, as the bandit subjugation has succeeded. Their mission is complete. Naturally, Marcel is immediately thrown into a celebration, and a ballad is swiftly made about Johann. Darkness fell upon Marcel, the city of freedom and trade. Treacherous mercenaries, bandit hordes, and trolls sought to shatter the city walls, but then he appeared, shining like a star. They call him thus, Johann Aitz, the Marcel troll slayer. They shall sing of his deeds. His name strikes like iron. His courage burns like a flame. They should all express their admiration. He is Marcel's hero, the troll slayer of fame, Johann Aitz, the man who seizes victory with his fists. With overwhelming strength, he shall subdue even the mightiest of trolls. By his side, his comrades, the townspeople, all call him righteous. He has already become a legend, the hero who killed a troll with only his hands. After the ballad ends, Khan thinks that this place was a city where corpses lay scattered, yet now Johann has brought peace. Goran thinks they should at least say goodbye to him before they go, but Khan tells him a mere mercenary acting all nice would only be a bother to him at this point. Goran guesses so, but now the children of Marcel will not die at the hands of bandits any longer. Khan notes that they should depart, as they must earn again. There will be no work in a place of peace after all. Johann retreats to an office, and Yoon thanks him for handling such a difficult battle. Before they settle their accounts, however, she should pour him a drink. Johann takes it, and asks if he can request the settlement now. Yoon agrees. She hands him the settlement statement for the subjugation operation rewards and spoils. The successful subjugation operation reward was 40 gold coins, the bullhead mercenaries' compensation, 30 silver coins and 100 bronze coins. Johann listens intently, but then chokes on his tea. Why is the settlement amount so large? It's completely different from when he routed the bandits in Ratsburg. Next, Yoon moves on to the monster spoils sale proceeds. The thrall hide sold for 10 gold coins and 60 silver coins. The thrall's blood, sinews, and special meat sold for 25 gold coins. Johann immediately chokes on his tea even more, making Yoon wonder if he's right. He says he is. His pupil is blown, and he asks how much that is exactly. Yoon explains that, with all of that combined, he has 35 gold coins, 230 silver coins, and 130 bronze coins. Johann cannot hide his happiness. Inside, he screams out that this is exactly what he wanted. Will Johann, who has earned vast amounts of wealth from the war compensation, finally end his wandering life? Naturally, the celebrations keep going. Gustav continues to pour wine for Johann, who can't really refuse it even though he's had enough to drink by that point. A week has passed since the Marcel battle ended, and they've been enjoying a small, peaceful time. It's to the extent that he feels like he suffered through all that hardship so he could live this kind of life. Gustav holds a toast for Johann, to his brave brother who valiantly defeated the troll, to the Ifale River that saved their comrades, and to the great sage Swetelga, who never truly expected to hear an elven knight say such a thing. They all cheer. A little later, next to them, Swetelga overhears Leon talk about his experience. That troll was about to kill him with an arm as thick as a log. Of course, he was not afraid. But right when he was prepared to face a horrible death, Johann appeared, and he did not kill the troll. He tore it to pieces. The swamp was soaked with blood, and his friend Johann said this standing on the troll's corpse. He is definitely dead. He should trust him. After all, he is a troll slayer. The girls who have been listening cheer on, and Swetelga wants Johann to tell him honestly. He has achieved something remarkable this time, an incident that will not affect just Marcel, but the entire empire as a whole. What does he truly want? Is it wealth? Glory? Or perhaps just power? Johann sighs, noting that this is not even funny. He just wants to live peacefully in Marcel, that's all. Swetelga is a bit confused. The man who killed a troll with his bare hands. Johann tells him that back then, he nearly died. Swetelga also reprimands him. He gave him the blessing of the Ifale River, yet he used it so offhandedly. Did he really think he was supposed to use it so easily? Instead of an elven knight taking it, he would have much rather fed it to a pig. Yohan tells him that he couldn't just let him die. When a person is dying right before his eyes, he has to save them with whatever he can. Besides, by saving those people, he can report it to Vialco and earn some goody points. Swetelga clears his throat, chiding him for his kindness, and notes that he is glad he returned safely. When he first saw him reflected in the river waters, the Ifale River spoke clearly that Johann Aitz would have never settled in this Marcel. The river's prophecy is never wrong, yet perhaps he has changed fate with his own strength. Only time can tell now. Johann produces the vial that had the water, and sheepishly asks if he could get a refill since he used it for a good cause and all. Swetelga doesn't know, as it wasn't used on anything worthwhile, but he grabs the vial, noting that Johann should come by his room later and pick it up. More importantly, he should save branch manager Yohan while he still can. Before Johann can wonder what he means, he sees that she is being swarmed by the elves, who note that cats should be flexible, right? She should join them for a much-needed dance. Johann forgot that elves turn into assholes when they have too much to drink, and Johann calls out Gustav, noting that he would like to dance with her. So would he yield her to him? They immediately agree, surprised that she was his type all this time. But of course they will leave. Yohan grabs his hands, thanking him for the assist. She hopes she won't cause any misunderstanding about him or anything. Johann tells her it doesn't really matter. She should just follow his steps for now. One song won't take long, and after that, she can sleep away naturally. Johann gets a little flustered seeing him like this and denies it. She doesn't want this to end after just one song. She pushes her hands into his and asks if he is willing to dance with her sincerely. Johann looks at her and then nods with a smile. He wonders how long this life can last. No one could possibly know. However, for this moment, he will entrust and thrust his body to the rhythm. He will just keep living this way while he still can. Night falls, and dawn rises. Johann gets up rather groggy in the morning. He is rather scratched, and has a peculiar bite mark on his right trap. He can't even remember how much he drank yesterday. He lets out a yawn and finds balls of fur on his bed, wondering what happened last night. He can't even remember a thing, and his body is aching a bit as well. Unbeknownst to him, he is really scratched in the back. Suddenly, he also finds the water of blessing on his table, and a letter to boot from Swetelga. The secret of the Ifale River, guarded for thousands of years, lies in this bottle. He shall use it carefully. He did not want to interrupt his warm moment, so he waited and left this note. Now that he thinks about it, last night did they perhaps play like that or something? He really drank too much yesterday anyway. He takes a sip of the water, as it is an amazing cure for a hangover, something that Swetelga would definitely not appreciate. Suddenly though, from his open window, he hears a bunch of screaming and crashing, and sure enough, he spots that the entire city is up in flames for some reason. People watch him with a horrified expression, and Vialco watches with a solemn gaze. Johann descends too, and he wonders what the hell this is, and why Einbeck is there too. There's a smell of oil on all of the captured people before him. On the podium in front of them, Vialco appears, calling out to all citizens of Marcel and visitors as well. He sincerely apologizes due to his negligence in management. A shadow of chaos had fallen over the city. Through the betrayal of certain nobles acting on the emperor's orders, it has been revealed that there was an attempt to seize the property, safety, and control of this entire city. Something like this is absolutely unforgivable. Here and now, he vows to lodge a formal protest against the emperor, and the suspects in this incident still remain somewhere in this very city. This is his only warning to them. They should leave this city within 3 days. If they remain here after those days, then they will meet the same fate as the traitors here. He produces a torch and throws it languidly towards the caged man. Einbeck screams at him not to do it, but the torch falls on the oil, and it begins to ripple through before it gets to the caged men, who are also dipped in oil. The people can only watch as they burn alive. Einbeck, in his last moments, sheds a tear. His body, along with his ambitions, fades away in these flames. Everything slips away from his hands. He thinks of his mother, thinking that, just this once, if only he could return to that time, a time he spent with his mother. His life truly was fleeting. As the smell of charred flesh permeates through the city, Vialco turns to the people, noting that for any traitor in this place, they should remember, he, Marcel Magistrate Vialco, will always repay both kindness and enmity. Suddenly, someone pulls Johann away, noting that the magistrate said he wished to meet with him separately. Johann looks at him, wondering what he wants to meet for in such a situation. Just what is this guy plotting? Johann naturally goes to his office afterward, with Vialco noting that he did great in the Marcel battle. Would he mind if he sat down and they could discuss some things? Unlike last time, he has prepared the finest whiskey. How about a drink? Seeing the goblet, Yohan gets a few flashbacks, as he doesn't have good memories with alcohol at this point, but he can't really refuse customs. He accepts it for now, and Vialco asks how his life in Marseille has been. Yohan notes that there were no inconveniences at all. The reason is probably that Marseille is even more peaceful than ever before. Vialco is glad he is doing well. Their vanguard's condition is important after all. Yohan asks what he means by vanguard, and Vialco knows that, of course, he's talking about being the vanguard for the entire war between Marseille and the Emperor. Yohan is stunned for a bit, and then just asks what he means. Vialco explains that his strategy and martial prowess are unmatched. It's beyond anything he has seen. Moreover, he possesses outstanding strategic thinking befitting of a commander, and he also has a human warmth that can inspire others. He came to Marseille dreaming of ambition, to fulfill and fully display such abilities, didn't he? As he wishes, he will become the vanguard of Marseille. Yohan gulps and apologizes, but he prefers a stable and modest life to battle. He has had no intention of becoming the vanguard in a war against the Emperor. Vialco sets down the whiskey bottle. A stable and modest life? He should not speak of such nonsense. Marseille is the greatest commercial city in all of the continent, where the pro-Emperor faction and anti-Emperor factions have waged endless conflict over this power. The Emperor's ambition has destroyed all of that balance. Moreover, he should think of the countless massacres the Emperor committed in the north. One of them was his own territory. As long as the Emperor lives, the peace he speaks of no longer will exist inside of the Empire. Does he truly understand why they must prepare for war? He chugs the entire goblet of whiskey and slams it down on the table. Regardless of how much money it costs, or how many people will have to die, he will no longer care about that. Although he cannot become emperor himself, he has the power to crown an emperor for this empire with his own hands, so he should follow after him. If he does, then he promises to make him the emperor. He never expected something like this. As evening arrives, Yohan gets ready to leave with the trading company. He only got one piece of armor, but it feels reassuring, fitting perfectly on his body and feeling heavy. Beyond that, he bought pauldrons, a vambrace, a cuirass, some gauntlets, and some other small stuff. In total, he spent 11 coins just on customization. That's the price of a military horse at least. Godin tells him that the preparations for departure are complete, and Yohan tells him that they all did good work. With that, they move to depart, but before getting out of the city, Vialco is at the gate and gives him one last bow of the head. Yohan looks at him a bit, and then bows his head to exit the city. Godin is a little concerned, so he asks where he is leading the troops to. Could it be that they are going to war? Yohan does not speak at first and thinks about what happened last night. Naturally, he refused the offer to become the emperor, which surprised Vialco. He wondered why. Marseille itself is directly supporting such an opportunity for him to gain immense wealth and honor. Yohan closes his eyes and speaks. He has realized this when he was young, to his very core, that money is needed to survive in this world. Looking at him, he feels like there must be more than money in this life. Vialco stood in silence for a bit, and then put his goblet down again. He was not misunderstanding his words, right? The current empire is in chaos, beyond any control. Eventually, a great war will break out. It is only a matter of time. Even if he escapes the battlefield in the end, they will not be able to avoid the fighting. How exactly did he plan to live in such a chaotic age? Yohan has an answer for Godin. He asked where they were headed, right? His expression is sour. Tears roll down his face, but he notes that their destination is a place full of manly dreams and adventure. Yohan's plans to settle in Marseille were naturally destroyed by Vialco. Instead, it's time for a headlong advance toward a world of adventure and manly dreams. At Zarpin County, Bosson Castle, the Count has heard of the fellow who hunted trolls in Marseille. Johann Aitz, was it? The troll slayer, they call him. This rumor has spread quite widely, since it's an impressive feat. Whether he is just a braggart or someone with genuine strength, he will be able to tell just by looking at their face. This is Count Zarpin. 5 days have passed since Yohan left Marseille. His entire body is covered in sweat and dust. The bugs have started swarming around him as well. The bread he is eating is as hard as a stone, and he is starting to think that it could be used as a weapon soon. It's all familiar stuff to him. But the really tough part is the smell of fur from beasts assaulting his nose. Humans do not have this scent, so he is not used to it at all. It seems that this journey is much more than he could handle. For now, he has no choice but to push forward with the faith that he will make it soon. After all, he did get this letter. One day, before leaving Marseille, Yoon walks with him, asking if he was looking for mercenaries, which was the case. Yoon thinks this is perfect timing, as the trading company was about to showcase a mercenary group anyway. They go to a mercenary hall, and Yoon tells everyone to show respect to their new employer. A few heads turn at that mansion, all of them being beastmen. Yohan expects as much, since they are affiliated with a katana trading company. However, they still look pretty intimidating. Yoon tells everyone to please introduce themselves first, and not start any fights if they could. Daika introduces herself first. She is a katana mercenary squad leader and a hyena. The other beastman, Shuka, is also a squad leader, and she is a badger. Yohan also introduces himself and knows that he looks forward to traveling with them, since they seem to be good at fighting. He doesn't really care that they are beastmen. Upon the mention of his name, however, the two immediately become fangirlish, as they recognize him as Marcel's troll slayer. They were also pretty confused. Why would a knight who killed trolls hire people like them? Unless he has strange tastes, of course. Yohan ignores that comment, and tells them that there are plenty of bandits in the remote areas, right? When dealing with them, numbers are in your advantage. Shuka guesses as such, and Daike agrees that they should all get along going forward. Yohan agrees as well, as Daike whips her men into shape. Yaon stands near Yohan, having heard that he will leave Marcel tomorrow. He agrees that it just worked out that way. Yaon shakes her head slightly in a bit of sadness. It's a shame to see him go so soon. They were just starting to get close as well. She also had a gift for him, so he should bend down a little. As Yohan does so, Yaon puts something around his neck with a rather pleased expression. This is the Troll Slayer emblem. As a representative of the Katana Trading Company, this is her gift to him. She was also wondering where exactly he was headed. Yohan doesn't really have an answer. He is just going to figure it out after departing. Yaon thinks that works out well though. She thought his destination was already decided, so she prepared a letter. It would be far better if he went to the person who was looking for him. Godin sees him read this letter now, and asks what that is. Yohan forgot to mention it to him, and handed it over. It is something he received back in Marcel. Someone wants to meet him because he killed a troll. Godin reads it, and is shocked to find that it's a letter from Count Zarpin. Yohan asks if he's a famous person or something, and Godin confirms it, adamant that he is. He's incredibly famous in the southern territories. Count Zarpin made great contributions in the past monster extermination campaigns. Like him, he has killed trolls too, and built his reputation upon that. Additionally, he is the only one who can perform a nightly knighting ceremony in this entire region. A knighting ceremony is a ceremony where one is recognized as a knight by someone of noble rank. It's a form of guarantee and a sponsorship at the same time. For the recipient, it's also an opportunity for rapid advancement and strong backing. In short, it leads to incredible success. This is far more impressive than he thought. If he manages his image well, he might even be able to get a knighting ceremony too. Great. This time he will get both money and a knightly title. Suddenly, Daika spotted that there is a checkpoint ahead, but there is also a very strong stench of blood. Yohan also notices that something does not feel right, and tells everyone except those protecting Gauden to stay alert. People at the checkpoint also see them, and see that the guy in front looks like a knight. They should be quiet for now. Knight or not, they die just the same when they drive a sword through them, so they should get ready to tear them apart. The soldiers stop the convoy to conduct an inspection. They should identify themselves. Yohan introduces himself and asks what they are doing here. As they do so, the two beastmen detect movement around the bushes, filing this information away for now. The soldier explains that they are conducting a routine inspection. They have received orders to control this entire area. Of course, since he is a knight, they could let him pass, if he would be so kind as to provide a little gift. Yohan explains that he is a guest of Count Zarpin, and that, before he talks about gifts or not, he should explain himself. Who is he to conduct this inspection? He should state his rank and affiliation now. If he will not speak, he sees no reason to cooperate either. The man sees that he is an irritating bastard and immediately calls for the crossbowmen, who naturally have been waiting around the bushes. The soldier calls Yohan a fool. He could have just handed over the money and left. Why would he embarrass himself in front of his men? What house is he from anyway? Well, he won't let him off easy. He should just hand over everything he has, not holding a single thing back. As he said before, this is an inspection, so he should not take any sort of offense from this. Yohan tells him that if he wishes to see blood, he will not stop him, but for the sake of his men, he would rather avoid bloodshed. The soldier tells him to buzz off, as he is trying to show off until the end. Immediately, he gives out the order for the crossbowmen to fire, but before they can even do that, Kuramov jumps in at Yohan's order, swiping at the crossbowmen and dealing with them whole. Before the soldier can wonder what is happening, Daika crashes in with her weapon and smashes it into him, killing him in an instant. The soldiers see this and begin whipping out their blades, but before Yohan can react, Shuka moves in, and, using her expert precision as a rogue, cuts them up. With that, Daiki jumps in with the other beastmen, vowing to prepare them nicely for meals. Yohan watches this without even getting his blade out. For some reason, this reminds him of when he was chased by the wolves of Akaiden. They overwhelmed him with numbers and harassed him all day, while he desperately broke through their encirclement and ran away as well. He hid in a merchant caravan and barely escaped with his life. What he learned then was that alone he could never break through a checkpoint. Now though, just in 30 minutes, everything was resolved with a single word from him. Daiki notes that they subdued them all, and Yohan tells them they did good work. One of the beastmen finds a nice necklace on one of the soldiers. It's probably stolen, but it doesn't really matter. It is his now. Daiki assesses the quality of the corpses and sees that they are extremely filthy. Even beasts are more decent than these guys. Additionally, the sources of the blood stench were civilian corpses. Yohan goes to one of the soldiers they let leave to interrogate and tells him to identify himself. What were they doing here? The man in tears explains that they are deserters. They were fighting at Zarpan Castle. Their situation worsened, and they've been running ever since. Yohan is confused. What does he mean by that? There was an attack at Zarpan Castle. The soldier does not know what is happening. Count Zarpan is currently fighting a war. Yohan demands more information, asking who he is at war with and which house he belongs to. The man explains that they are deserters from House Ebner, which Yohan has never heard of before. He needs more information. What is the current state of Zarpan Castle? The man explains that House Ebner surrounded Zarpan Castle with a gigantic force. The foolish commander shattered the soldiers' morale, and with supplies cut off, everyone started to starve. After holding out like that for weeks, some exhausted soldiers like them deserted and turned to pillaging. Before Yohan can ask anything more, the man's wounds overtake him, and his last words are for God to please forgive him. Yohan looks at the man and tells him that he should seek forgiveness from those he has killed instead, and not from his God. That night, as they rest, Godin asks what they should do to get to Zarpan. They would have to break through the battlefield, right? Was Count Zarpan hoping for his participation in the war when he invited them, perhaps? Godin has a point, Yohan thinks. If he participates in the war and achieves merit, he'll likely receive a knighthood from Zarpan, but can he even enter the castle? He'd need to meet Zarpan first to decide about the war or rewards, but the battlefield is blocking their way. He continues looking at the fire and remembers Vialko's words that even if he escapes the battlefield, he will eventually have no choice but to fight. Suddenly, Daika comes along and explains that a group of merchants is heading this way. Yohan tells them to let them pass, but Daiki also notes that their numbers seem to be quite large. Yohan can see that from their clearing too. The line isn't even visible at the end. It makes sense that merchants would come since the war broke out and all. If that is the case, they will head to one of the two places, Zarpan or Ebner, right? Like when he traveled with Eden's trading company before. If he joins up with them, he might be able to enter Zarpan Castle without much issue. He tells Daike and Shuka to serve as his guards. They shall introduce themselves at the very least. As they approach the guards, they tell them to halt and identify themselves at once. Yohan introduces himself and asks where they are headed. The guard asks if he is a knight of a noble house, but then why doesn't he have a house crest or banner? Yohan can't really answer. If he were him, he wouldn't be able to either, since his house got ruined and all. Seeing him not answering, the guard pulls his blade out, telling him that he is a bandit knight, so he should get lost now. This is the last time they will be showing mercy. Shuka tells them not to be so rude to a noble knight, with Daik agreeing. Perhaps he wants to die. The guards immediately feel the pressure and get second thoughts about doing this, but immediately, a merchant screams at them to stop right there. This is the merchant Doris. He calls his guards dim-witted bastards. Do they not see that knight's emblem? That's the Troll Slayer's emblem, granted by Marcel itself. He bows down to Yohan, slightly apologizing for their rudeness. They, ignorant fools, fail to recognize such a great knight. He is Sir Yohan, is he not? Doris of the Argonne Trading Company would like to hold a small banquet to apologize for their rudeness. Would it be acceptable if he asked for his attendance? Sure enough, Yohan agrees, and his mercenaries get treated to a meal. Inside, the real banquet begins. Doris is truly grateful that he accepted their request. He worries the banquet may be too modest for his state, however. Yohan, seeing the women and the food, wonders if this is modest for him. He says it's quite satisfactory. He appreciates the hospitality. He takes a drink of the goblet, thinking that the food seems to contain no poison. Not that it matters since he has the water of blessing on hand anyway. He will ask where they are headed once the conversation warms up. Wherever they are going, if he establishes good relationships, it will definitely help in some way. Doris asks if it is true that he killed a troll with his bare hands. But just as Johann begins to tell the story, a familiar voice rings out, noting that he did not expect to see him here. It's Khan, who seems rather drunk, and he asks if he remembers this ugly mug. Johann was really disappointed they didn't get to bid their farewells, and Khan knows that he is happy to see him again too. Doris sweats a little, noting that they seem to be acquainted. Johann notes that they have fought together, so they have a close bond. He asks if he was hired by Doris. He should have a drink. Khan thanks him for this precious drink, and his expression turns serious. His voice drops to a level that only Johann can hear, as he asks if he remembers someone named Lord Gamson. Johann remembers that name. Gamson was the one who stole his sword and horse, then had his head cut off by Khan. But what's with this Lord title? Khan tells him that Lord Doris is someone even more noble than Lord Gamson. He swears Lord Doris will treat him even with greater sincerity than Lord Gamson. Johann immediately understands the double meaning. He is basically calling Doris double the traitor Gamson was. He plays it off, noting that he must have faith in his employer. That is truly an impressive feat for a mercenary. Everyone should learn from him how to talk. He gives him 2 gold coins, and Khan thinks it's way too much. Johann tells him that he would like to have a more intimate conversation with Doris, so could he please leave them for a moment? Khan then understands that he did, and confirms as such, telling them to have a pleasant conversation. After exiting the tent, he throws his goblet away. Johann sits down next to Doris, not expecting Khan to speak so well of him. He must truly possess a noble character among merchants. Doris thinks that he is far too kind. As a person, isn't it only natural to be noble? Johann puts a hand over his shoulder, noting that he should repay hospitality with hospitality after all. He will share some good information with him. The truth is, Gamson was the name of a traitor who had his head cut off by the man who had just left. Isn't that just interesting? Upon hearing this, Doris immediately calls for the guards, but Johann just tightens his hold in turn, making the dancers and consorts around scream as Johann chokes him. Doris's bodyguard hears this and immediately comes inside, wondering what is going on, but Johann just smacks him over the head and leaves him unconscious. Another approaches as he hears the loud sound. Another one of his bodyguards comes inside, and Johann does the same thing, again and again, as they come in basically a line. Doris wonders how things turned out like this. Just what on earth happened? A week earlier, at the Argon Trading Company barracks, Doris met up with a bunch of merchants who were wondering what he was going to say. What is the reason he called them all the way here? It appears that there is a big profit to be made, isn't there? Doris told them not to be hasty, and listen to what he has to say first. It will be a very tempting proposal. Right now they are supporting House Ebner. In other words, they are providing war supplies. One of the merchants wondered what he meant by war supplies. He thought they were going to Ebner's territory to trade. Doris wagged his finger, noting that their information gathering is rather slow. How can they make a living as merchants that way? Right now, it appears that House Ebner is at war with Zarpen House. Bosun Castle in Zarpen is currently besieged, and their commander is Sir Stefan, the youngest of Ebner, so they will sell war materials to Stefan. The merchants wondered if he had officially lost it. Stefan is a notorious fool. How could they conduct business with such an idiot? Doris notes that this is exactly it. That fool will likely squander their goods. He won't even have the ability to repay properly. But Stefan's mother, Countess Ebner, exists, does she not? If her foolish little son squanders the goods, they will demand double the amount from the Countess. One of the merchants notes that they might lose their heads for this, and another thought that if the Countess takes this as an insult, what would happen then? Doris tells them to shut it and listen until the end. The Countess has a very clever daughter, does she not? The next househead, Lady Ulrika, is very cunning and strong-willed. The merchants agree now that they thought about it. They've heard rumors that the Countess favors her youngest son, Stefan, so they are not on good terms. Doris wonders why the Countess would appoint the incompetent son as commander when she has such a capable daughter. Isn't it because she favors Stefan and wants to give him military achievements? The merchants did believe that made sense. Doris got to the main part of the plan. They will supply materials to Stefan and officially bill the Countess for the costs. Then the Countess will pay whatever price they demand, for the sake of her house's honor, and her son's honor as well. Now that they understood, they should prepare themselves at once and go help Ebner. A few days later, when he met with Johann, he saw the Trollslayer badge. He knew that the rumor that Zarpan County had invited him was true. If he captures a future enemy noble beforehand, won't he get some credit in the war as well? Then he might receive some unimaginable rewards. He explains all of this to Johann, who understands he was planning to kidnap him. But this is rather ridiculous. Does he know what he's done? Doris, on his knees, along with every single one of his guards, notes that this was just a big misunderstanding. They were merely following proper hospitality customs and such to ensure his comfort. They absolutely harbored no ill intent. Yohan calls for Khan and Goran to say it once more, and they agree. Goran explained that Doris ordered them to restrain him and attack his party as well. Doris mutters under his breath, asking how dare they betray him, but Yohan hears him. It appears that he has admitted to his crime with his own mouth. He was trying to see whose side these people were on, but it was Ebner's side after all, just as he expected. He throws something on the ground roughly and notes that he violated hospitality customs and has insulted him on a much deeper level than anyone else has before. He knows the punishment that insulted nobles impose, does he not? Doris can basically imagine it, and he doesn't like what he is seeing, so he begs to be spared. If Yohan spares him, he will do whatever he commands. Yohan thinks a bit on it, as this is a tempting offer. Godin wonders what they should do, even if they go to Zarpan Castle with them. Ebner's soldiers are surrounding the entire keep, so they will not be able to enter so easily. Even if they move in while mixed in with the merchants, they won't be able to meet Zarpan, right? Everyone remains silent in this moment as Yohan begins to think, but then a closed-lipped smile plays at his lips. Once dawn breaks tomorrow, they will depart towards Ebner's forces that are besieging Zarpan Castle. Godin wonders if that really is wise and is also confused as to what he is planning, since they are basically entering the enemy's camp. Unaware of his true intentions, Yohan's party departed with Doris's merchants, and 3 days later, they arrived at Ebner's front lines, where their flags fly high as their spears. Meanwhile, inside the Ebner army's commander's tent, Stefan screams out, not believing that 10 people deserted in a single night. What on earth were the squad leaders there for anyway? He will have them brought to his feet at once. This is the Ebner army commander, Stefan Ebner. The chief of staff of the army tells him that the soldiers' morale is basically at rock bottom at this point. Does he have any idea how many soldiers have deserted? Punishing the squad leaders now will only incite more resentment. Stefan tells him that this is exactly why. He said they should attack quickly. Why didn't they listen and let things get so bad? The chief of staff, getting a little more than annoyed, tells him that attacking a castle without siege weapons is a foolish venture. Even now, perhaps they should consider using a battering ram at least. However, Stefan has had enough of him and gets in his face. He's getting pretty cocky. Is he a son of House Ebner, perhaps? Huh? The chief of staff is barely able to hold his anger, not believing that such a piece of trash is the commander. He basically acts like a little kid. A few days ago near Zarpan, while traveling, Yohan's group was blocked by bandits who attempted to pillage them. They were deserters from the Ebner army. The Ebner army led a massive force and besieged Count Zarpan's Bosan castle. However, their commander-in-chief, Stefan, was incredibly foolish. Eventually, the soldiers saw no hope in their conquest and deserted in droves, becoming bandits inside the area. As luck would have it, they ran into Yohan's group and were completely wiped out. Suddenly, though, a few guards came inside, one bearing excellent news. Supply merchants have arrived on a massive scale. At that, Stefan puts one leg over the other and waves. They came right to them, did they not? They should tell them they will buy every single supply that they have. As for money, they should also tell them to go and get it from his gracious mother. The chief of staff wonders if he thinks that money just grows on trees or something, but one of the guards notes that a knight named Johann Aitz has requested an audience too. Stefan himself has never heard of this Aitz. He is uneasy. After he is given a letter bearing a certain sigil, the sigil of Zarpan, Stefan notes that he is a guest of Zarpan. Then, right? Yohan confirms as such, and Stefan wonders if that merchant fellow next to him is his companion as well. Yohan confirms as much too. Here's the merchant's travel pass as well. He should have a look. Stefan reads it pretty fast but stops at the last part, noting that the guarantor is Ebner. This is a permit from their side, is it not? Yohan agrees. This man next to him has broken the customs of hospitality, as he intended to kidnap him and hand him over to his side. Therefore, he has seized the merchant, and now ownership of those supplies belongs to him. The chief of staff notes that this merchant is an idiot doing things nobody even asked. The situation really isn't great, and he whispers to Stefan that he must never grant this man's request. He must absolutely refuse this. Stefan straightens up lightly, telling him that they are currently at war, so he cannot allow supplies to be given to the enemy. Yohan understands. In that case, he can simply purchase them from him. As for the price, a reasonable amount of gold should suffice, since he can just go meet Zarpan empty-handed, right? Stefan thinks that's not bad. Should they just do that then? That much they can pay with their own money. However, the chief of staff loudly clears his throat and signals that they have zero money left. Stefan immediately refuses Yohan's offer. How do they know it's true that the merchant attacked him? He wants proof that his words are true. Yohan calls Doris forward, and Doris immediately steps lightly forward and says that it was indeed his doing. Stefan clenches his teeth in frustration and tells him not to lie to him. He wants this man seized. Anyone can see he has the face of someone being threatened. They never even heard of someone like him. How could they possibly trust a word that comes out of his mouth? However, since the war is urgent, he will take the supplies and the merchant, and will deal with the lies later. The chief of staff breathes a sigh of relief as they somehow got through that. The situation is not over yet, as Yohan doesn't take being called a liar lightly. That's a pretty heavy insult on his honor after all. Seeing this, Stefan immediately unsheathes his sword, calling him a scoundrel, and asking who he thinks he is to dare open his mouth like this and glare at him too. He will gouge his eyes out where he stands. Yohan stares at his blade, and everyone just kind of tries to placate Stefan into backing down. Yohan smiles as everything is going according to his plan. He calls out Stefan and notes that he will have to take responsibility for those words. The chief of staff knows what those words mean from a night, and he tells everyone to immediately stop him. However, Yohan begins to move, knowing that Stefan was an arrogant young master, and if one scratches someone like that just by a little, they will naturally react. Just as planned, very easily, a justification was created, and Yohan could run wild to his heart's content, throwing everyone out of the tent. With ease, the soldiers wonder what happened, and the chief of staff tells them to protect Stefan at all costs. However, inside they don't really move, as Yohan has grabbed Stefan by his uniform collar and points his sword at him. Stefan himself screams out, noting that it hurts, and cries, thinking that he is not going to stab him easily. Yohan simply tells him that if he draws his sword first, he must take responsibility for his own life. That is the way of a warrior. As a soldier recognizes that crest from somewhere and sees it up close, he remembers that's definitely Marcel's Trollslayer badge. Stefan at once asks if that really is true, and the chief of staff tries to placate Yohan, noting that they express their greatest respect for his achievements, so they wish for him to put his sword down. Yohan asks, what about his honor that was insulted by this man? What will they do about his honor? Stefan tells them not to provoke him, and just stay still for a bit. Yohan continues, noting that Stefan tried to steal the supplies he rightfully claimed, and even insulted his honor by calling him a dirty liar, since he drew his blade first, and challenged him to a righteous duel. Is it not only right that he grants him an honorable death? Hearing this, Stefan himself immediately apologizes and begs to be spared, with the chief of staff knowing what this means. If he apologizes like this, he's basically admitting that he was wrong. Yohan asks if he accepts all of his claims, and Stefan agrees. He admits everything was his fault. Yohan smiles and turns back to let him go, turning back to everyone as they have heard him, right? As the right of the victor which they will honor, he will be taking Stefan with him. Stefan is confused. Is he taking him as a prisoner? Is he not afraid of his house? Yohan tells him that he admitted to everything with his own mouth, and Stefan doesn't really know what to say, so he turns to the chief of staff to make him say something, but none of the guards do. The chief of staff tells Stefan to please comply, as there is nothing they can do about this. At the main gate of Bosun Castle, a few of the guards wonder just how long these Ebner bastards are planning to hold out. They haven't been able to sleep properly for days because of them. Suddenly, however, they see a bunch of merchants arrive, and they are going right through Ebner's camp. The two dwarf guards think that they should stand guard just in case, but another comes and screams at them to open the gates at once. One of the guards asks what he's talking about. Open the gates just like that. The dwarf that came catches his breath and, rather breathlessly, tells them that the Ebner commander-in-chief, Stefan, has been captured and is being led inside the castle right now. The dwarf watchguards are shocked to hear that the commander-in-chief of the Ebner army, Stefan, has been caught and brought here. They immediately turn to open the gates and bring him inside the castle at once, but one of them wonders, the one who ended this war, just who on earth is this knight? They go inside the inner castle of Bosun Castle, and the people of the court are surprised to see Stefan here. They heard he got caught doing something stupid at his own command post. He really is an idiot, just as the rumors imply. As they keep laughing and snickering, Stefan has had enough of their insolence and asks if they wish to die. He is a son of House Ebner. They shall untie him at once and treat him with the utmost respect. The servants there immediately begin doing so, seemingly used to his antics, and Stefan scoffs as he wants to be taken to Lord Zarpan this instant. Yohan wonders why he is so confident when he is just a prisoner, but he will find out soon enough. They go inside the throne room, and Yohan is finally faced with Count Zarpan, the Lord of Bosun Castle. He immediately looks at Stefan, who calls him Uncle Zarpan, and Zarpan himself notes that this is a public setting, so he should refrain from using personal titles as such. Stefan whimpers a bit and calls him Count, noting that it has been a long time. Zarpan thought he was leading the attack on Bosun Castle, but to think he would see him as a prisoner. Just what on earth is this pathetic display of his? Stefan notes that he has no real excuse. Zarpan says that considering the relationship between their two families, Bosun Castle will treat him as a guest, not as an enemy. Stefan is glad to hear that. However, Zarpan was not done. Since he was captured by this knight, the ownership of him as a prisoner belongs to him. Stefan is shocked, and immediately calls Zarpan uncle again, noting that he is an Ebner. He is entrusting someone as precious as him to such a lowly person. Zarpan immediately screams at him, asking if he is going to violate the customs of war and rob that knight of his righteous ransom. He should not bring shame to House Ebner and act with duty and honor. Stefan immediately agrees, with tears in his eyes. He nods a few times too. Here, some trivia. What is a ransom? It is basically a medieval custom where a noble captured in war is held as personal property, and the price is paid for their return. Zarpan summons a chamberlain and tells them to take Stefan inside, who is basically crying like a child at this point. With that, he turns his attention to Yohan, glad to finally meet the troll slayer of Marcel. Yohan bows his head, noting that the honor is all his. He wonders if it's finally his turn. Yohan tries to make a good impression somehow, and get knighted by this guy. Zarpan believes they should take a walk as they talk, as he would like to show him around the castle personally. He is quite proud of it after all. As they walk through the castle and end up at one of the watchtowers, Zarpan wonders if he knows why he summoned him. Yohan notes that at first he thought he needed him because of the war, but looking at things now, that does not seem to be the case. With such sturdy and high walls and this peaceful atmosphere despite being in the middle of a war, it is hard to believe that this war is a big problem for him. With the reliable Zarpan knights here, there is no way that is true. Zarpan agrees. This war is not a big problem for him. The reason he called him was simply out of curiosity. He should know he also killed a troll when he was quite young, but because of his recklessness, half of his precious knights had died. It is a painful memory to think about even now. Yohan knows that he is not talking nonsense. The armor he is wearing now is definitely made out of troll hide. Zarpan continues, noting that when he heard the news that someone took down a troll single-handedly, he thought he should catch that braggart and teach him a rightful lesson. Yohan stares at him and wonders what is going on. He's basically doomed if this guy doesn't believe him at all. There are a bunch of knights behind him too, who all stare at Zarpan, waiting for his command. Zarpan puts up his hand, and then slams it down right on Yohan's shoulder, noting that he is the real deal. Yohan is a little confused now, and Zarpan explains, he captured the enemy's merchant caravan, and cut off their supplies, and then even captured the enemy commander in the middle of a battlefield. Just by coming here, he has brought this war to a close. Yohan is flattered, but Zarpan notes that too much humility is no good. However, Yohan really is relieved. He does not view him negatively, it seems. If that is the case, he needs to make a strong impression if he wants to get knighted. He notes that the Doris merchant caravan he captured, he would like to present it to him as a token of his respect. Yohan waits for a reaction, but then finds none, as Zarpan grits his teeth and clenches his fists in rage, asking if he takes him for a man with no honor, he will buy that merchant caravan from him for a generous price. Furthermore, in recognition of his achievements, he will also be granted a separate reward, so he will not refuse. Yohan immediately agrees, and Zarpan does not end it there. He will also provide him with the best treatment while he stays inside of the castle, so he should rest as much as he can and relax his weary body. Yohan thanks him for his hospitality and thinks that he has quite a fiery personality, but he seems to be a good person, so he will do his best. He is already being chased by the Empire. Before he even gets knighted, the last thing he wants is to be hated by a powerful person like a count. In the main castle of Ebner County, news eventually breaks out about Stefan's capture, and the name of the knight who dared to capture the countess's son. The chief of staff notes that he is from a house they have never even heard of before. It was a knight named Johann Aitz. Countess Ebner's roar of fury filled the castle at that moment, and Johann's determination not to get on a count's bad side was crumbling without him even knowing about it. Upon calming down just a fraction, the countess demands to know what they were doing while her son was being captured. What on earth could they have been possibly doing? The chief of staff explains that the advisors did their utmost to assist Stefan, but there was nothing they could do due to Stefan's conduct. The countess will not take such words from a commoner and calls the guards, telling them to behead those incompetent advisors post-haste. They all immediately get on their knees, begging to be spared, as they did their absolute best to protect Stefan. She must see that her words are true. Suddenly, the whip cracks right in front of the advisors and the guards, with the one who did it telling the guards to stop. The countess looks at the woman with a crazy expression, demanding to know what the hell she thinks she's doing. This is the eldest daughter of House Ebner, Ulrika Ebner. She explains that the advisors really did do their best. Stefan was clearly captured due to his own stupidity. They cannot afford to lose competent advisors because of one man's foolishness. The Countess notes that her brother Stefan was captured and taken as a hostage. How can she say such things in such a situation? Ulrika tells her that it is entirely her fault. Why did she make Stefan the commander-in-chief? Wasn't it to spoon-feed military achievements to such a useless man? With these military costs and massive reparations, and now Stefan's ransom included, how does she plan to handle such immense losses? The Countess demands to know if she is daring to hold her responsible, and Ulrika tells her to just rest for a moment if she will, as she, the next matriarch, Ulrika Ebner, will take responsibility and resolve this matter. In the aftermath of the war, unlike in House Ebner where fierce conversations were taking place day in and day out, a pleasant conversation was being held at Bosen Castle. One of the servants comes to Johann, noting that they have exchanged the goods from Doris, and that it has earned him an entire chest full of silver and gold. Johann is pleased at how heavy it is to think that all of this money is his. This should easily exceed the annual income of Edelstein too. Back then, he never imagined he'd earn such money. The servant, however, tells him that it is far too early to celebrate, as there is still Stefan's ransom left to be talked about, right? Now let's take an advanced lesson on the ransom of a knight. The life of a knight is the pinnacle of high risk and high reward. Capturing an opponent and receiving a ransom brings in quite a lot of money, but conversely, being captured results in a huge loss too. The higher the risks, the greater the reward. However, Johann has captured Stefan, the son of a famous house. The ransom that they will pay for Stefan is whatever he names. As he walks with Count Zarpan, he asks if he enjoys the gifts, which Johann does. There was a silver shield and sword engraved with a troll slayer crest, a chainmail made by the dwarves, and finally Don Gnome, a famed horse mixed with monster blood. He offers his deepest gratitude for such hospitality. Zarpan is glad that he likes them, and he also notes that there is a noble who would be a good match for him. Why does he not go and meet them? Johann is a little pleased, thinking that he finally gets to build connections with the upper class. He will not miss such an opportunity, so he agrees. Zarpan, however, just kind of trolls him and puts him right in front of Stefan, with both of them staring at each other with rather confused and disgusted looks. With this, Zarpan cheerfully extracts himself from the room, and Stefan immediately smacks the table, getting up and calling Johann a lowly brat. The moment he returns to Ebner, he will challenge him to a righteous duel. Johann wonders why he's not doing it now, and Stefan just kind of doesn't answer, blushing. Johann is guessing that it is because it's not his house. If he were home, his little mommy would protect him. Is it because he does not have anyone to rely on here? Stefan tells him to watch his dirty mouth. He is of a noble bloodline. He was born differently from someone like him. Johann understands. So, how much does Stefan think the house will pay him for his ransom? Stefan scoffs, as he will not speak with such a lowly person like him about such things. Johann turns around, believing that it is quite disappointing, and walks towards the fireplace. He is not going to do anything much, but maybe they should just get a little closer, right? As Johann points the hot iron at Stefan, Stefan demands to know what he is doing. Does he not want to receive his ransom? Johann smiles a little, noting that Stefan is expensive in the first place, so why doesn't he try to scare him a bit? Maybe it will rise up in value. As he points his hot rod towards Stefan, Stefan cries out, noting that he gets it. He will tell him he is worth 100 imperial gold coins. No, that would be 200 gold coins. Johann pulls his hot rod away from Stefan's face, and notes that he is ridiculously expensive, isn't he? This will be the most money he has ever had. Stefan himself is a little confused. He heard he was an honest knight, but does this guy look honest in any way? Johann sits down, noting that it is much easier for both of them when he answers kindly. Now he wants to know about his mother. The full story of the war that Stefan told him was enough to make anyone scoff. The daughters of the two houses were intended to enter a same-sex marriage alliance. Now you might wonder how that's possible, but in this world, marriage is a bond of power, so same-sex marriage is said to be rather common. Afterward, they each take an adoptee or a lover, so there is no real issue there. Heirs will be made. The problem was that the greedy countess demanded a silver mine as a pretext for this marriage, and Zarpan, considering it excessive, naturally refused. Then, to protest this, Ebner started a war. Now Johann understands there was a reason Zarpan was so generous to Stefan, who called him uncle. In the end, all the high-ranking nobles are somewhat intertwined. One of the servants comes around with Stefan's wine, which he has requested. Stefan immediately grabs the cup and demands to know what took him so long. Did he make and ferment the wine himself or something? The servant apologizes, and Johann watches as Stefan puts the goblet to his lips. Before he can, Johann tells him to wait, and gives the servant a cup, telling him to have a drink first. Before all of this, Johann told Stefan that this wine was seized from Doris. It made its way back here, after all it seems. Before the servant left, Johann called him back and told Stefan to put that glass down. Johann was rather curious. Why did he bring the glass already filled? The servant apologizes. He did not know the proper etiquette of serving them yet. It is a mistake on his part, but it is pretty clear by the shaking and sweat on his face that he is lying. So Johann told him that, since his work serving them is so hard, he should have a reward and a drink. The servant thanked him for his hospitality, immediately accepting the goblet rather sheepishly. Stefan wonders what he is doing, and Johann then tells the servant to drink the wine from that glass as well, making his face immediately drop. However, Johann is adamant, telling him to drink it with a stern face. Before he can, the servant drops the goblet to the ground and immediately bows his head, with Stefan now realizing too that the goblet was poisoned. Before all of this, someone gave the servant a poison called the Nessos tear. A single drop could kill everyone in this entire castle, so he should apply a thin layer to the glass that Stefan will drink from. All he has to do is give him the glass and then leave. His reward now is 1 gold coin. Upon completion of this task, he will be given 2 more gold coins. The servant thought it would be okay. Stefan was the enemy in the war after all, so it would not be a big deal if he died. This one time will solve everything, so doing it just this once will allow him to save his poor family. Now he is being dragged away by the guards, begging to be forgiven, but the guards offer him no pity. He dared to poison a noble's glass, but his life is essentially over. Johann looks back at Stefan, who immediately picks up the chair and defends himself, noting that it was not him. He did not order this. He indeed told him to bring the wine. Still, he never told him to put poison in it. Johann asks what the hell he's talking about. The poison was in his glass. Someone was not trying to kill him, but they were trying to kill Stefan. Indeed, a servant would not do something like this on their own. There must be someone behind it. Does he have anyone in mind? Stefan screams that it is Ulrika, that crazy woman who finally tried to get him. Johann wonders who that is, and he explains that it's his sister. She is the only one who would do something like this. That crazy, scary woman. He knew the way she looked at him was rather suspicious. Johann doesn't get it. Why would his sister try to kill him like this? Are they not family? Stefan wonders how he should know such a thing. She's been a lunatic from the very beginning. Johann thinks that seeing how this bastard usually behaves, she may have a reason, and he might be at fault too. Stefan scoffs, noting that he will have to report all of this to the Countess, and Johann thinks this is pretty unbelievable. He even remembers a saying from his past life. Real-life siblings are supposedly hardwired into their genes to automatically hate each other. Meanwhile, at the main gate of Bosun Castle, word of what happened naturally spreads everywhere, and the guards immediately tell the traveler to stop. As of this moment, none may enter or leave the castle. Failure to comply will result in immediate execution. The 2 who gave the poison have made it out of the castle, however. One of them scoffs that the lowly bastard could not even handle such a simple task, with the other noting that Stefan is far too lucky of a bastard. Well, it does not matter. This is only the beginning anyway. Right now, they should just report to Lady Ulrika. Naturally, Zarpan himself has taken over the interrogation of the servant, asking how he dared to do such a thing, and smacking him right in the chest, causing the servant to panic, vomit blood, and get on his knees. Zarpan can't believe it. He trusted him and let him into his keep, and he dared stab him in the back like this. He calls upon the guards and tells them to behead this man and display his head at the castle gate so that any lowly rat like him will know their fate. A servant sheepishly interrupts his rage and notes that he has brought Johann as requested. Zarpan calms down a bit, sweating and sighing, welcoming him inside and noting that they should talk for a moment. As they walk and talk, Zarpan thanks him for protecting his honor. Johann cleaned his mess for him, it seems. Johann notes that he only did what had to be done, and he hesitates to ask this, but who does he think is behind the incident? Zarpan himself notes that it must be Ulrika's work. She likely intended to kill Stefan to eliminate the need for some ransom payment. Using death as a pretext, she would challenge the prisoner guarantee obligation, claiming that a dishonorable promise with Zarpan is pretty worthless, so she would try to nullify the reparations as well. At the same time, she might have tried to frame Johann, an eyesore to her, even though they had not met each other, for the assassination, and get rid of him through a trial before the court. Johann wonders why he is dragged into all of this, and Zarpan explains that the reparation negotiations for this war have concluded. Considering the massive amount they have to pay, it is not surprising that they would hold a grudge against him. Ulrika has been a persistently cruel child from a young age. She once tied up a defiant stallion and whipped it until it died. Now that she is grown, She is not an easy opponent to counter, even for someone like him. Anyway, thanks to him, it is Ebner's side that has become desperate. He has not only protected the war effort, but also the honor of House Zarpan. Yohan is flattered and thinks that, no matter how much he looks into it, he is being targeted by Countess Ebner. He especially needs to avoid that woman named Ulrika, as he does not know what kind of sadist she is. But now that Zarpan thinks about it, there is something he has been considering. Would he perhaps be interested in receiving a knighthood from him? A knighthood is a ceremony where a king, lord, or even count acts as an ordainer to officially recognize a person as a knight. While it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for an unknown noble, it is not granted to just anyone who comes around, because from the moment a knight is ordained, the ordainer must take full responsibility for any mistakes of the knight. Therefore, knighthood is a ritual for the chosen few, not something freely given. That is why Yohan immediately bends his knee, noting that if it is an appointment from someone as honorable as him, how could he possibly refuse? Yohan looks back at himself, and how much he has suffered up until now. He grew up facing discrimination since he was young, and while trying to find a way to make a living honestly, his life was just a continuous cycle of being looked down upon. Then his hometown was burned down by the emperor, and he eventually became a wanderer who hid his identity. For someone like him to receive a knighthood, he cannot let such an opportunity slip away. Zarpan seems pleased by this and notes that, if this is the case, could he do him one small favor? Yohan asks what it is, and Zarpan turns around, explaining that since Stefan has become his prisoner, should they not head to Ebner to collect the ransom? Naturally, Ulrika will not simply lie still, so she will surely try to kill Stefan once again. He will assign a reliable escort for him, so he should take Stefan to the Ebner territory alive, and he will gladly ordain him as a knight. Yohan bows his head and tells him to leave it to him, as he will lead Stefan safely to the Ebner territory. With that, a little later, the gates are opened as the victorious envoys and Sir Yohan depart. With this, Yohan, with a dream of knighthood in his very heart, departed for the Ebner territory. Half a day after the victorious envoys begin their journey, Stefan pulls closer to Yohan's horse and notes that the sun is about to set. What is he going to do about this? He's not planning to sleep on the road, is he? Two of Zarpan's bodyguard knights tell him that this is a pathetic display for a knight. He should have some shame. However, Stefan notes they saw it too. A group of bandits just attacked them out of the blue, and Yohan just hacked them into pieces like they were bread. Are they all crazy? How can they be so calm? He does not wish to die in such a place. The bodyguard knights reminisce about the memory with glee. That was a truly enchanting sight. They were rather jealous of Yohan's reputation at first, but seeing such a valiant figure in person made them reflect upon themselves. Stefan has had it. Every single one of them is taking Yohan's side. He is the youngest of House Ebner, and he is scared of bandits and assassins. So why won't anyone listen to him? Yohan calls out his name and notes that he does have a point, so they should head to a nearby village and rest there for the day. Stefan practically beams at this and tells everyone to pick up their pace, as he does not want to be dragged down by a lowly lot. They make their way to the nearby village, and Yohan is a little confused as this place does seem familiar somehow. The chief of the village is informed that some Zarpan knights have arrived, and he immediately goes to greet them, but the chief is immediately shocked to see Yohan, who does not know who he is. The chief introduces himself as the one from Ruzbek. The village kids once messed with his sword as a prank, and he honorably spared them. Yohan remembers it now. This is Ruzbek village, right? Stefan points out that this is a rather filthy and poor village. They should prepare clean water and a banquet post haste, and bring him 3 of the prettiest maidens out there, for he is none other than the renowned son of House Ebner. Before he can finish, Yohan tackles him like a quarterback to the ground, and Stefan asks what that was for. Has he gone senile or something? Yohan tells him that he knew he was dumb, but he did not know it was to such an extent. He's making enemies out of people and even trying to reveal his full name. Is he trying to invite assassins by spreading rumors that he is here? Yohan tells the chief that they will handle the food themselves. They just want lodging, and they do not need any village maidens either. The chief understands, so they should all follow him, as they do, and the villagers recognize Yohan and his title as the Troll Slayer of Marcel. As the villagers shower blessings upon him, the knight's bodyguards think that his popularity is incredible. This village is clearly in Zarpan County, but they seem to welcome him more than they welcome Zarpan's knights. Yohan is a little grateful for the warm welcome, but standing out is not a good thing if it's done too much. He hopes this doesn't reach Ulrika's ears, although he has an inkling that it will. They go to an inn, and as Stefan takes his bath, he wonders if this is really the best room. As expected of a countryside village, he calls out to the knights outside his door, and hopes that they are guarding properly. If an assassin enters the room, they will all be dead. The bodyguard just tells him to rest easy, as even the count isn't guarded this heavily. There are bodyguard knights at every entrance, and Johan's mercenaries are patrolling the interior in shifts, with Johan right next door. If anything happens, he will surely rush to protect him. Stefan naturally still feels anxious about it. Ulrika is someone capable of anything after all. Suddenly he hears a little rustling above him, and through a small hole, a cute rat drops on his head. He looks at the rat, and the rat looks at him, before Stefan begins screaming like a little girl. Almost immediately, Johan bursts through the wall with a mighty punch and catches the rat, shocking Stefan. He steps inside, having thought it was an assassin or something, but it was just a mere rat. How can he be screaming so hard over something so small? At that moment, Stefan thought to himself that more than the rat, or an assassin that's out to get him, Johan was indeed the most horrifying. The guards come inside, wondering what happened, with Johan claiming that it was just a rat. The bodyguards wonder what kind of rat made that huge hole, and Johan just leaves it at that. At dawn, as Johan patrols around the village, he thinks that he came to walk around just in case, but it's peaceful. As expected, it seems like no assassins will be coming tonight. Perhaps he is being too overprotective. Suddenly though, the bodyguards approach him, noting that there is a guest here to see him. Johan wonders who it could be, looking for him at this hour, but, in response, Ulrika just tightens her whip around the bodyguard's neck. She is finally glad to meet Johann Aitz. She has some good liquor with her, so how about they drink it? Just the two of them, somewhere a little nicer. They go to a tent outside of the city, and Ulrika tells Johan to rest easy. This is her private tent, and she's moved the guards 200 paces away anyway, so no matter what they do in here, nobody will ever know. She smirks, and notes that they should make one, a secret just between the two of them. Johan really isn't that impressed by her seduction attempts, and tells her to get to the point. Why did she invite him? She giddily notes that she just wanted to have a drink and make a deal to kill Stefan for her. She will give him his ransom right now. Johan tells her that this conversation is ruining the taste of the wine, so he refuses. However, Ulrika refuses to let him refuse without even listening properly first. She gets up and begins walking around him, noting that if the money is not enough, then she will double it. 400 coins. Johan is not that surprised that she's raising the price without hesitation, but then still refuses. Ulrika calmly takes a sip of her wine and presses herself on his shoulder, putting the cup down right in front of him, and whispers in his ear, 1,000 gold coins. Surely he knows the value of this much gold, right? The reason he is wandering right now, in the end, is it's all because of money, right? That wandering, she can make it end right this very second. Johan naturally is not a fool. He knows what 1,000 gold coins means. That's enough money to buy a fief and have some left over too. Maybe he could even buy a small castle. She wonders what he is so worried about. Does he not want to kill him himself? He shouldn't worry, as there are plenty of ways. Once they enter Ebner County, he should leave him alone. He just needs to look away just for a moment, and then someone she sent will take care of him. If that happens, he won't be held responsible, since it happened within Ebner territory. So how about it? She can create as many loopholes as he may need. Lady, that's an entirely different gesture you're making. Johan stares at her for a bit, and doesn't really understand why she is going this far. Isn't this a bit expensive just to prevent losses from the war? Ulrika tells him that he is a countryside noble, so naturally he would not know. When he thinks about what that bastard Stefan has done, 1,000 gold coins is basically child's play. Before long, she will become the master of House Ebner. Even then, he will be gnawing away at the family wealth. She has no idea how much more that rat can bring about in their family, so he must be killed before it's too late. For that, 1,000 gold coins is basically a bargain. Johan rubs the back of his neck, noting that she is rather honest about killing her own blood, but Ulrika wants to stop the long talk. This is a certificate for 1,000 gold coins. If he takes it to a trading company, he can exchange it immediately. She thinks that would be more than enough to save his pride, so why doesn't he accept it? However, Johan still has one answer for her. He refuses. Ulrika is annoyed, then mad, asking if he really is serious, and Johan says that he is. Since she's been so honest with him, he will also give her a kind explanation first. If Stefan dies, the Countess's blade will be pointed at him, even if it's not his fault. The resentment will naturally be flowing onto him. The human heart is not something that can be settled easily. She has no counter against that argument. Secondly, he cannot trust her. Just yesterday, she tried to poison him. If Stefan had died, he would have been framed as the culprit, and wouldn't that be a very convenient picture for her? Ulrika notes that it's rather rude to suspect her without any sort of evidence, but Johan doesn't really care. What's the guarantee she won't harm him after he takes the gold? If she were to betray him, he would have no way to retaliate. Ulrika says that this is ridiculous, If he thinks like that, how can any deal be made? Yohan understands. That's why he only deals with strong people he can trust. She asks if he's done yapping, but Yohan says he has one last thing to say. He received orders from Count Zarpan to bring Stefan back alive. To stand by and let Stefan be killed would be a stain on his honor. He has had enough of the saccharine tone she's been using up until now. She screams, asking what use is honor in a place where nobody is watching, but Yohan tells her to stop and listen until the end. Stefan, naturally, is clueless, frivolous, stupid, and so on, but he hasn't done anything wrong enough for him to defy order and kill him. He also thinks that, above all, once this job is over, he will be knighted. He absolutely cannot let his grand dream be ruined. Ulrika sighs. It seems that there was someone even more frustrating than Stefan himself. Yohan gets up, noting that he is done with his wine, which he is thankful for, but he will be going now, as it is getting rather late. Ulrika turns around and calls this a waste of time, but also stops and says, the fact that he will be entering Ebner territory tomorrow is unchanged, so he can look forward to it. Since he refused her offer, she will make sure to give him a very proper welcome. The next day, at the main castle of Ebner County, everyone is watching from the Countess and Ulrika to the various lords as Yohan is given his welcome against the giant of a man he has to fight. Before all of this, as they continue their journey, Yohan tells Stefan about Ulrika coming to see him. She offered him 1,000 gold coins to kill him. Stefan immediately gets on his case, calling him a money-crazy lunatic. How dare he try to hand him over to Ulrika? His mother won't let him get away with this. Yohan naturally gets annoyed and tells him to relax as he turns down the offer, surprising him, but Yohan is not finished. Based on how she acted at the end, she definitely is up to something. Stefan doesn't really care, letting out a shaky chuckle. His mother, the Countess, would protect him once he is inside of the castle. That woman would not be able to touch him. Yohan wonders if it is that castle over there, and he confirms as such. That is his home, the Ebner County main castle. Yohan is glad he managed to bring Stefan back to safety. Now all that is left is to collect the ransom for a certain idiot. The delegation arrived in front of the Countess, who looked at Yohan with disdain and unabashed scorn. They bowed their heads, and Yohan introduced himself, greeting the Countess as part of the Zarpan Count delegation. The Countess immediately locked eyes with Stefan, fighting back tears she was already shedding. He was such a beautiful child, since he was little, eating flowers and snacks, playing with swans. He was an angelic child who always looked for her. But now, this Johann Aitz, everything got messed up because of this bear-like bastard. His face is so smooth, his body is so rugged, unlike a child's, because that guy held Stefan and threatened them. They ended up losing the war thanks to that. She's been utterly humiliated. At this rate, she won't be able to save face before her vassals. To break that atmosphere, there is only one option. She immediately called the delegation insolent for standing armed before her. One of the Zarpan soldiers excused himself and entered the conversation, wanting to speak on their behalf. His Grace Zarpan has permitted them to be armed through a letter. The Countess asks how he dares defy her like this, and tells her guards to disarm them at once. Immediately, the guards asked for their weapons, and the Countess thought that even if Count Zarpan allowed them to be armed, the house's owner will only save face if she shows dominance here. Stupid knights have no choice but to fall for it, even if they know what she is trying to do. However, once they try to reach for Johan's blade, he tells the guards to wait. This is his legitimate right. If they want to take away his weapon, they will naturally have to kill him for it. This shocks the vassals, and a heavy silence falls over the room. The Countess is shocked too, wondering what this man is saying. He's in enemy territory, and he can say such things? At that moment, she feels something in her heart, a beating in response to this man's courage. She looks at him again, and gets even more and more flushed, as she starts to like those brave eyes. Our guy is for real the MILF bender. She thinks he is a wandering knight, but is he from House Zarpan? Johan tells her he was merely invited. She asks why he captured Stefan then, and Johan tells her he had no choice. It was to protect his honor. She asks if that means he has no grudge against their house, and Johan confirms as such. She notes that he is quite a brave man. She holds his courage in high regard, so she shall especially allow him to remain armed, and Johan thanks her for her consideration as he bows. She continues looking at him, and thinks that quite a likable fellow has appeared. Suddenly though, the vassal of House Ebner, Eno Gohan, notes that she may have allowed him to be armed, but he feels that his lord has been insulted. He shall fight this man, and restore Ebner's honor. The Countess tells Eno that there is no time for that. Sir Johan has no grudge against their house, right? Eno wonders if she is telling him to just endure this man's arrogance. He is the troll slayer of Marcel. If he has any honor, he will accept this duel. The Countess wonders what the hell he is doing. A duel against the victorious delegation. Stefan tells him not to accept, as he could die if he fights him. Suddenly a whip cracks, and Ulrika tells him to run away. That suits him a lot better, doesn't it? Marcel's troll slayer, a coward who flees from honorable duels. She will spread that rumor throughout the entire empire. Wouldn't that be just wonderful? Is that what the knight who fears dueling will be called? And naturally, Sir Zarpin would be proud too, wouldn't he? But he is not even a formal knight yet, is he? Johann now understands what she said about looking forward to it, and it cannot be helped if that is the case. He accepts the duel, telling Ino to come at him. Ino is glad, since he accepts the duel, and he will send his son Gerdolf as a proxy. Ulrika notes that this just got interesting, and as they all prepare for the duel, the Countess begins to shake, as this is pretty bad. Johann stands in front of his opponent in the Ebner main castle training ground, and the butler announces the fight. The butler introduces him. The knight who will honorably fight in place of Sir Ino Gohan is the noble executioner who has killed hundreds of knights in honorable duels, Gerdolf, who is quite the mountain of a man. Now the butler also introduces Johann as the despicable and arrogant knight facing him, Johann Aitz. He immediately gives the signal to start the duel, and Gerdolf raises his sword up, wanting to crush Johann's head. He defends against the strike, but the sheer magnitude of his force and the steel of his blade immediately shatters the shield he is holding, forcing him to dodge. Gerdolf is prepared for that, as he tackles him while he dodges. Everyone is a little worried, including the Countess, and Gerdolf slams Johann into the ground. This pleases Ulrika quite a bit, telling him under her breath to kill Johann. The Countess, who is sitting next to her, wonders if she doesn't know what happens if Johann dies. Zarpin will surely use this as an excuse to start a war again. If war breaks out once more, they will suffer unbearable losses. Ulrika tells her not to worry. They'll just collect emergency funds from them in return. Without an incompetent commander, the war would be a piece of cake. The Countess wonders what she means by that, but more importantly, why is she trying to kill Johann in the first place? Ulrika is surprised. Does she not know? She looks at her with a sadistic smile and tells her that Johann is currently Stefan's bodyguard knight. Now the Countess has connected the dots. Johann is protecting Stefan. Before killing Stefan, she will take out the bodyguard knight first. She immediately gets up, screaming to stop the duel, but suddenly a loud smack echoes throughout the training grounds, and the match is officially over. Ulrika thinks that it's in her favor. However, Gerdolf actually lost, as Johann stands next to him, pretty uninjured. Johann had thought to himself that he would just save face for House Ebner and move on. If he acts like it's a close fight, it should be enough to satisfy their pride. However, Gerdolf is stronger than he expected, and he really intends to kill him. Seeing this, when he tries to snap his neck, Johann puts his arm in a lock and completely blocks him, switching their positions. He tells him to surrender. If he keeps resisting, he will break his arm. There is one thing Johann overlooked, however. Even if he is in a position he cannot get out of, even if he loses his arm, Gerdolf still screams and breaks his own arm. Gerdolf the noble executioner is someone who never backs down even if his body is shattered. To think he would not surrender until the very end is quite an impressive display of willpower, if anything. The butler immediately announces that the winner is the Honorable Sir Johann, and now, a congratulatory message from the Countess. She also didn't expect Gerdolf to lose. In terms of raw strength, he should have been stronger than Karama too. She lets out a soft, relieved sigh, and notes that this was quite a fine duel between knights. She quite enjoys it. The gods will surely praise his honor as well. Every one of her vassals reluctantly begins clapping, with one of them noting that Sir Ino's rude behavior has ruined the atmosphere, while another notes that they gained quite an important realization thanks to it. Sir Johann must be eliminated. Johann is the root cause of everything they are suffering through. His very existence will remain a thorn in their house's side for a long time. All of them agree. Johann Aitz is a dangerous man. He must be dealt with as soon as possible. After Gerdolf is taken care of, a doctor applies first aid, but tells him that it would be unlikely that he could use his left arm from now on. Ino tells him to leave and immediately begins ripping into Gerdolf, telling him that he is disappointed to think that he couldn't even beat a brat like that. He should have just died right there. How dare he crawl back here alive? He is a disgrace to his house. Now it's time for some quick trivia. Unlike in modern times, fractures in the Middle Ages were pretty much fatal. Becoming useless as a knight, one would be expelled from their house, and often end up as vagrants. That is how things used to be. Ino can't believe it. Not only did he suffer a pathetic defeat, but he became a cripple who cannot even use his arm. Does he have any idea how much money he spent to have him taught swordsmanship all of this time? He really is a useless bastard now, so he should never show his face to him again. After his father leaves, Gerdolf naturally begins to cry, apologizing that he is so useless, and Johann overhears him. He only came here to get some cloth to wrap his hand. but witnessed a situation that is pretty hard to ignore. He turns the corner and asks if he's all right. He apologizes for breaking his arm, as it really wasn't his intention. Gerdolf, already down, tells him that it happened only because he was weak, but Yohan sees it another way. He is one of the most skilled people he's ever fought, and a warrior stronger than the half-minotaur he encountered during the Battle of Marseille. Gerdolf is pleasantly shocked by his words, and Yohan wants to give him a reward for being such a fine opponent. This is water of blessing given to him by the sage of the Ifale River. A sip should heal a broken arm. Gerdolf thanks him profusely with tears in his eyes, and Yohan says it's nothing. With this, he should prevent any other grudges, hopefully. As he takes a meeting with his mother, Stefan tells the Countess that Ulrika is trying to kill him. Seriously, she poisoned the wine, and even tried to trick Yohan into killing him. He knew the way she looked at him was pretty strange, and now she's acting like a crazy woman all of a sudden. However, the Countess tells him that he should call her Lady Ulrika from now on, and asks if he has any proof of this. Stefan does not, but she already knows. She knows how much she hates him and wants him dead. The Countess wants to propose something to him, however. He should enter the Sarkis monastery tomorrow. Once he is there, Ulrika will no longer be able to touch him. Stefan immediately refuses, as that is a silent monastery. Once one goes in there, they can't leave until their death. He would have to eat nothing but barley bread for 3 meals a day, and he would also have to shave his head. There are only men in there. He wouldn't even be able to get married. He absolutely would not go there. The Countess agrees. If he does not wish to go there, she naturally won't force him, but he should also understand that this is the last chance she can ever give him. Stefan clenches his fists and tells her that he needs some time to think as he turns around. She agrees to give him until tomorrow. He should make up his mind by then. After he leaves, though, her noble demeanor falters, and she cries at the mere thought of having to send her son away. At the Ebner guest reception room, the butler puts a box on the table, noting that this is Stefan's ransom. He should check it for himself. Yohan looks at it and sees his reflection in the gold. Finally, so much has happened, but in the end, he's earned the chance to be knighted, and, despite the other interference, he protected Stefan and obtained the ransom. He grasps one of the gold coins in his fist with a smile and thanks them for preparing this. With this, the 200 gold coin ransom has been acquired. Yohan walks around and thinks that he should definitely leave for Zarpen Castle tomorrow. He felt it earlier, but the people of Ebner are wary of him. It's best to leave before anything can happen. He wants to check his bags in advance, but suddenly, as he gets into his room, he sees Stefan, who looks absolutely malnourished, despite not being so. Yohan asks, what the hell happened and why is he here? He almost strikes him, thinking that he was an assassin or something. Stefan comes to him with a proposal, but Yohan immediately refuses. He's done with troubling matters. Now that he's received his ransom, he will be leaving for Zarpen Castle. Stefan wonders if he's in such a hurry, perhaps because of his knighthood, and Yohan confirms as such. It's his reward for keeping him safe. However, Stefan tells him that if he leaves like this, he will never be able to receive his knighthood, making Yohan pause. Yohan wonders what he means by that. He should explain himself properly this time. Stefan tells him that if he doesn't help him, he will be telling his uncle. He'll tell him to never appoint him as a knight, since he is cowardly. Yohan remains silent for a moment before getting angry and wondering if he's lost his damn mind. Before he can punch him, Stefan tells him to just listen to him. By any chance, is he interested in having taxation rights? Well, here's another quick trivia time. What are taxation rights? The right to collect taxes from a territory. Even if the territory is owned by somebody else, the holder of the taxation rights takes all of the profits. In other words, the one who holds the taxation rights takes in the real profits. Stefan tells Yohan that he has one territory, and Yohan wonders if he is dreaming, but he is not. It is a territory he received without his sister knowing when he was young. His mother gave it to him with only a bishop present. It brings him 20 gold coins in profit per year, as he got quite a lot of favoritism. But why would he offer the taxation rights to him when he could just sell those rights to anyone and run away? Stefan tells him that he can't sell it. The name of that village is Heinkut. It's a small village, but it has its own mine and made quite a lot of money until it was invaded by the goblins, that is. The village was ruined because of a few goblins, and eventually the people there fled. If they succeed in the goblin subjugation, he will be recognized by his mother, and even Lady Ulrika won't be able to mess with him. It's a waste to hand taxation rights over to him, but this is the only way he can avoid going to the monastery. Yohan thinks about it, as taxation rights are on an entirely different level from anything he's had before. Until now, he could only earn money by fighting. He was a noble in name only, no different from a mercenary fighting for money. But if he has taxation rights, he will just have a steady income. In other words, he will get money without working. Every man's dream. It's also a chance to show them that he can be useful in a situation where the nobles look down on him like that. But he also has one question. If he hands over the taxation rights, what about his income? Stefan stays silent for a moment before telling him to split half of it with him. Yohan looks at him a bit angrily and notes that his attitude is untrustworthy, but honestly, even half of the taxation rights is pretty tempting. Setting that aside, he is going to hire mercenaries for the subjugation force, right, Stefan? Stefan naturally agrees, but Yohan wonders if he even has any money in the first place. Stefan looks away, clearly not having any, and Yohan hopes that he doesn't expect him to pay for it. Stefan tries to tell him that he will hire mercenaries somehow. Yohan can't really trust him. Should he really do this? However, Stefan pushes further, noting that, for him, goblins should be nothing. He is not scared, is he? He's the troll slayer after all. Yohan notes that everyone is calling him that everyone is recognizing him as such no matter where he goes, calling him Marcel's troll slayer. He risked his life to earn that title, and he will definitely need his reputation in the future. But if he fails the goblin subjugation, naturally everyone will look at him much differently than before. Everything he's built up until now will shatter into dust and blow away. This is certainly a gamble with himself on the line, and he might lose quite a lot. However, if he succeeds, the rewards will be tremendous. He smiles and wants to see the map. He wants to see what kind of village Heincut is. After the plan is made, they go in front of the Countess, who wants to hear what Stefan just said to her once again. He repeats himself, noting that together with the Troll Slayer, he declares that he will subjugate the Heincut goblins. Everyone is shocked, and likely thinks that he has finally gone insane. Ulrika tells him not to say useless things. There's no more money to spend on his silly little pranks. Stefan waves them away, as this subjugation will be funded solely by his own money. However, Ulrika gets annoyed and screams, wondering where the hell he thinks that money is coming from. In the end, it's money that belongs to their house. However, Stefan thinks that it's his money. As they continue bickering, the Countess begins to quiver and screams that this is enough. Everyone will be quiet. She looks at Yohan and notes that if he moves together with her young knight, Stefan won't die. She also wonders who among those present here wishes to join this honorable expedition. Everybody remains silent, shocking her quite a bit. However, heavy footsteps appear behind the door to the throne room, and Gerdolf pushes through, noting that he will go. The Countess is surprised to see him, as he was injured, wasn't he? Gerdolf explains that he is fully healed thanks to Yohan. It does not hurt anymore. The nobles are shocked, as he was definitely crippled. Was it a miracle? Ino bows down immediately, telling the Countess to allow him and Gerdolf to go to that battle. He will risk his life to assist Stefan. Gerdolf agrees. Instead of those weak nobles, he will step forward. She smiles warmly at them and agrees. Yohan, Stefan, and Gerdolf, may God's grace be with them, and she hereby commands them three to subjugate Heincut. Before they leave, the Countess looks at Yohan, not expecting that she has to rely on that knight who's young enough to be her son. She gives him a pointed look, the worried look of a mother telling him, unconsciously or subconsciously, to protect Stefan, and he receives that message, nodding with a light smile. It seems that the Countess is not that bad of a person, but rather, a mother that loved her son more than anything. I am sure many of us can relate to it. The knights from Zarpen get ready to leave, noting that they will explain everything well to the Count. He will surely understand him, and they will also make sure to relay what he requested. With that, they leave, Yohan finding it a relief that Count Zarpen and the knights think well of him. It's a shame they are missing out on the subjugation battle, but since he's informed them of the delay, there shouldn't be a problem with the knight appointment. A few days later, at the main gate of the Ebner Castle on the day of departure, everyone is gathered outside. There are 20 soldiers under Ino and Gerdolf who came to participate along with 22 from Katana and 14 from the Goran mercenaries. Additionally, naturally, there is Doris, who came at Count Zarpen's request. Yohan immediately greets him and notes that they should do well, and Doris immediately agrees, bringing 30 members of his supply support group to join the subjugation force. Yohan thinks that this should be enough, and they were hired with Stefan's wealth after all. Stefan does not really care. If the subjugation is successful, he will get back hundreds of times more. Now they should get going soon. However, Yohan tells him to wait as one person has not arrived yet, but he seems to be here after all. The sage of the Ifail River, Svetelga, appears behind them, calling Yohan a brat for sending a shaky carriage to an old man like him again. Svetelga actually was not going to attend the subjugation battle, as he had no reason to, but when he ignored Yohan's messenger, the voice of the Ifail River grew faint. Because of that, he had no choice but to join the subjugation force. He notes that there is no time to idle around. They shall leave quickly, as goblins are something they can just clear in no time, right? Stefan wonders what the deal with that old man is. Yohan gathers everyone and tells them to move with him in the lead, Doris in the middle, and Katana and Goran next in line. They should maintain position as they move. With that, the hindcut subjugation force sets out. Yohan has gone through numerous battles up until now, but this is the first time taxation rights are on the line as a reward. It is a right that is practically halfway to being a lord, and thus Yohan is more serious than ever before. He thoroughly examines the tax documents and house registers related to the village, considering its geographical location and the surrounding trading routes it could connect to. In the first place, he judges that overall it is not a bad village, and its location is not poor either. The goblins that occupied the village are also treated as a trivial race according to general perceptions, so this subjugation battle seems to be a rather easy one. However, Yohan could not have known that hidden deep within the abandoned territory, there was something much more insidious and meaner than normal goblins, something a lot more malevolent. Thank you for watching. See you next time.